Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Perilous Treasure by Dan Walsh, narrated by Kirby Hayborn. Chapter 1. It was happening already. Professor Jack Turner stared at his reflection in a mirror that hung on a paneled wall in his office. Married just over a year, and he was already getting squishy around the middle. They weren't full-on love handles yet, but that's where this was headed if he didn't do something about this. It wasn't Rachel's fault. Well, partly it was. She was an amazing cook. Every dinner she made tempted him to get seconds. It was also this job. He glanced at the big mahogany desk behind him. He'd been sitting there way too much lately. He used to spend all day on his feet giving lectures or walking back and forth between buildings on campus. Now administrative duties took up half his time. Between all the paperwork, his teaching schedule, meeting with students, reviewing term papers and exams, he didn't have time to work out. When Jack was single, it was nothing to squeeze a workout into his morning routine. Now that time was spent connecting with Rachel before they parted ways for the day, which was a good thing, but it left no time for exercise. He straightened his tie and headed back to his desk as the intercom buzzed. He leaned over and pressed the button. "Yes, Judy?" "I've got a man on line 2 who's wanting to know if he could stop by in about 10 minutes to talk with you. I told him you were very busy this morning, but he said he was pretty sure you'd want to see him. He says he only needs a few minutes." "Is he some kind of salesman?" "No, a police detective, but he said it's not police business. He said he's got a favor to ask you, but that it's nowhere near as big as the one you did for him last year. It's something about the time you saved his life." She paused a moment. "Then he asked me what it was like working for a bona fide hero." Jack smiled. "That has to be Sergeant Joe Boyd." "That's his name, Joe Boyd. What should I tell him?" "Tell him to come on by. And Judy, for the future, whenever Sergeant Boyd calls to talk or wants to see me, it's always going to be yes. You don't even need to ask. Unless I'm in with the dean or something." "Okay, Professor." Jack leaned back in his cushy office chair, glanced at the wall clock. 10 minutes. He wondered what kind of favor Joe had in mind this time, and why he wanted to see Jack in person rather than just talking about it on the phone. Next to the clock, Jack noticed the shiny plaque he had received from Culpeper's mayor last year for the deed Joe had just mentioned to Judy, something that resulted in Jack officially being declared a bona fide hero. Basically, Jack had kept Joe from being killed by killing the murderer himself. One swift headshot from behind, moments before the killer, who had Joe locked in his sights, pulled the trigger. Joe told him later that as he hid behind that tree and the shot rang out, he'd closed his eyes and braced for the hit. So certain he was about to die, he'd already uttered a quick prayer to the Almighty, asking him to look after Kate and the kids. Turned out the shot was from Jack's gun, not the killer's. Still staring at the plaque, Jack's mind wandered to another significant conversation about the incident. A week after all the craziness around the shooting had died down, he and Rachel had finally gotten some time alone. She had been there the night before when Jack got into a conversation with the police chief. He'd been thanking Jack yet again for sparing his department the grief of losing Joe Boyd, and he offered to pay for any counseling services Jack might need to help him cope with the trauma he'd experienced. The chief said it was fairly common for officers who'd taken a life, even when the killing was justified, to struggle with guilt, anxiety, and other emotional problems, sometimes for weeks and months after. Symptoms similar to PTSD. He offered Jack the same help he'd give any of his police officers. Jack thanked him and said he'd gladly accept the offer if he started experiencing any of the things the chief had mentioned. In that first conversation with Rachel, she had brought up the police chief's offer. "What do you think, Jack?" Rachel had said. "Maybe you should do that." "Do what, visit the department's shrink?" "Well, yeah. Killing somebody's a pretty traumatic thing, even if it meant saving someone's life. We really haven't talked about it since it happened. You seem okay, but maybe you should get some help before any trouble sets in." Jack thought about it a moment. Did he really need professional help with this? He didn't want to seem stubborn. "I really feel like I'm okay, Rachel. Seriously. I had a hard time sleeping that first night, but I think it was just all the adrenaline in my system. After that, I've been sleeping fine." "What about during the day? Does it ever bother you? Ever see the scenes of that night replaying over and over in your head? Ever feel depressed about it?" Jack stopped and took inventory. He came up empty. "I don't know, Rach. Maybe I should be feeling more than I am, but honestly, I'm not struggling with what I did. I'm not glad I killed someone, but you know what happened. The guy was a psychopath. If I hadn't shot him, he'd have killed Joe. I just saw him kill the guy he hired to kidnap you a few minutes before. Speaking of that, how are you doing about all this? You were kidnapped. Maybe you should get some help." "Maybe I should. It was pretty scary, but I could tell when I was with the kidnapper he wasn't a killer. He just did what he did to get you to cooperate. And I knew you would do what he said, so I really wasn't ever in mortal danger." "Felt that way to me," Jack said. "But hey, listen, I will seriously consider the chief's offer. If I start having problems, even if you see something that bothers you about the way I'm acting, I'll get help. You promise?" He'd nodded, then leaned forward and gave her a kiss. That conversation had taken place over a year ago. Jack never did pursue the help the police chief had offered, because he'd never experienced any of the symptoms he'd been warned about. He did wind up meeting once with his pastor to talk these things over, even asked the pastor if there was something wrong with him for not struggling about what he'd done. After hearing him out, the pastor said no. The commandment that says thou shalt not kill was talking about murdering someone. What Jack had done stopped a murder from happening. In his opinion, Jack had nothing to be sorry about. No more than a soldier should apologize for shooting a jihadist about to commit a terrorist act. His office buzzer sounded off again, jolting Jack back to the present. "Yes, Judy?" "Sergeant Boyd is here to see you, sir." "Great. Send him right in." Chapter 2. The door opened, and Joe walked in. Jack got up from his desk and extended his hand. "Hey, Joe, nice to see you. Been what, 6 months?" Joe shook his hand, but he wasn't looking at Jack. His head was on a swivel, giving Jack's office the once-over. "Well, look at you here, spending all day in a place like this, compared to my little hole in the wall." "You haven't been here before?" "Out to the college, yeah. But I never been in here. Pretty swank." "Have a seat," Jack said. "That chair's pretty comfortable, too. Course, none of the stuff is mine. Comes with the job." "So, Professor, how are you doing? You're an old married man now, right? Been just over a year?" "Just," Jack said. "But you're not going to start calling me that, are you?" "Nah, just felt like the appropriate thing, given the surroundings. How's Rachel doing? She pregnant yet?" "You sound like her mother. That's the first question she asks. But we did say we weren't waiting long before trying to start a family. We both want kids." "Yeah, you don't want to wait too many more years. I made that mistake. Kate wanted them right off the bat, but I kept saying we needed to wait a little longer. Now I'm paying for it." "How so?" "You try playing soccer with a 10-year-old when you're 46 and been sitting behind a desk too long. Ain't much fun. But I'm finally starting to do something about it." "I can tell. Stand up. Let me get a look at you." A big smile came over Joe's face. "Really? You can tell?" He stood, opened his suit coat proudly. Jack noticed his gun tucked in a shoulder holster. "There's definitely less of you than the last time I saw you. Can see it in your face, too." Joe sat back down. "So, what are you doing? Some special diet?" "Yeah," Joe said. "It's called Don't Eat So Much, You Fat Pig." Jack laughed. "I'm not kidding. I just cut down on my portions a little and stopped snacking after 7 p.m. That was the hardest part, let me tell you. The other part of my weight loss strategy is get off your butt, you lazy bum. As a matter of fact, that's really why I stopped in to see you. I could have called, but I was following up on a case just down the road. Figured I'd take a chance, see if you were in." "You looking for a workout partner?" Jack said. "If so, I might be interested. Sadly, my body's going in the opposite direction. The price I'm paying for spending way too much time in this fancy office." "Well, not exactly," Joe said. "I mean about needing a workout partner. Not a workout type of guy. Matter of fact, I hate working out. Looking at me, that's no surprise. I knew if I was going to be more active, I'd have to find something fun to do. Something to get me outside, get this old body moving more often. Kate's all for it. We got a little scare after my last checkup. Doc wanted to put me on blood pressure pills. I asked if I lost 25 pounds if he thought I could wait on the pills. He said it might help, gave me 3 months to try." "Well, obviously you found something that works. How can I help the cause?" "Oddly enough, it's about that property you bought out by the lake. Didn't you tell me about it the last time we met? Think you were getting ready to close on it or something." "Yeah, you're right. You know about my 2 bad experiences with lakefront cabins. After the last one, I decided not to buy somebody else's. We're going to build our own in a few months. I took that money I inherited from Professor Thornton and bought 15 acres on the west end of Lake Sampson. Only about 2 of them are cleared, the ones closest to the water. The rest are in the woods." "Well, see, that would be perfect," Joe said. "I thought you said the property was in the west end." Jack didn't follow. His confusion must have shown on his face. "It's my new hobby," Joe said. "The thing I'm doing to be more active." "What is it?" "Metal detecting," Joe said. "You know what I mean? Walking all around, waving that wand back and forth close to the ground. Really works the upper body. And around these parts, with all the hills, I'm telling you, I'm totally exhausted after an hour and a half. But see, I'm having so much fun, the time flies by." "Metal detecting? How long have you been doing that?" "About 2 months now. I was fishing by this stream in the woods, which is also fun but very little exercise, and I heard this noise in the trees behind me. Thought it might be a bear. Turned out to be a guy with a metal detector. I got to talking to him, and he told me how there's all kinds of Civil War stuff buried in the hills around Culpeper. Pulled out 3 musket balls from a little pouch around his waist. He'd found them that morning. He invited me to attend this metal detecting club that meets once a month. One thing led to another, and now I'm hooked on it." The dots were starting to connect. "So you're wanting to know if you can metal detect on my property by the lake?" Joe nodded. "I did some research about Civil War activity that might have taken place around here. Weren't any big battles nearby, but there were some skirmishes. The bigger news was several regiments of Sherman's army marched right past the west end of the lake on their so-called march to the sea. You know, when they were tearing up the place on their way to Savannah." "I know about Sherman's march to the sea," Jack said, "but I had no idea there was so much Civil War activity around here. Of course, I've spent most of my time focused on World War II history." "Well," Joe said, "from the little research I've done, there could very well be a bunch of Civil War relics hiding right there in the dirt on your property out by the lake. With your permission, I'd like to check it out for myself. Don't think anyone's ever done any detecting out there." "Not that I know of," Jack said. "I'll tell you what. Not only do you have my permission to detect anywhere on my land, you have my permission to keep any Civil War relics you find, or any other thing of interest your detector picks up. But more than that, I might like to go out with you the next time you go and check this hobby out for myself. I need to try your get-off-your-butt, you lazy bum strategy, and even though World War II is more my area of interest and expertise, Civil War history would come a close second. How about it? Mind some company? Joe smiled. Mind? I'd love to get you out there with me, and we could take turns on the only downside I've found with this hobby, which is digging them holes. Every time that detector pings, you gotta stop waving the wand and start digging. Generally, you dig up 5 or 10 false alarms for every one thing that's any good. Well, I can dig, Jack said. Doesn't sound like too much fun, but hey, more exercise, right? Right. Joe stood. But it really is a lot of fun when you do find something. I'll have to show you the little collection I've already started. I'd like to see it. So when are you going out again? Maybe this weekend. I'll give you a call and let you know. Jack stood also. Look forward to it. They shook hands again, and Joe headed for the door. He stopped and turned. It'll be nice for a change, won't it? Doing something together that doesn't involve anybody getting shot. Chapter 3. Just before midnight, July 20th, 1945, Rheinfelden, Germany. 10 weeks after Germany surrendered in World War II. As ordered, Private First Class Sam Duffy and Corporal Zach McMillan met outside the door of their CO's makeshift headquarters, a large Tudor-style home formerly owned by the town's burgermeister. A month ago, it had been commandeered by the Allied Occupational Force, officially known as the Office of Military Government, United States, OMGUS. The first floor served as the company HQ, the second as the officers' quarters. "I wonder what's going on," Duffy said. "Why's the lieutenant asking us to come here instead of the bridge checkpoint where we always go?" "Beats me," McMillan replied. "You see the roster for tonight? 3 teams on duty instead of 2. I'm guessing since we're not assigned to the bridge, that makes us Team 3. Whatever it is, hope it don't involve a lot of walking," Duffy said. "I'm plumb wore out. I was counting on doing nothing all night at the bridge." "I know," McMillan said. "With this curfew, you never see a soul on the graveyard shift. Would suit me just fine to ride out the rest of my time doing nothing every night except guarding a deserted bridge. Had enough of being shot at to last a lifetime." The lieutenant's door opened. He stood there looking annoyed. "Didn't you gentlemen hear me yell, 'Come in'?" "Sorry, sir, guess not," McMillan said. The lieutenant walked back to his desk and sat. "Why don't you two stand here? I'd invite you to sit, but this won't take long, and I'm about all done with this day." The men obeyed, stood at attention. "At ease. Got something different for you tonight. Could be nothing or could turn into something serious. This afternoon, a couple of privates with a day pass were fishing along the bank of the Rhine about a mile west of here. Nothing but woods around there for miles on either side of the street. They spotted a rowboat on the riverbank, on our side. They reported it as suspicious, which it is, considering there aren't any houses nearby. And the boat didn't drift there downriver. It was tied to a tree, we suspect waiting there for someone." "Like an escaping SS officer?" McMillan said. "That's what we're thinking. We've been told to keep an eye out for these scumbags, especially here near the Swiss border. They're running scared now since we discovered those death camps. Haven't seen the pictures, but a buddy of mine got a tour of one. Said it was the most horrible sight he'd ever seen. Hundreds of dead Jews lying around everywhere, nothing but skin and bones. Piles of them stacked like cordwood." "I've heard guys in other units talking about killing them SS officers as payback," Duffy said. "If they catch one, they shoot 'em on sight. Like you said, sir, they ain't nothing but scumbags." The lieutenant looked straight up at both men, a stern look on his face. Now you two listen to me. I get that kind of thinking. It appears the SS are behind almost every evil thing we're finding out about these Krauts. But I've been told to stress with all my MPs, you come face to face with one, you arrest him, you bring him in. You don't shoot him. Not unless your own lives are in danger. They're setting up war crimes trials in Nuremberg and some other places. They want to put these guys on trial. Let the whole world know what they've done. That can't happen if we keep killing them every time we catch one. I understand, sir, Duffy said. You hear me, Macmillan? You catch one of these devils trying to escape across that river, you bring him in. You don't shoot him. Yes, sir, Macmillan said. Sir, Duffy said, how are we supposed to catch these guys? What's the plan? We supposed to hide in the trees by that rowboat? You men take one of the jeeps outside, pick one with a searchlight attached, and ride slowly up and down the river road for about 2 miles on either side of where that rowboat's tied up. I'll show you where it is on the map. These SS officers have formed something of a network to help each other escape the country. They'll probably come through the woods at night, knowing about that rowboat, with plans to row across the Rhine to Switzerland. Your job is to keep that from happening. You catch anybody out in those woods this late at night, I don't care how they're dressed, you cuff them and bring 'em in, even if they're nowhere near that boat. How they're dressed, sir? Duffy repeated. Macmillan looked at him. They're SS, Duff. They know we're out to get them. They're not going to be wearing uniforms. Oh, right. So, how long you want us to patrol the river road, sir? All night, the lieutenant said, till daybreak when your shift ends, or until you capture somebody. Then you quickly turn 'em in and get right back out there patrolling. There's likely going to be more than one SS officer knows about that boat. Right, sir. Both men stood there a moment in case he had something else to say. Well, get on it. Yes, sir. They saluted, turned, and hurried out the door. It took the men 3 tries before they found a jeep with a searchlight. How about you drive and I ride shotgun, Macmillan said. My ears are better than yours. My ears are fine, Duffy said. Besides, what's hearing got to do with it? He hopped into the driver's seat, started the jeep. Look up. Hardly any moon out tonight. No street lights on that river road. If someone's making their way through the woods, we're going to hear them before we see anything. You won't hear anything over the sound of the engine. Macmillan jumped in the passenger seat, laid his rifle across his lap. Don't know what you're talking about. I heard every word you just said loud and clear. Macmillan stretched his left arm about 2 feet behind Duffy's head, snapped his fingers gently 3 times. You hear that? What I just did? Course, you're snapping your fingers. How many times? Duffy hesitated. Twice. Nope, 3 times. You need to get your ears checked when you get home, Duff. Probably happened at Bastogne. All those artillery rounds you guys took. That's one battle I'm glad I missed. Duffy drove down the main road in town. 3 blocks later, he came to the intersection with the river road. They hadn't seen a soul on the sidewalks or a single light lit in any of the windows. Another thing neither had seen was any evidence that Rheinfelden had even participated in the war. The extent of battle damage in Germany's major cities and towns had rendered them unrecognizable, but here, close to the Swiss border, hardly a single building had been touched. Duffy turned right and continued for several blocks until they had reached the end of town and were now seeing deep-set woods on either side of the road. Speaking of going home, Macmillan said, it shouldn't be too much longer for you, right? You gotta have your 85 points already, I'm guessing. I just got there, Duffy said. Now I'm waiting for the word that my time is officially up. Can't be too soon, you ask me, which is why I don't want to take any chances out here tonight. What exactly do you mean by that? I mean, I don't want to do nothing out here that can get me shot. You mentioned Bastogne. A buddy of mine that fought with me there, in the trench right next to mine, made it through the whole thing without a scratch. 2 or 3 other major scuffs as well before the Kraut surrendered. Got his 85 points in. Then last week he's doing MP duty like us on the Austrian border. Can't remember the town. But he had the graveyard shift, like us. A small group of German soldiers dressed as civilians were caught trying to sneak around the checkpoint. Apparently one of them still had his Luger. Something happened. I guess they were resisting arrest. Guns started going off and my buddy's dead. Just like that. Shot in the head. Still going home, but in a coffin. I want no part of that. I hear you, buddy. We see somebody out here tonight, we're taking no chances. I want to get home as bad as you. He held up the rifle in his lap. I don't care about any war crimes trials in Nuremberg. It comes down to it, I got no qualms about pulling this trigger. Chapter 4. Around 1 a.m., July 20th, 1945. The woods north of Rheinfelden, Germany. Can't we please stop for a rest, Sturbenführer? Just for a minute or two? My legs, they are both cramping again. Although the night was cool, sweat poured down the face of Untersturmführer Otto Hahn. Again, Otto? I gave you the last of our water an hour ago. I know, sir. My apologies. I'm not used to carrying so much weight for so long. If you must go on, leave me here. I'll catch up in a few minutes. Sturbenführer Lothar Wagner stopped walking and looked back in the darkness at the younger officer. Otto, we're almost there, I'm sure of it. By my guess, the river is only 1 kilometer away. They had been walking downhill through a dense section of pines for the last 40 minutes, aided only by starlight. Before that, they had been traveling uphill for over 3 hours. You can't make it 15 more minutes? Maybe if I could just get a few moments' rest, that's all. Just a few minutes without this backpack, and I'm sure I can make it the rest of the way. If we must, we must. Lothar sat back against a log. Otto had to be 4 or 5 years younger than him, and should be more physically fit. For the last year, Lothar's assignments had kept him mostly behind a desk. How was it that this younger man was petering out so soon? Lothar sighed. No matter. They were almost at their destination. Then everything would change. He had only allowed Otto to come along under the pretense they could escape Germany together if Otto would help him carry all this loot safely to the Swiss border. Once across the river, they'd split up the treasure evenly and go their separate ways. Since they both looked so completely Aryan, Lothar had said it would be less conspicuous if they traveled apart. The route to freedom would take them through Switzerland, then south where they'd mingle with groups of refugees making their way to Rome. In the aftermath of the war, millions of displaced people were crowding the highways, trying to get back to their native homes. Once in Rome, they were to make contact with Nazi supporters who'd help them acquire the necessary papers and reach the seaport in Genoa. There they'd catch a ship sailing to Argentina. At least, that was the plan. The men sat in the shadows. For the next minute or so, no one said a thing. Finally, Otto said, I suppose we should stop referring to each other by our rank. Don't you think, Sturbenführer? If we're so close to the river, shouldn't we start getting used to acting like civilians? Aren't we supposed to be shedding our SS identities, at least until we reach Argentina? Lothar thought a moment. What harm could it do? I suppose so, Otto. Although it seems you've forgotten. Once we cross the river, we are parting ways for the rest of the journey. Not much chance of slipping up about each other's rank, if we're not even together, eh? You're right, sir. I had forgotten. So it would be pretty silly to change things being together for only 1 more kilometer or so. But if it makes you happy, Lothar said, feel free to call me by my first name until then. It makes no difference to me. I'm so glad this part of the journey is almost over. The dangerous part, I mean. I wouldn't let my guard down, Otto. There's still a measure of danger for both of us until we are safely on that U-boat sailing to South America. Why did he even bother engaging Otto in this useless banter? None of it mattered. Once again, a period of silence. "Can I ask you something, sir? Something of a personal nature?" "I suppose." Again, what harm could it do? "Does it ever bother you? Some of the things we did for the Reich? All the killing, not just the Jews, who obviously had it coming, but all the civilians too, you know, especially in Poland. For some reason I've been thinking about some of these things in my idle moments, and certain scenes have started showing up in my dreams. When they pass, I find myself feeling depressed, guilty somehow, as if we did something wrong. But it wasn't wrong, was it? Everything we did, we were under orders. We did it for the good of the Reich." "Tell me, Otto, did you ever think or feel this way before Germany surrendered?" "I suppose I did at the very beginning. Back in 1939, after we conquered Poland, and I was assigned to the Einsatzgruppen, and we started killing civilians for the first time. Teachers and clergy and city officials." "The intelligentsia," Lothar said. Otto nodded. "Yes, them. At first it greatly troubled me, but when we were told the reasons why, and that the Fuhrer himself had given the order, those feelings went away, really for the rest of the war, but now they seem to be coming back, and many other things we did during the war. Is this happening to you?" Lothar remembered the exact words of Hitler's orders. There must be no Polish leaders. Where Polish leaders exist, they must be killed, however harsh that sounds. "No, Otto, these things don't bother me, awake or asleep." "Do you know why they are bothering you?" He wanted to say, "because you are weak," but then that is why he'd invited Otto along in the first place. "No, sir, but I wish they'd stop." Very soon they will, Lothar thought. "You've said it yourself, Otto. These bad feelings only started up again once the war was lost. But look at us, fleeing in the night for our lives. Others in our ranks, some of our best men shot in the street like dogs or hung up on poles by mobs. We are treated like criminals. That is why you feel these things now and didn't feel them before. Had we not lost the war, no doubt these dark feelings would never have surfaced, because they are not real. They are the result of being branded as losers. And for now that is our lot, our role in life. But the Reich will rise again, will regroup in Argentina as planned, and thoroughly assess what went wrong and what needs to be done to start up the struggle once again. And the next time, we will not fail." Lothar realized most of this was said for his own benefit, not Otto's. A few more moments passed. "I think I'm ready to get at it again, Lothar." Lothar couldn't see Otto's face clearly in the dark, but it looked like he was smiling. "Then let's get going." He stood, once again strapping on the heavy rucksack. "I'll tell you what. How about you lead the way from here?" "Really? I'd be honored." He pointed the direction they'd been heading before. "This way?" "Just to be sure, let me check the compass one final time." Lothar pulled it out of his pack. "I'll turn on the Taschenlampe for a minute." Since they were so close to the river road, he must be quick. As he glanced at the compass, Otto said, "Once we get to the road, how will we find the path to the boat?" "You let me worry about that. If we're even within a mile or so, we should have no trouble finding the path even in the dark. My instructions are clear, and the path should be adequately marked." "Okay, then." Otto started walking forward. Lothar stayed behind, but very close. Before turning off the light, he glanced at his watch. He estimated he would only need Otto's help carrying the heavy load of gold and other valuables stashed neatly at the bottom of their rucksacks for about 10 more minutes. Lothar always had a good internal sense of time. When the 10 minutes were up, he quickened his pace slightly to close the gap between him and Otto. "How am I doing, sir?" "Just fine, Otto." Quickly, silently, Lothar pulled his silver SS dagger out of its scabbard. Having had a fair amount of practice at this over the past few years, using lethal force, he thrust the dagger into Otto's left side, right between 2 ribs and straight into his heart. It wasn't a totally silent kill, but close to it. Otto let out a brief gasp, then dropped where he stood. It had to be done. To accomplish all his future plans, Lothar needed to keep all the gold and treasure in both backpacks for himself. But at almost 45 kilos, he could never have carried all that weight in one rucksack for more than a few blocks at best. It only took him about 5 minutes to repack the contents into one rucksack. Taking a deep breath, he squatted briefly, put his arms through the openings, and lifted himself off the ground. Instantly the straps dug deep into his shoulders. He steadied himself and kept walking. He didn't have far to go. Once across the Rhine, he'd get hold of some worn-out-looking suitcases in the village and repack the gold and all his belongings, so that he resembled any number of the tens of thousands of refugees trudging their way over the open roads, trying to find their way back home. After taking a few cautious steps, Lothar stopped. He suddenly became aware of a serious mistake he'd almost made. Pulling his prized SS dagger and scabbard from his belt, he held it up for one last look. He could just barely catch the details in the faint starlight coming through the treetops. It had served him well, tonight and many other times in the last few years. "Goodbye, my friend," he said, and tossed it as far into the woods as he could. He was instantly reminded of a similar scene 3 days ago, when he and Otto passed by the Schluchsee, the largest lake in the Black Forest. There they had put into a suitcase their SS uniforms, caps, boots, medals, and anything else that tied them to their former lives, weighed it down with rocks, and rowed far out into the reservoir. Otto had actually teared up as Lothar threw the suitcase over the side, and both men watched it quickly sink out of sight. It wouldn't do for Lothar to have anything in his possession that tied him to the life he'd once lived and treasured for so many years. Chapter 5. For the last hour and a half, Macmillan and Duffy had been slowly driving back and forth along the river road, as ordered. They hadn't seen a soul, and, except for a brief scare when they'd almost collided with a deer, the time had passed uneventfully. "This is getting old," Duffy said. He'd just made yet another U-turn, this time heading back toward town. "I can't believe I'm actually missing bridge duty." He looked on either side of the road, nothing but dark shadows and the silhouettes of tall trees. A straight road ahead, stretching out into nothingness. "Maybe it's the view." "You mean the lack of one," Macmillan said. "Yeah, that. Back at the bridge you got all the buildings on both sides. The river and the pleasant sound the water makes. Sometimes the moon is out. Here it's just nothing." "Well, only 4.5 more hours of nothing," Macmillan said. "Better get used to it." They drove another mile or so in silence. "Think we'll see any action tonight?" Duffy said. "Besides more animals." "Hard to know." "Almost hoping we do see that guy. You know, the SS officer. Or anybody, just to break up the monotony." Another 10 minutes of silence. "So where do you think you'll get sent after this place?" Duffy asked. A few days ago the unit had been told they'd be shipping out of Rheinfelden soon. The whole southern border with Switzerland was being turned over to the French Guard. The U.S. would still guard the border between Germany and Austria. "I don't really care," Macmillan said, "as long as we don't get sent to the Pacific." "Think there's still a chance of that happening? I know they talked about it back in May, right after Germany surrendered, but I figured after all this time they must have changed their minds." "I hope so," Macmillan said. "I don't think I can face any more front-line action. Watching those newsreels a few nights ago from Okinawa, man, that looked worse than anything I've seen fighting the Krauts. Yeah, that was pretty rough. At least as bad as Bastogne. Maybe worse. I was thinking about how different it must have been. We were freezing our butts off for weeks. Some guys even got frostbite. What must it be like fighting when it's hot? And all that rain? Did you catch what the guy said? Some days they had 10 inches, mud everywhere, and all them mosquitoes and fleas. It'll be 10 times worse than that if we have to attack the Japanese mainland. 10 times hotter in July. 10 times more Japs to fight. And just like Okinawa, none of them will surrender." Macmillan shook his head. "I want no part of that." "Nah," Duffy said. "I don't think they're sending us to the Pacific. They were going to do that, they'd have done it by now." "Hope you're right," Macmillan sighed. "And what do you mean, sending us? You'll be out of here any day now. Probably before we even ship out of Rheinfelden." "I hope you're right." "Speaking of going home," Macmillan said, "where is that for you?" "Obviously some place in the South. Alabama? Georgia?" "Georgia," Duffy said. "A little college town in the northern part of the state. Doubt you ever heard of it." "What's it called?" "Culpeper. Culpeper, Georgia. The college goes by the same name. Well, guess they call it a university, not sure what the difference is." "I'm guessing you didn't attend the university." Duffy laughed. "Our family doesn't have that kind of money. Even if we did, I was lucky to make it through high school. But what about you? You seem like a book-smart kind of guy. You ever go to college?" 2 years ago, I was in my 3rd year at Princeton." "Princeton? Isn't that kind of a pricey place? Your family rich?" "As a matter of fact, they are," Macmillan said, "and they aren't too happy with me at the moment." "Why not?" "Because I left school to sign up. My dad wanted me to stay. He'd used his connections so that I could stay out of the war long enough to get my degree. Then I'd come in as an officer. That was the plan, anyway. His plan." Duffy laughed. "What's so funny?" "You, as an officer." "Yeah, well, I agree with you there. That's why I left. Didn't want to be an officer and didn't want to wait 2 more years. Figured the war would be over before I saw any action. And look, I was right. 2 years later and the war is over. Of course, I've seen more action than I bargained for. Didn't have any idea what I was signing up for. Now all I want is to get home." "I hear you. I'm missing home, too." "Culpeper? That's it. Not a big place, but big enough for me. Nice and hilly, too. Got a big lake nearby, great hunting and fishing." "Yeah, that's how I see you. More of a hunting and fishing guy." "You should come down sometime. If they ever let you go, that is." "Maybe I will, Duff. Maybe I will." This conversation brought them closer to the edge of town. It was time to U-turn again and head back down the river road through the woods. Another few minutes of silence. After reaching the midpoint of their trek, the place in the road closest to the boat, Macmillan thought he'd heard something. "Duff, hold up a minute." "What's the matter?" "Stop the jeep," he whispered loudly. Duffy obeyed. They waited several moments. "What is it?" Duffy whispered. "A cracking sound in the woods off to the right. Back up about 50 yards. As he did, Macmillan turned on the searchlight and began scanning the trees on the north side of the road. Lothar froze. A vehicle had just driven by. He could see the headlights through the trees about 20 meters ahead. The upside was it confirmed he was close to the river road. The downside was, given the curfew, at this time of night it was most likely a military vehicle. Sure enough, it stopped barely a block down the road. He ducked down. Now it was backing up. A bright searchlight turned on, scanning the woods. It would be on his spot in a matter of seconds. As quietly as possible, he dropped flat on the ground, then didn't move a muscle. Were they searching for him? How was that possible? Then he realized they couldn't be. He must have made too much noise a few minutes ago. Leaves or dead branches cracking underfoot. It was hard to walk without making a sound, given the weight he was carrying. He continued to wait, certain he was completely out of sight now. The bright light passed over him. He could even hear two men talking quietly out by the road. Unable to make out their words or even the language they spoke, but he knew at once they were Americans. Who else could they be? "How much further you want me to go?" Duffy asked, still whispering. "Just a little more," Macmillan whispered back. "Just to be sure." Duffy kept the jeep in reverse for another block or so. "Anything?" "No, you can stop." "Maybe it was just another deer." "Maybe, but I don't think so. A deer would run away, wouldn't it? It wouldn't just freeze, right? Not that long." "Yeah, you're probably right." "Well, I haven't heard another sound since we stopped and I turned on the light." "What do you want me to do?" "Tell you what, I'm going to turn the light off. You start driving back the way we came and I'll yell something about it being a false alarm. We'll go down 4 or 5 blocks at normal speed like we're driving off. If it was somebody in the woods, maybe they'll come out thinking the coast is clear. Then you make a quick turnaround and head back here full speed. I'll put the light on. See what turns up." Chapter 6. The searchlight went off. Lothar lifted his head but stayed in his prone position. The jeep, now on his left, began moving forward again. When it was straight in front of him, he heard one of the men say something. His English wasn't great, but he picked up 2 of the words. Probably nothing. A good sign. He stayed put and waited. The jeep picked up speed. Good, it was driving away. When the lights were a full block down the road, he sat up. No easy matter with the weight of both rucksacks on his back. The jeep continued driving further away. Now he could barely see its headlights through the trees. The danger had passed. He took a deep breath and lifted himself to a standing position. So glad he wouldn't have to carry all this weight much longer. Hopefully his navigational skills with the compass were still intact, and he'd come out of the woods not far away from the path leading to the boat. He hurried through the remaining trees until he finally broke through. Glancing to his right, the tail lights and headlights of the jeep were well down the road. He crossed quickly and reached the edge of the woods on the other side. The question was, should he go left or right? It was a total guess. His instructions were to look for 2 downed trees laying end on end parallel to the road near the edge of the woods on the riverside. They'd be separated by a meter or so. He'd find the path to the boat in between the 2 trees. Lothar moved as fast as he could along the edge of the woods, hoping his decision to go left was correct. After traveling about 100 meters with no downed trees in sight, he was beginning to wonder if he should turn around and head back the other way. After 50 meters more, he'd had enough. Still no sign of the trees. He turned and began traveling back in the opposite direction. Barely 30 seconds later, he froze. Headlights were coming down the road toward him. They'd be on him in less than a minute. Should he jump into the woods on this side of the road? Way less trees, not enough cover. He ran back across the road with all his strength, across the grassy area, then disappeared into a thick cluster of trees. He had to keep running deeper in case it was the American soldiers in the jeep. Suddenly, Lotar's foot caught on a root. He slammed into the ground. "There he is!" Macmillan shouted. "Did you see him?" "I didn't see anything but the road," Duffy shouted back. "Keep driving. It was a man running into the woods up ahead on the left. I'm sure of it. Speed up. He's getting away." Duffy hit the gas. "When do I stop?" "I'll tell you." Seconds ticked by. "Now! Stop and pull over!" As soon as the jeep stopped, Macmillan jumped out with his rifle. "Point the searchlight in the woods right there, then follow me." Duffy did, grabbed his rifle, and got out. Macmillan ran into the woods close to the spot where the man had gone in, his flashlight in hand. He heard the sounds of a man running through the woods up ahead. "You hear that?" he yelled to Duffy. "Yep," Duffy said right behind him. "Let's get that sucker." Don't fall again. His life depended on this, but the ground at his feet was totally dark. Ahead, all he could make out were the silhouettes of trees. He ignored the pain shooting up his leg. His ankle was probably sprained. "Give it up, Kraut! We can hear you running! You don't stop, we start shooting!" Lotar didn't understand all of that, but he understood 3 words: Kraut, stop, and shooting. But of course he couldn't stop running. He ran even faster. For a moment he thought about dropping the rucksack full of gold, but would he ever find it again? "My last warning, Kraut! In 3 seconds I start shooting!" Were they gaining on him, or was the soldier yelling louder? Lotar kept running. Shots rang out, one after the other. Bullets hit trees on either side of him. He kept running as panic overtook him. More gunshots, more bullets hitting nearby trees. One zipped by his right ear. It was no use. He hadn't gone to all this trouble and preparation only to die out here in these lonely woods. He began to slow down. Maybe if he stopped now and cooperated, he could still pull this off. He had even prepared for this possibility. He stopped running, turned, and began rehearsing his well-practiced lines. "Okay, Americans, I stop. I stop running. You win. Please, no more shooting." "We got him, Zach," Duffy said. "Yep, we did." Although they couldn't see anything up ahead, the lack of sounds except the man's voice confirmed he had stopped running. Duffy and Macmillan stopped running too. They were too deep in the woods for the searchlight to do any good, but both men had their flashlights on. They kept walking slowly forward. "When we get there," Macmillan shouted, "I better not see a gun or I start shooting again. You got a gun, you better throw it to the ground." "No gun," a voice replied. "No weapons. Unarmed. I promise." Duffy figured they were closing the gap quickly. They should see him any minute. Sure enough, 4 or 5 steps more and they could see the shape of a man up ahead between the trees. "I see you now," Macmillan said. "Let me see those hands. Lift them up so I can see they're empty." The man raised his arms. "See? No weapons. I gave you no trouble." "You've already given us trouble," Macmillan said. "Making us chase you through the woods," Duffy added. They finally reached him. Both men shined their flashlights on him. He was about 6 feet tall, dressed in civilian clothes, carrying a backpack. White complexion, blonde hair, blue eyes, a perfect Kraut. Duffy had seen too many of them over the last year. "Please," the German said, "I want no trouble. I just want to get home." Turning to Duffy, Macmillan said, You keep your gun aimed at his heart, Duff, while I pat him down. You see? No weapons. Want no trouble. Then what are you doing out here running through the woods in the middle of the night? The German looked confused. He's either faking, Duffy said, or he didn't catch most of what you said. Macmillan took a step back. Obviously, he knows some English. He looked back at the German. Why you here? Why you running? Using his hands, Macmillan pointed to their surroundings. Why here, night? Duffy could tell that seemed to connect. With his hands still in the air, the German said, Only trying to get home. Wife and children across river in Switzerland. Cannot go through checkpoint. My paper stolen. Want no trouble. Only want to see family again. Oh, yeah? Macmillan said. A touching story. And what? Were you going to swim across the Rhine in the middle of the night, fully clothed with that backpack? You expect me to believe that? I don't think he got all that, Duffy said. He got enough. He knows I ain't buying his sob story. He looked back at the German. How about this? You're sneaking through the woods in the middle of the night because you're SS, and you happen to be coming through here, in this neck of the woods, in search of a certain rowboat someone else tied up for you at the river? No, no SS. I am just soldier, regular soldier like you, no SS, not even officer, Wehrmacht infantry like you. Wehrmacht, huh? Macmillan said. That's so. Regular soldier like me and Duff here? No SS? Yes, no SS. Want no trouble. Just want to get home. We'll see about that, Macmillan said. How can you tell what he is, Zach? He's got no papers and no uniform. I know that, but you're forgetting something, Duff. He turned back to the German. Okay, Fritz, we'll see if you're being straight with us. Drop the backpack to the ground and take off your shirt. The German acted as if he didn't understand, but Duffy saw fear suddenly appear in his eyes. Macmillan imitated what he wanted the German to do and repeated. You understand me. Drop the backpack and off with the shirt. Chapter 7. The German just stood there, staring at them. I won't tell you again, Fritz, Macmillan said. He raised his rifle and pointed straight at his face. The shirt! Take it off! The German acted like he understood. He unbuttoned his top button, then gestured as if asking the question, You want me to do this? That's right, the shirt. Offensie. Is that even a word? Duffy said. I don't know, but he gets my drift. The German got to the third button, then stopped. He pointed to his backpack, asking if he could take it off first. Yeah, Macmillan said. Of course, you gotta take the backpack off. What are you, some kind of idiot? He stopped unbuttoning his shirt, and with his left hand slipped the right strap off his shoulder. It took some doing. It was obviously very heavy. The backpack swung behind his back and was now hanging on his left side. Macmillan lowered his rifle, but Duffy kept his still pointing at the German, who had to use both hands to lift the other strap over his shoulder. Duffy wondered, what did he pack? A bag of rocks? With much effort, the German brought the backpack around and held it in front of him. Duffy could see his neck muscles straining at the weight. Okay, Macmillan said. You're halfway there. Now drop it. Suddenly, the man squatted, stood quickly, then tossed the backpack at both men. As soon as it left his hands, he started running away, deeper into the woods. Macmillan started to shout, Shoot him, when the impact from the backpack struck both men in the midsection. Duffy felt like he'd been hit with a bat. Both of them fell back as the backpack fell to the ground between them. Macmillan screamed out, "My foot!" Still, he reacted quickly to the situation. He stood with most of his weight on his left foot, took aim, and began firing into the darkness, round after round, in the general direction the German had gone. Finally, they heard him scream out in pain, followed by the sound of branches breaking, then a thump on the ground. Duffy started to get up. His upper legs hurt like the dickens. Macmillan offered his hand and helped him to his feet. "Think I got him." "Think you did. You okay?" "Yeah. How about you?" "My right foot is killing me. Might have broken some toes, but I better get after him. Make sure I didn't just wing him. How about you stay here and see what the heck's in that backpack?" "All right. You better get going." Macmillan hurried off into the woods, limping badly. Duffy squatted down, shone his flashlight on the backpack. Took him a minute to figure out how to open it. When he did, sticking out the top were a bunch of clothes folded and neatly packed. Clearly not the items that had knocked them over. He began tossing them over his shoulders and kept at it until he reached about halfway in. "What in the world?" Ignoring the pain, Macmillan picked up his pace. The flashlight illuminated the path ahead, allowing him to dodge in between trees and navigate around the roots which seemed to cover the ground. Soon he saw a pair of legs, then the German lying face down in an awkward pose. A pair of bullet holes surrounded by a widening red stain spread across his back. He bent down and carefully checked for a pulse, but he already knew the German was dead. He felt no pity or regret. Why should he? Macmillan didn't hold to the belief that the only good German is a dead German, but he did feel that way about the SS. These men were monsters, mad dogs that had to be put down. And he knew this guy was SS, had to be. Why else would he run when Macmillan asked him to take off his shirt? But just to be sure, Macmillan turned the man over to finish what he'd started. He quickly undid the rest of the buttons, trying to avoid the bloodstains. His abdomen was a mess, but he didn't need to look at the man's stomach or chest. He pulled his left arm out of the sleeve, then flung the arm over his head. There it was. "Hey, Duffy! Come here a minute. You gotta see this." Duffy stood. He didn't know what Macmillan's surprise was, but he felt pretty certain it couldn't be as big as his own. "Coming!" He only had to walk about 10 to 15 yards before he saw some light up ahead between the trees. When he got there, he saw the German, obviously dead, with his shirt halfway off, and Macmillan squatting beside him on his right side. "Take a look at this. I told you he was SS." Duffy walked up and stood over the man. "What am I looking at?" "That," Macmillan said, pointing to his left arm. Duffy squatted down and examined his arm more closely. A few inches below the armpit, he saw the letter B. "Am I supposed to know what that is?" "You didn't learn about this? It's a tattoo, an SS tattoo." "Pretty boring for a tattoo, you ask me." "It's not supposed to be a work of art, it's just a letter." "I can see it's a letter. What's it for?" "It's a blood tattoo. All the SS guys had 'em put on at the beginning of the war. It shows their blood type in case any of them get knocked unconscious in battle. A medic or doc would see this and instantly know what blood type to give them if they needed a transfusion." "Oh," Duffy said. "How come only SS got 'em?" "I don't know. Maybe it was because they were supposed to have the purest Aryan blood, and they only wanted to get blood from one of their SS brothers." "Then I guess that proves your point. This guy was SS, which would make sense given what I found in his backpack." "What did you find, and what's with the big smile on your face?" "You gotta come see." He stood back up. "Let's just say this night got a whole lot more interesting." Chapter 8. Duffy led the way back through the woods toward the backpack. "You're not going to believe what this guy was carrying. There's a very good reason why it hurt so much when he threw it at us." "Why? What's in it?" "I want you to see for yourself. We're almost there. By the way, how's your foot? You don't seem to be limping as much." "Guess walking it off helped," McMillan said. "It still hurts, but don't think I sprained it or broke any toes." "Yeah, my legs are going to be all bruised up, but after seeing what's in that backpack, think I'll get over it pretty quick." Before long, they were there. Duffy stood off to the side. "I'll shine the light so you can check it out. You'll need both hands." McMillan hovered over the backpack, opened the top flap. He gasped at the sight inside. My. Would you look at that?" "Pick one up," Duffy said. "They're only the size of a brick, but they weigh a ton." McMillan carefully lifted out a thick gold bar. It sparkled under the flashlight. "This thing must weigh 20-30 pounds, and it isn't plated, it's solid gold. How many of them are there? Did you check?" "I counted 3. I left the other 2 wrapped in their towels, but I opened them enough to see they're just like the one in your hand. And those 2 cloth bags? I was just about to untie the tops and look inside when you called me, but I lifted one up for a second. They jingled like they're full of coins, and judging by the weight, I'm guessing they're gold, too." McMillan set the gold bar down on the ground. He looked around nervously. "What's the matter?" Duffy asked. "Probably nothing, but I want to make sure, considering what we just found. I'll unpack the rest of this. Why don't you run out by the street and see if we're still all alone? I'm hoping we are. We're far enough away from town that we should be, but we fired off a lot of rounds. Just go out to the street and double-check." "All right." Duffy had only taken a few steps when McMillan called out to him. "And Duff, check the Jeep while you're out there. See if there's a shovel." "There is. Saw it tied up on the driver's side." "Bring it back with you, then. We'll need it." "Right. Be right back." Duffy could barely contain his excitement as he ran through the woods. They were rich, just like that. He and McMillan. That is, if they could figure some kind of way of getting the gold back home without getting arrested. The brass looked the other way for things like Lugers and stolen Nazi flags. There was no way they'd be okay with any amount of Nazi gold. He broke through the woods and could instantly see he was all alone. There was the Jeep right where he left it. No headlights coming either way. He ran over to it, then got an idea. He shone his flashlight across the road where the trees looked thinner. Sure enough, about 20 yards to the right, he spotted an opening just wide enough for the Jeep to squeeze through. Less than 5 minutes later, he had the Jeep hidden, the shovel untied, and was making his way back toward McMillan. "What took you so long?" McMillan asked. "I was starting to get nervous." Duffy told him he didn't see anything to suggest anyone had heard the gunshots, then explained to him about moving the Jeep. "Good thinking," McMillan said. "So, take a look at our new fortune." Duffy looked at the contents of the backpack, now spread out on the ground. 3 shiny gold bars, 2 cloth bags full of gold coins, another good-sized cloth bag he hadn't noticed before filled with jewelry, and another bigger item he hadn't seen before either. Looked like a brass shell casing, about 4 inches in diameter and almost 2 feet long. "That's kind of an odd thing. What's it doing in there with all this valuable stuff?" "The question's not, what's it doing in there? The question is, what's inside it?" "Okay, what's inside it?" "A painting, all rolled up." "A painting? Can't be a very big one if it fits in that." Doesn't have to be big to be worth a lot of money. My guess is it's one of the thousands of stolen Nazi paintings we've been finding all over the place. And my other guess is our dead SS officer back there knew exactly how valuable it was, which is why he brought it along with all this gold. He picked out a smaller one so it would fit in the backpack and put it in the shell casing to protect it while he traveled. Have you looked at it yet? Not yet, just pulled it out enough to see what it was. I was waiting for you to get back so you could hold it with both hands while I looked it over. Well, let's see what it is. Duffy leaned his rifle and shovel against a tree, while Macmillan slid the painting out of the artillery shell. He unrolled it and gave it to Duffy. Standing back a few feet, he shined the light on it. That's interesting. Definitely looks old, but I don't recognize it. I'm certainly no expert. Took a few required art classes in college. Not about drawing things, but studying classic works of art, which I'm sure this is. Otherwise that SS officer wouldn't have gone to so much trouble to take it with him. Well, what's the painting about? Duffy said. I can't see it too good. It's upside down the way I'm holding it. Looks like an old lady wearing a fur coat. It's not an old lady, Macmillan said. Think it's a young girl. Hard to tell with some of these Renaissance painters. It's either a girly-looking guy or a seriously homely girl wearing an ugly red hat. And that might be a fur coat or shawl around her shoulders. Whatever it is, it sure wouldn't be hanging in my house. But that doesn't mean it's not worth a fortune. Who's it by? Let me check. Macmillan focused the flashlight on the bottom right corner and bent over to see. He shook his head. Says Raphael. Rings a faint bell. If I ever learned that name for a test, I forgot about it right after. Would have been nice if it said something like Rembrandt or Da Vinci, Duffy said. Then we'd know for sure it was worth something. Even as is, I'm sure this thing's worth a small fortune. Maybe even more than all this gold we just found. So let's roll it up nice and careful-like, and get it safely back in this tube. Wait, let me get a look at it first. All right, gimme it. I'll hold it for you. Duffy looked it over. He wasn't impressed. Seen enough of it? Duffy nodded. Okay, hold the tube up and I'll get it back inside. What do we do now? Duffy asked. Now? Well, that's why I asked you to bring the shovel. Chapter 9. Macmillan stood and shined the flashlight on the ground all around them. What are you looking for? A spot, big enough that we can bury this backpack about 2 feet down without running into roots. You got a plan figured out on how we get this stuff back to the States without getting arrested? I've been thinking of nothing else since you went looking for the shovel. And what did you come up with? We bury it here and come back to get it maybe 6 months or a year from now, after we've both been discharged? Not exactly. You got the first part right. We need to bury this stuff here. There's no way we can sneak this back to where we're staying. But I don't think we need to wait until we're both discharged. You'll be out of here probably in a few weeks or less. That'll give us some time to figure out a way you can smuggle this back to where you live in Georgia. Where did you say it was? Culpeper. That's right. Yeah, I don't think we want to leave this loot here any longer than we have to. You're going to trust me to hold on to the whole thing until you get out? Duffy said. Guess I have to. Unless you want to split it up half and half now, and each one of us take our own chances. It wouldn't be hard to evenly split up the gold coins or even the jewelry. Of course, there's only 3 gold bars. Which one of us gets 2 and which one of us gets 1? And there's only 1 painting. I can see your point, Duffy said. What's your idea? Well, like I said, first we put all the stuff back in the backpack and bury it right here. Then we finish out our shift like we're supposed to, then head back in and act as if nothing happened. We gotta figure out some kind of way to mark it. The spot here and also out by the road. Right, we do. Something that won't stick out or make anyone curious. Duff, you getting paranoid already? Nobody's going to find this gold, because nobody knows anything about it except you and me. This dead German's not going to say anything, and he was traveling alone. Nobody has any idea where he is, and no one will come looking for him if he doesn't show up. I suppose you're right. Of course I'm right. Like all these SS guys, they're just running like rats from a sinking ship, every man for himself. The fact is, he had the great misfortune to be spotted by us, and instead of cooperating, he ran away and wouldn't stop, so now he's dead. We didn't kill him for the gold. We didn't even know it existed until after. But now it's ours. Finders keepers, losers weepers. So, Duffy said, you weren't going to shoot him all along? No, not unless he tried something, pulled a gun or ran away like he did. Duff, don't tell me you're starting to feel bad about shooting an SS officer. No, I'm not. These guys are scum. Darn right they're scum. They killed thousands of innocent Jews. They killed POWs. Old people, women and children. I bet we don't even know a fraction of all the horrible things they did. And you saw the proof that he was SS. They're the only ones who got those blood-type tattoos on their arms. He ran because he knows all the things he's guilty of and didn't want to face a noose or firing squad. You're right, Zach. I'm not struggling that we shot him. Are we going to bury him after we bury the loot? I don't see why. Wild animals will take care of him within a few days. I say we just focus on the stuff in this backpack here. Macmillan got a look on his face. What's the matter? I just realized something. What you said about marking these locations in a way that doesn't make anyone curious, that's not such a bad idea. Other SS guys probably know about that rowboat. They might come through the woods near this same spot like he did. We gotta mark it with something that looks like it belongs here. Both men looked around with their flashlights for a few minutes. Nothing obvious came to mind. We're overthinking this, Macmillan said. It doesn't have to be anything fancy, like this big rock here. He bent down and lifted it up. See, it's kind of shaped like an egg. We'll just put this on top of the spot. He pulled something out of his pocket. What's that? A compass. I went through the guy's pockets and found it. So, here's what we'll do. We'll bury the backpack, stick this egg-shaped rock on top, then using this compass to get a clear track on our direction, we'll count the paces back to the road. Easy peasy. Then let's do it, Duffy said, and quick. We need to get back out there patrolling the river road before someone notices we're gone. Duffy dug the hole while Macmillan repacked the loot in the backpack. He appeared to be having a hard time squeezing the artillery shell back where it was. Crap, I know this thing was in there. After watching him struggle a few more minutes, Duffy handed him the shovel. Here, let's switch places. I'm a great packer. You finish the hole, and I'll repack this thing so everything gets in there, even the clothes. Macmillan liked the idea, so they changed places. After studying the situation, Duffy realized he had to take everything out and start over. The SS officer must have put the artillery shell in first, because it took the entire length on one side. Once he did that, the rest of the items fell into place pretty easily. Just as he finished putting the last piece of clothing on top and closed the flap, Macmillan said the hole was ready. It took both men to lower it inside. You know, Duff, Macmillan said, if we can't find a way to safely ship this stuff back home, you'll have to carry it. Feeling how heavy this is, you think there's any way you can manage that? I might have to work out some more to build my upper body strength, but if that German soldier could do it, I can do it. Because you won't just have to carry it, you'll have to do it in a way that looks natural, like you're not carrying an extra 90 pounds besides anything else you bring home. Yep, I get it. Macmillan was just about to start tossing the dirt back on top of the backpack when Duff said, Say, Zach, I know ain't nothing wrong, us taking this gold. It's not like we'd ever find its rightful home. It's got the Nazi emblem stamped right on it, but what about this painting? You said it yourself about the Nazis stealing all these things from the Jews. What if this painting is some priceless treasure that belongs to a Jewish family? After all they've been through, wouldn't feel right to take it, sell it, and spend all the money on ourselves. So you wouldn't feel right, huh? Well, maybe this will help. We don't know if this painting ever belonged to Jews, but the sad truth is, if it did, they're probably dead. You've seen the newsreels and heard the same stories as me. They're saying probably millions of Jews are dead. Entire families, from the grandparents all the way down to the smallest kid. We turn this in, it doesn't get back to the original owner anyway. Someone else cashes it in. The way I see it, might as well be us. That made perfect sense to Duffy. They filled in the hole, made everything level, then kicked a bunch of leaves and sticks over it. Macmillan picked up the egg-shaped rock and dropped it right in the middle. He pulled out the compass. I'll keep an eye on the direction. You count off the paces as I walk 'em. All right. They walked 68 paces in all. When they got back to the jeep, tied the shovel back up on the driver's side and got in, both men shined their flashlights around, looking for some kind of landmark. How about that fallen tree? Duffy said. He held it in his flashlight beam. See the one leaning against that bigger tree? That's about 2 paces from where we came out of the woods, wouldn't you say? I'd say so, Macmillan said. That'll work. He shined his flashlight on the odometer. Let's write down the exact mileage now, then drive right back to town. We'll check it then and know exactly how far it is to that fallen tree. Then we can make a little treasure map of all this, Duffy said. You mean make 2 identical treasure maps, Macmillan said. Right, 2 of them. Macmillan wrote down the mileage and Duffy started the engine. I still can't believe you're okay with me taking all the treasure home to Georgia by myself. I'm not worried, Macmillan said. I know you won't double-cross me. How can you be sure? I won't, but how do you know I won't? You saw how easily I shot that SS officer, right? Macmillan said. And how it bothered you that I did it, but it didn't bother me one bit. And you know that now I know the place you call home. Culpeper, right? Duffy nodded and drove off toward town. He got the message. Chapter 10 July 29th, 1945. Woods near Rheinfelden, Germany. It's no use, Zach. It's still too dang heavy. Duffy set his duffel bag and backpack on the ground against a tree. I could walk a few blocks carrying all this stuff, but there's no way I'd make it safely all the way back to Georgia with it. You know how much walking will be involved on a trip like that? Yesterday, Duffy had received his orders to go home. First thing tomorrow morning, a truck was coming by to pick him up, and all the other GIs in Rheinfelden who'd been released to take them to the nearest train station. You absolutely sure? Macmillan said. Duffy nodded his head. If I get too wore out carrying it and wind up dropping it, you know the racket it'll make, all that gold. Someone will get suspicious and want to look inside, and that'll be the end of it. All the gold, the jewelry, and that fancy painting will get confiscated, and I'll probably get tossed into the brig. Duffy had already been released from duty, and Macmillan had been able to get a day pass. So they'd gotten hold of a jeep and drove straight down the river road to get their treasure. They had no trouble finding it. The trouble was how to get it home. Not part of the way, but all the way home. Duffy had been afraid of this outcome, the treasure being too heavy for him to carry on such a long journey. I've got some ideas if you want to hear 'em, he said. I'm listening, Macmillan said. The first one is I take home what I can safely carry, like maybe the gold coins and that bag of jewelry. Then we bury the gold bars and the painting and that artillery shell back in this hole. The 2 of us can come back, let's say a year from now, and retrieve it. It'll be a cinch then. We'll be dressed as civilians. We'll just drive out here with a couple suitcases, load them up, and bring 'em home. We'll still get it all, just in 2 parts. That's not a terrible idea, Macmillan said. It's a lot better than the risk of losing it all. You said that was the first idea. Got another? Yeah, something we talked about the night we found it. We split the loot up now, 50-50. I take my half now, which means half the weight, which I know I could carry. Then you come back and get your half whenever you get discharged. Whether it's a month or 6 months from now, it'll still be here safe and sound. What about what you said that night? We can't split up 3 gold bars, and there's only 1 painting. I thought about that. How about this? I take 1 bag of gold, you take the other. I get 2 gold bars, you get 1 plus the fancy painting. You said yourself it's probably worth more than all the gold combined, and we split the bag of jewelry into 2 smaller bags. Macmillan stood, leaned against a tree. I'm proud of you, Duff. Either one of those ideas could work, but I've got another one that I might like better than both of yours. There's a risk involved, and it might not work out. If it doesn't, then we'll go with one of yours. Okay, what is it? You know Farley, right? He got his 85 points like you, so he'll be on that truck with you in the morning. He told me something interesting yesterday. I know he'd been collecting a number of German weapons since the war ended. Not just pistols, mind you, but he's got a couple of MP40s and a Gewehr 43 rifle and a couple of German helmets and field canteens. So I asked him what he was going to do with it all. No way he could hide all that in his duffel bag. You know what he told me? I have a feeling you're going to tell me, Duffy said. He said he was going to ship 'em all home in a crate. Except the small stuff, of course. How's that going to work? Enlisted men have to get an officer to inspect anything they ship home. That's right. Well, he found a lieutenant willing to sign off on his crate, no questions asked, for a month's pay. You already told me you got that much on you for the trip home. A month's pay, that's a little steep. Duffy, come on. Think about it. You'll be home in a couple of weeks. Wouldn't it be nice just to travel with a light load, just pack the things you were going to pack anyway? Have all this loot mailed to your door back in Georgia? Duffy smiled. Yeah, I suppose it would. And really, you'll still have plenty of traveling money in a day or 2. How's that if I give all my cash to this lieutenant? Because, Macmillan said as he walked over to one of the bags of gold coins. He untied it and pulled 5 of them from the top. You're going to take these gold coins to any bank or pawn shop in Paris or London, or whatever big city they stick you in while you wait for the ship. You exchange them for cash, and you'll have plenty of traveling money for the rest of the ride home. You think that lieutenant will give us the same deal as Farley? Duffy said. I don't see why not. You've got the cash, right? Duffy nodded. Well, our money's as good as his. I'd do it if I were him. Sign your name on a stupid shipping form for a month's pay? Are you going to tell him what's in it? Of course not. You think he'd only want a month's pay if he knew what we had in our crate? He'd want 1/3 of it at the very least. No, I'll make up something. Some German weapons, maybe some other German souvenirs. I don't know. I'll think of something. He bent down and grabbed the backpack, laid it next to the treasure. Give me a hand reloading all this. We'll stick it back in the hole and cover it over loosely. Then we'll head back and confirm whether this lieutenant will come through for us. Then we'll build our crate and come back for the loot. And what if he says no? I don't think he will. But if he does, we'll go with one of your ideas. But I'd really like to get it all shipped over there now. Things keep changing over here every day. I read an article in the Stars and Stripes about how they're going to start cracking down on all the looting going on in Germany by GIs. Right now, things are still pretty loose. Who knows what it will be like by the time I get out? Chapter 11. The following morning, there was a pretty long line of GIs waiting for a couple of army trucks to pick them up and take them to the train station. Duffy stood at the end of that line, waiting for McMillan, who was heading this way. He was glad to be holding a duffel bag that didn't weigh over 100 pounds. Everything had gone fine with that lieutenant. He was happy to accept Duffy's last month's paycheck in exchange for a quick signature on a form. Duffy and McMillan had then personally escorted the crate to the area set up for shipping personal packages back home. They waited off to the side until they had seen it get loaded onto the truck. Duffy had asked the shipping clerk when he thought the crate might arrive back in Georgia. He was told it would probably take about 2 weeks, which meant, if there were no glitches, Duffy could arrive home before the crate did, or maybe a few days after. "I heard the trucks just pulled into town," McMillan said as he approached Duffy. "They should be here any minute." "Nice of you to come and see me off." "Well, that's not exactly why I'm here," McMillan said. "I want to make sure we're on the same page about what you're going to do when you get home. With the crate, I mean." "Thought we went over that last night." "We did, but we said a lot of other things, too. I want to make sure the specifics about the crate and what you're going to do with it didn't get lost in the shuffle." Duffy took about 5 steps away from the other guys in line, so no one could overhear. "It's pretty simple. I get home and wait for the crate to show up. When it does, I'll tell my folks I'm going hunting and take it out to the woods." "What if the crate gets home before you?" "I'm going to send them a telegram saying if a crate arrives home before me, don't open it. It's a surprise. Either way, when the crate and I are both at my place, like I said, I'll tell my folks I'm going hunting. I'll pick a place not too far off the road, but far enough so no one sees me, and bury it. I'll make a map." "You mean 2 maps?" "Right, I'll make 2 maps of where I buried it. I'll keep one and mail the other one to you. Like I said, it's pretty simple." "You make darn sure nobody sees where you bury this thing. Make sure no one's on the road when you get out of your car and take it into the woods." "You mean when I get out of my truck? I got a navy blue pickup waiting for me back home." "Car or truck, whatever, but you get the point." "I get it. Make sure I'm alone." "How are you going to keep it from getting wet after you bury it? I'm guessing it rains a good bit in the mountains. We don't want that painting to get ruined." "We're not in the mountains, just the foothills. We do get plenty of rain, though. So I'll wrap it in a waterproof tarp before I bury it." "Good. Have you thought about what you're going to tell your family when the crate does arrive? Whether it gets there first or you do, we don't want anyone getting too curious or drawing too much attention to it." "Actually, I have," Duffy said. "I've left plenty of room in my duffel bag. When I get to Paris or whatever big town we stop at, I'm going to buy a bunch of souvenirs for family and friends, stuff them in my duffel bag. But then I won't give them out to anyone when I get there. I'll stick them under my bed or something. I'll pretend the crate's carrying all these souvenirs. Then I'll give out the souvenirs I hid under my bed and hide the crate in my pickup truck. Head out into the woods the next day to bury it." "That's not a bad idea, Duff. Guess hanging around with me you've learned a thing or 2. "Is that what did it?" They both heard a rumbling sound off to the left. 2 army trucks rounded the corner and were headed this way. "All right," McMillan said. "Guess this is it, then." "You look kind of nervous," Duffy said. "I am. There's a lot riding on this. Last night I watched the loot drive off. Now you're about to. And I'm stuck here by myself for who knows how long. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing's going to go wrong. I'll just be at home thinking about ways to spend my half. The crate'll be in the ground, safe and sound, waiting for you to get discharged. When that happens, you let me know when you can get down to Georgia, and we'll go hunting together." "Hunting?" McMillan said. "I don't like to hunt." Duff made a face. "Oh, I get it. Hunting." He meant for buried treasure. The line started moving. "I better get. You just relax and don't worry about a thing. The hardest part is over. What could go wrong now? Chapter 12. August 14th, 1945. VJ Day. Victory in Japan. Culpeper, Georgia. It was a Tuesday. The whole town was going nuts. Everyone was taking to the streets, probably all over the country, Duffy thought. They certainly were in Culpeper's little downtown area. When the news that the war was completely over was announced, all the students at the local university cheered, abruptly left their classes, and marched into the center of town to celebrate. Shop owners closed up shop. Car horns were blaring everywhere. Folks in the U.S. had a hint that things might be wrapping up over there soon. It was that first atom bomb being dropped on Hiroshima on August 6th. Then, a few days later, a second one got dropped on Nagasaki. Duffy could just imagine the relief coming over Macmillan when he'd heard the news, knowing now that for certain he wouldn't be sent to the Pacific to continue the fighting. Duffy was plenty happy about it, but not nearly as happy, it seemed, as everyone else. For him, the war had officially ended just over 2 weeks ago, on that day back in Rheinfeld in Germany, when he'd gotten on that army truck and headed for the train station. It took 3 train rides in Europe, a week-long boat ride to New York City, then 2 more train rides back in the U.S. to get home. His Ma and Pa could hardly believe their eyes when he walked through the front door. Ma broke into tears, and Pa had actually hugged him. That first week, they had fed him all his favorite foods, a different one each night. Sticking to the plan, he'd snuck all the souvenirs hidden in his duffel bag under his bed that first night home, when his parents weren't looking. Then the next night, when all the cousins, aunts, and uncles came over to celebrate his return, Duffy had made a point to tell them a crate should be arriving any day now, with a bunch of presents he'd picked up in Europe for all the cousins. That got everyone excited. Today, with the VJ announcement, folks were more excited than ever. But Duffy had a much bigger reason to be excited than even the news of the war's final end. The postman had just delivered the wooden crate to their front door. As he signed for it, Duffy could almost see through the wood to all the treasure hidden inside. What with the war ending, Macmillan was sure to get discharged any day now. Not long after that, he'd start his journey back to the States. A few days after he got home, he'd make a beeline down to Culpeper, and the 2 of them would head out to the woods to divide up their treasure. Then Duffy would be rich beyond his dreams. But first, he had to get this crate put in the ground. As he was staring at it, thinking over all this, Pa came up from behind him. "Hey, son, your Ma and me are heading into town to get in on all this excitement about the war ending. Want to join us? Whole family's going, too." "No, thanks, Pa. To be honest, I think I'd like to celebrate in a different way. Not in the mood for a crowd. Maybe I'll go out hunting. Take some time for reflecting, you know." "Reflecting? That doesn't sound like the boy I know. But then, I guess after all you've been through, you got a right to celebrate the war's end any way you want. What you thinking about? All your friends who aren't here anymore to celebrate it being over, the ones didn't make it home?" "Something like that, Pa." "Yeah. You do whatever you like, son. I'm sure we'll be back before dark." They shook hands, and off he went. Duffy looked down at the crate and smiled. It would be easy as pie now to bring this thing out in the woods without anyone seeing him. He waited until his folks drove off in his dad's gray pickup, then backed his own truck near the crate. He got out, took a deep breath, and lifted it up into the bed. He grabbed a shovel and his shotgun for appearance sake, got back in the truck, and turned on the ignition. He knew just the right spot in the woods where he could bury this thing. Chapter 13. Duffy was enjoying this, driving his truck through the winding, curvy roads and hillsides just outside of town. he still wasn't used to the idea that his life was no longer in danger. When the war in Europe ended, things had gotten a little better once they were stationed in Rheinfelden. Not too many reminders of the war in that little storybook town, yet an air of danger was still present all the time. You had the constant presence of military personnel, all of them carrying weapons. Then the unending stream of DPs, or displaced persons, coming through town. These were the folks who'd been brought into Germany against their will at some point, mostly for slave labor, who were now free to return home. Of course, most had nothing but the things they carried, and were returning to towns that might be nothing more than smoke and rubble. Sometimes the look on their faces got to Duffy. So much despair, so sad and helpless. Then there were the ones with a different look in their eyes. Was it resentment or hatred? He couldn't tell. And you always had to be on the lookout for Nazi war criminals trying to sneak past the checkpoint disguised as refugees. Or maybe SS guards sneaking through the woods late at night. Duffy flashed back to that moment when they were chasing the SS officer, shooting their rifles through the trees. At least, things there had ended well. Better than he could ever have imagined. Now a great fortune, one that would soon change his life forever, was sitting in the bed of his truck. Still, Duffy wanted to be all done with war and everything that went along with it. He'd be glad to get this thing in the ground, and even happier when Macmillan showed up to dig it back up again and split things 50-50. Duffy had already decided to take his share and leave Culpeper, at least for a few years. How could he ever explain coming into all that money without drawing suspicion? It would be easier to head to a place like Las Vegas, Nevada. An army buddy had told him about this city being built out in the desert. He'd said gambling was legal in the entire state, and that they'd started opening casinos in this town the last few years. There were plenty of hotels and restaurants. Duffy wasn't so much interested in gambling, but it sounded like a place he could go, stay a few years, gamble some if he wanted, then come back saying he'd made all this dough in Vegas. Who could prove him wrong? Duffy was getting close to the place he'd picked out. It was easy to remember. 4 almost identical and very sharp S-turns in a row, followed by a steep descent down a hill, a couple of long winding curves, then, about 100 yards beyond that, was a huge boulder on the right-hand side of the road. Just past that was a little dirt road just wide enough to drive his truck down. It went about a block into the woods and died. It was his favorite place to park whenever he went hunting, and in all the times he'd hunted there before the war, he'd never met another soul. It was always just him, the woods, and the hope of bagging a nice 8-pointer before the day was done. Of course, today he'd be bringing his shovel out of the truck instead of his gun. He slowed through the 4 S-turns, then downshifted as he descended the steep hill, drove a little ways longer, then, sure enough, there was the big boulder coming up on the right. A quick look around confirmed he had the road all to himself. He turned right into the brush and was soon rolling down the ruts on the dirt road. When the road ended, he pulled the truck off to the left and stopped. As he got out, he heard thunder rumbling off in the distance. Glancing in that direction, he saw the sky was getting darker. He'd better get digging this hole pretty quick. He maybe had 30 to 40 minutes before the rain came. Taking the shovel out, he headed for the exact spot he had in mind. A nice big flat rock about 100 yards ahead up a slow incline. It happened to be centered between 3 pine trees, all about the same size, forming a perfect triangle. That's where he used to sit and eat his lunch. He decided to dig the hole right there, assuming the rock didn't sink down several feet below ground, making it impossible to dig a big enough hole. After a few minutes, he was glad to find the dirt on the south side of the rock broke up easily. In less than 15 minutes, he'd dug the perfect hole, deep enough for the crate to fit snugly inside with about a foot of dirt on top. He ran back to the truck to fetch the crate. He'd already wrapped it tightly in an army green waterproof tarp. It about sapped his strength to drag the crate up to the hole, but he got it there just in time to be scared out of his wits by a loud thunderclap. That storm was coming quicker than he planned. But he got the crate safely in the hole and covered with dirt before big, fat drops of rain started falling. Using the shovel, he quickly covered the loose dirt with branches and leaves, then ran back to his truck, just as the full downpour came. He looked around through the truck windows at the scene, remembering that the last time he'd gone hunting here before the war, it had rained just about as hard as this. He hadn't bagged a deer that day, but today he'd bagged something 1,000 times better. He loved this place. Now even more. The best part about it, as a spot to bury the crate, was he only needed to draw one treasure map, for Macmillan. Duffy knew this place by heart. He decided to head back to the house and draw the map there. Then he'd mail it to the address Macmillan had given him. Duffy backed the truck all the way out to the main road, the same way he came in, then double-checked to make sure the coast was clear. He put his pickup in gear and started heading toward home. He could barely see a block ahead through the sheets of rain, and he'd better change those windshield wipers before he took the truck out again. For better traction, he stayed in second gear the whole way up the hill, then continued in that gear as he rounded the second S-turn. What Duffy could not have known was that, coming from the other direction and around the next S-turn, was a logging truck, traveling way too fast. After an investigation, it would be discovered weeks later that the truck driver should have replaced his front brakes a long time ago. They had completely failed on this rain-slicked road. The last image Duffy saw on this earth was the grill of that big logging truck barreling straight for him as he rounded that third S-turn. Mercifully, he was instantly knocked unconscious by the impact and felt none of the pain he'd certainly have experienced when his pickup truck came to rest at the bottom of the steep hill and burst into flames. Chapter 14. September 20th, 1945, 10 miles east of Culpeper. Zach Macmillan rode along a hilly country road in northern Georgia, trying his best to keep his anger from boiling over. According to the map he'd looked at 10 minutes ago, he had to be within 15 or 20 minutes from Culpeper, which hopefully meant he'd be connecting with his friend Duffy 5 or 10 minutes after that. His friend Duffy. Not likely the case anymore. Macmillan glanced over at his U.S. Army-issue Colt 1911 pistol resting in the seat beside him. Sitting in a bag beside it was a custom-made silencer he'd purchased from a black-market gun dealer in Savannah. That's where he'd disembarked from a train 2 hours ago and where he'd picked up the 1940 Ford Coupe he was driving. He thought he might have to steal a car to drive out here from Savannah, but discovered a booth at the train station that actually offered automobiles for rent, and it only cost a few dollars a day. He hoped that's all he'd need it for, but that really depended on what he'd find in Culpeper when he finally found Duffy. The sad truth was, Duffy hadn't kept up his part of the bargain, and Macmillan didn't know why. He was supposed to have sent Macmillan a letter within a week after the crate had reached him in Culpeper that included a map showing where he'd buried the treasure, as well as directions to his house. No such letter had ever arrived. What did it mean? Had Duffy double-crossed him? What else could explain his silence? Macmillan hadn't had any contact with him since the day he'd driven away on that truck in Rheinfelden on his journey back to the States. He didn't even know where Duffy lived in Culpeper. Macmillan had decided to just drive there in the hopes it was the kind of small town where everybody knew everyone else. Hopefully, someone knew where Duffy's family lived. Macmillan's other hope was that Duffy hadn't taken off with the crate on some kind of road trip, intending to convert everything into cash and keep it all for himself. Duffy would have to know that Macmillan would kill him if he did. That is, if he ever caught up with him. Duffy wouldn't be stupid enough to tell anyone in Culpeper where he was going. He'd just disappear. For good. Just thinking about this was stirring up his anger all over again. Not just because of Duffy's betrayal, but his total lack of business sense. Duffy wouldn't get half as much money as Macmillan would for the contents of that crate, especially now that he'd gotten more information about the painting. He had spoken with an art professor at Princeton, and it turns out that Raphael really was a big deal in the art world, almost as big as Rembrandt and Da Vinci, at least according to this art professor. The professor had pulled out a thick book, then turned to the section of Raphael's paintings. On the second page, Macmillan had instantly recognized the painting he and Duffy had found. It was called Portrait of a Young Girl. Raphael had painted it in the early 1500s. And Macmillan had guessed right. This painting was almost certainly worth more than all the gold and jewelry they had found that night combined. 15 minutes later, Macmillan was driving through Culpeper's little downtown area. He'd already driven past a series of stately older buildings spread over several blocks, which he'd assumed was the university Duffy had mentioned, and he'd seen a number of young people walking on the sidewalks, including several attractive girls who smiled at him as he drove by. Maybe it was the car. Maybe they noticed his uniform, which he decided to wear, thinking people might treat him nicer. But Macmillan was convinced it was his smile. Girls always told him he had $1 million smile. It was either that or his eyes, just as many girls said he had the bluest eyes. Either way, it didn't matter. He wasn't there to pick up girls. He was there to find Duffy and get his share of the loot. And he'd decided not to ask any of these college students for help, figuring most were likely from out of town. Up ahead, he noticed a service station. The car needed gas, so he pulled in. A young fellow dressed in greasy gray overalls came out to greet him, wiping his hands on a rag. "Howdy, soldier. Let's see how much gas I can give you." The attendant looked down at the lower left corner of the windshield, then made a face. "Sorry, I keep forgetting. Now that the war's over, don't need to check for ration stickers anymore. Fill her up?" "Yes, thanks." "Check the oil?" "I don't think so. It's probably fine." "Okie doke." He set about his business. After hooking up the nozzle to fill the car, he went to work on the windshield. "Say, friend," Macmillan said, "are you from this area?" "No, sir, I'm from Atlanta. Going to school here. But the owner and one of the mechanics are from here. Need to ask them a question?" "Yeah, that'd be great. Could you ask one of them to come over for a minute when you get a chance?" "Sure thing." He finished cleaning the windshield and checked the pump. The car was still filling up, so he headed for the garage. He came out again, followed by an older man dressed about the same. The man walked up and stood a few feet away. "Arnold here says you'd like to talk to me. How can I help you, young man?" "Just wondering if you knew where the Duffy family lives. I know they live in Culpeper somewhere, but don't know their address." "Which one? There are 3 or 4 families around here with the last name Duffy. Of course, they're all related. Could you narrow it down any?" "Sure, it would be the one that has a soldier who came home from Germany not too long ago." "You must be talking about Sam." "That's right, Sam. His family live around here?" He made a face Macmillan couldn't interpret, then looked at his uniform. "You served with him in Germany?" "I did." "Come to pay your respects to the family?" Macmillan had no idea what that meant. Yeah, I guess so. Could you tell me where they live? Sure, young fella. They live just outside of town. Let me go back into the office there, and I'll make you a little map. That's very kind of you. Sure thing. Be right back. The pump had finished filling up his car. He paid the younger attendant a little more than he needed to and said, "Keep the change." The mechanic walked up and handed him a slip of paper. "That should get you there just fine. Give my regards to Sam's folks, will you? The name's Henry. They know me." "I will, Henry. And thanks for the help." "Anything to help our brave boys. Glad you made it back in one piece." Macmillan opened the hand-drawn map as he drove off. It looked pretty easy to follow. Chapter 15. Following the map, Macmillan pulled off the main road onto a tree-lined dirt road marked only by a rusty mailbox, the name Duffy hand-painted on the side. The road was only wide enough for one car, but he didn't see any others nearby. It started off smooth, but soon became very bumpy. After making several curves, it opened to a clearing. Centered toward the back was an old 2-story farmhouse, clapboard siding, long overdue for a coat of paint, a tall brick chimney on one side, and, of course, a wraparound porch in front. But the thing that instantly grabbed Macmillan's attention was an old gray pickup truck off to the right. That's what Duffy said he'd driven, a pickup truck. He was here. But then he remembered. Duffy said his truck was blue. Before Macmillan had even stopped the car, a big hound dog on the porch announced his presence. The lazy thing didn't come after him. He just lifted his head and started to howl. Macmillan reached for his pistol and quickly screwed on the silencer, then cocked it so it was ready to fire. But Duffy didn't come through the front door. An old man did, looked at Macmillan's car, made a puzzled face, and walked in his direction. He yelled at the dog to quiet down, which he did. Macmillan set the pistol on the floor by his feet and got out of the car. "Hey there, soldier," the old man said. "Are you lost? Hardly ever get company out here." Macmillan held up the map. "No, sir, came here on purpose. Got this map in town from a mechanic named Henry. He sends his regards, by the way." The old man closed the gap and now stood a few feet away. "Henry? He sent you, huh?" "Yes, he did. This is the Duffy place, right?" "It is. I can tell by your accent you're not from around here. It sounds like you're from up north." "That's right, New Jersey." "Came all the way down here to see us?" "Well, not your whole family exactly. I served with Sam in Germany. After the war, we both got reassigned as MPs in this little town on the Swiss border. We were there together right up until the day Sam shipped home. He invited me to come visit when I got discharged. I would have called first, but I never got his phone number." The old man looked down on the ground a few moments. When he looked up, his expression had changed. He looked sad. "So, you served with Sam, then?" "Yes, sir. Is he around? I hope I didn't miss him. Like I said, I would have called, but—" "Then you don't know?" "No? Know what?" "About Sam." He swallowed hard. "I'm afraid I don't, whatever it is. We haven't talked since the day he left Germany." "Sam's dead, son. He died a while ago. Actually, it happened on VJ Day. I'm his father, by the way." "Sam is dead?" Macmillan had been suppressing the anger he'd felt about Duffy's betrayal. That instantly disappeared. He didn't know what he felt now. The beginnings of panic? It was a terrible thing. So senseless. Broke all our hearts. Something awful. "I can't believe it," Macmillan said. "I still sometimes can't." He'd been gone to the war for 2 years. Worried my wife sick the whole time. It bothered me some, but you know how it is with men. We got a way of sorting things like that differently. I'd hear on the radio about battles taking place over there and get to wondering if Sam was in 'em. But we never knew. Sam wasn't much of a rider."
Macmillan barely heard a word of this. He was still trying to process the news, figure out what to do next.
"He wasn't home long before the accident, and of course he didn't want to talk too much about the fighting parts. Had a bunch of younger cousins, wanted to hear all the details. I could see how much it bothered him, so I'd always chase him off. He did say he fought on D-Day and was there when they liberated Paris, and also fought at Bastogne. Imagine that."
His father was shaking his head.
"My boy lives through all that danger and comes home only to get killed in a car accident. Well, a truck accident is more like it, but you know what I mean."
Macmillan nodded, still barely listening. He hoped nodding was the right response, but he did hear his father say Duffy died in a car accident.
"So, were you with Sam during all that fighting?"
"Actually, no. We only started serving together after the war, when we started guarding a checkpoint by the Swiss border."
"Well, where's my manners?" the father said. "You come all this way and I make you stand here talking out by the car."
He turned and started walking back toward the porch.
"Why don't you come on with me, sit a spell? I'll get you a glass of water, or if you want something stronger, I can get you a glass of shine."
Macmillan followed him. "Shine? Not sure I know what that is."
"No, I suppose you wouldn't. Talking about moonshine, homemade booze. My cousin makes it. Been drinking a bit more of it these days since Sam died. His ma ain't happy about it, but she ain't here now."
"So, which do you prefer?" "Water would be fine, sir." They stepped onto the porch. Pointing at the dog, he said,
"Don't mind Hambone here, he's harmless,"
then disappeared into the house. Macmillan walked over to an old wooden rocker and sat down. He was still in a state of shock. There were a dozen different scenarios he'd thought through about why Duffy never contacted him. Being dead wasn't one of them. He didn't feel sad, not as if they were close, but he had no idea what he should do from here. How could he extract any useful information from Duffy's father? Obviously, Duffy wouldn't have shared anything about the treasure with him. Or would he? Maybe he had. Not all of it, certainly, but maybe something. Anything. His father came back out to the porch, handed him the glass of water, and sat in another rocker. In his other hand he carried a glass with some clear liquid inside. Macmillan was pretty sure it wasn't water.
"Sorry you made this whole trip down here to see my boy. For nothing."
He shook his head.
"Still can't believe it."
"I'm so sorry for your loss. Don't worry about me. It wasn't a bad trip. Never been this far south before." Macmillan took a sip of water. "Say, Mr. Duffy, can I ask you something?"
"Sure, ask away."
How should he go about this? An idea popped into his head. "By any chance, did a wooden crate arrive here, maybe a week or so after Sam got home? Could have even got here before he did."
"Well, as a matter of fact, yes. Sam said he shipped home a bunch of souvenirs from over there in Europe. Save him the trouble of lugging them around the whole way home. Gifts and such things, you know."
This was promising. "Do you know where the crate is now?"
"I'm afraid I don't. Possible it burned up in the fire."
"The fire?"
"Yes, a terrible thing. A big logging truck is what killed Sam. Lost control and smacked right into him. His pickup truck caught fire."
Well, that didn't make sense. If the crate was still with his truck when it caught fire, it might have burned up, but not all the gold inside.
"There was something about it that confused me," his father said.
"Yeah, what's that?" Well, none of us were home that day when Sam took the crate out with him hunting. Not sure why he'd want it out hunting, but obviously he had taken all the souvenirs out first. We found them in his duffel bag stuck under his bed. It was a thoughtful thing for him to do, buying all those gifts for his family. Now we all have something else to remember him by. But it's just so sad that that's all we've got left of him. So you said he brought the crate out with him hunting? Are you sure? Pretty sure. Of course, I'm just guessing. It had just come that day and was here before we left him to go celebrate the war's end, and gone when we came back. It didn't turn up anywhere in the aftermath of the crash. Now the picture became clear. Macmillan felt sick inside. This could only mean one thing. Duffy had taken the treasure the day it arrived on the pretense of going hunting, like he told Macmillan he would, then buried it somewhere out in the woods. Then he was killed in a fiery crash on the way home, taking the secret of the treasure's location with him to the grave.
The Present. Chapter 16. Culpeper, Georgia. As Jack pulled into their new subdivision, he was grateful to be driving home from work in a town like Culpeper and not the Atlanta area. The radio station he'd been listening to was based there. At this time of day, the pleasant music he liked on this station would regularly be interrupted by nightmarish traffic updates. Had they lived in a suburb closer to the city, it would have likely taken him over an hour to get home, rather than 15 minutes. He looked around, still not used to the scenery outside his window. Mostly spacious two-story homes with nice driveways and sidewalks, two-car garages, front lawns, and shady trees. For the last 10+ years of his life, he'd been living in either an apartment or, more recently, a condo. No garage, no front lawn. You'd only see grass or shady trees in community areas. Your neighbors were close enough to hear their music and arguments, if either one got too loud. This was nice. But the nicest part was coming home to Rachel. Although married just over a year, the honeymoon didn't seem over for either one of them yet. She, of course, loved getting out of the condo and moving into this neighborhood. Considering their salaries, they could have purchased a much bigger home in a swankier subdivision. That's what Dr. Mendelsohn had suggested. He was the dean of history at Culpeper and Jack's boss. Jack recalled what he'd said. "You're a full professor now, Dr. Turner, overseeing the military history department at this university. It wouldn't hurt to start looking the part. I'd say you're due for an upgrade in several areas of life. I'd start with that ridiculous little condo you call home. Someone of your stature needs a real home, an impressive residence, a proper place to entertain." He'd gone on to suggest several of the upscale subdivisions that met his approval, quite certain that Jack could afford them now. But Jack and Rachel weren't wired that way. Neither had lofty material ambitions. Jack had no interest in climbing the academic ladder of success. He didn't want to be a dean someday. He loved teaching and research and writing. For these, you didn't need a proper place to entertain. He and Rachel didn't have any kids yet. Even if they had 3 or 4, the approved homes they'd walked through were big enough for 3 or 4 families. So they compromised and moved into this place, Shaded Hills. Dr. Mendelsohn wouldn't totally approve of the home or the subdivision they'd chosen, but he'd have to admit, should he ever visit, it was a major upgrade from the ridiculous little condo they had been living in. It did have a huge living room, not big enough to host a high-end social gathering of wealthy alumni, but certainly big enough to invite some good friends over to watch a big game or rent a movie. He pulled into his driveway, looked up at his home through the windshield, and smiled. What fantastic thing had Rachel fixed for dinner? He grabbed his laptop bag and got out of the car. After checking the mailbox, he headed inside. Something good was cooking. "I'm in here, hon," she said. "Dinner's almost ready. See what you get when you remember to call me before you leave?" He set his bag down in a chair, went into the kitchen, and found her stirring some pasta in a kettle. The smell of her buttery buffalo chicken sauce was filling the air. "Spicy chicken spaghetti," he said. "Can't wait." "It'll be ready in 10 minutes, if you want to change into something more comfortable." "Great. Be right back." Fortunately for him, Rachel loved to cook, and because of her job, she had the time to do it most evenings without a rush. This past year, she'd completed her master's degree in political science and landed a nice teaching job at a private Christian high school nearby. She got home most afternoons before 3:30. By the time Jack made it back down to the kitchen, Rachel already had the spaghetti strained and was stirring in the tender, juicy chunks of chicken and buffalo sauce. "We haven't had this in a long time." He came up behind her and kissed her on the neck. "I know, and it's so simple to make, and so cheap." "Can I do anything?" "You can pour the drinks. I'll be ready in, 2 minutes. He pulled the pitcher of iced tea out of the fridge. "You really ought to start writing these recipes down, turn them into a cookbook. This is one of your concoctions, right?" "Maybe. I didn't get it from a recipe, but I can't believe somebody else hasn't thought of it besides me. You just trade out the meatballs and Italian sausage with chicken breast chunks, and the marinara with buffalo sauce and a little olive oil." "And don't forget the stinky cheese," Jack said, his nickname for grated Romano. "Lots and lots of stinky cheese." He took a seat at the table. "Maybe you weren't the only one to come up with this, but I've never seen it before. Think of all the restaurants we've been to. It's never on the menu. And all the people we've eaten with. Nobody I know has ever served it." She carried their dishes to the table. "Jack, you're making too big a deal out of this. It's really nothing exotic enough to be in a recipe book." "Well, maybe not. But this is like the 10th thing you've made that I've never had before. You at least ought to write it down to give to our kids someday." She suddenly looked discouraged. "What's the matter?" "I started again this morning, after you left for work. Another false alarm." He reached over and stroked her wrist. "That's okay, Rach. Our time will come. There's no hurry." She'd been 2 weeks late and thought she might finally have gotten pregnant. "I know, but we've been trying for months now. Maybe we should go to a doctor. Maybe something's wrong with one of us." He reached for her hand. "Let's thank the Lord for this properly. I know I'm very thankful I get to eat this." They closed their eyes, and he said a quick prayer. He was dying to start eating this delicious plate of food, but he looked into her eyes and gently said, "Rachel, maybe something is wrong with one of us, and if so, we'll definitely go to the doctor. But we've already looked into this. A few months is not a big deal." "It's not been a few months, it's been 4. 4 is more than a few." Jack smiled. "You're right, 4 is more than a few, but the point is still the same. The articles we read, and these were from fertility specialist websites, said 4 to 6 months is very common, and for many couples it can take up to a year. Remember that one article for that clinic? They said they don't even take patients who haven't been trying for a year. We're nowhere near that place yet." "I know, and you're right. I just wish it would happen now. My sister already has 3, and they were like, we decided to start trying again, and boom! A month later, we're pregnant. It was like that for all 3. "I know, and if you ask me, that seems abnormal. Like fertility on steroids." She laughed. "So, can I eat now? I won't be insensitive if I start eating?" She laughed some more. "No, you can eat." They both ate for the next several minutes without saying a thing. It was that good. Finally, Jack took a breather. "You'll never guess who came to see me today, and what he came to see me about."
She thought a moment. Well, it seems like the only people who ever come to see you are students and other faculty members. I'm guessing whoever it is, they don't fall into either of those categories. See? My life is becoming too predictable. How did I get here? Well, anyways, you're right, my mystery guest has nothing to do with the school. He was about to take another bite, but paused. It was Joe. Joe Boyd. Joe? He came down to your office at the school? Was he investigating some kind of crime? No, he wasn't even there on police business. Jack took the next few minutes and updated her on Joe's visit, all the weight he'd lost, and all about his new metal-detecting hobby. And I was thinking, since you're going to keep feeding me food like this, and I'm going to keep eating it, I need to do something that'll get this body moving and being more active. And I thought, this thing sounds like a lot of fun. Lots of exercise involved, and you find all kinds of neat historical stuff. She finished chewing. Are you asking for my permission? She laughed. I'm fine if you want to do this with Joe. Well, I was thinking about going out with him the next time he goes, which is this weekend. And if it's a lot of fun, I'm thinking maybe it's something you and I could do together. You love the outdoors, hiking, going on trails. It would be like that, only with a purpose. She smiled. Jack, going on hikes has a purpose. They're about enjoying nature, getting fresh air, seeing beautiful scenery, being together. You know what I mean, he said. This would be like all that, plus maybe the chance of finding some really cool Civil War stuff. On my coffee break this afternoon, I did a little looking into this. You know something else people find when they metal detect? Jewelry. Gold rings, maybe some antique coins. She smiled. You don't need to talk me into it, Jack. Go on out with Joe this weekend, and if you really like it after, I'd go with you. Great. I'll call him after dinner. Chapter 17. It was a Thursday night. 3 days had passed since Jack discussed the metal detecting idea with Rachel. Joe was happy he'd called again and confirmed he was going out on Saturday morning. He also mentioned the metal detecting club was meeting tonight, thought Jack might like to come and get a flavor of what it was all about. Jack just pulled up to the parking lot where the club met. It was in a small office complex. Joe said one of the club members was a commercial real estate investor who let the group meet in one of his vacant office suites. It was after office hours and easy to figure out which unit the club met in. It was the one with all the cars. When he got out of his car, he observed a handful of guys making their way through a single glass door. Joe was standing to the right of it, saw him, and waved. He met Jack halfway and shook his hand. They headed for the door. Glad you could come. Probably should have warned you. You're going to be one of the younger guys in the room. Don't know if that makes you feel awkward. There are a couple guys your age and a few guys my age, but for some reason this hobby seems to attract older guys more. Not exactly sure why. That won't bother me a bit, Joe. But looking at the guys, I wonder if I'm overdressed. Seems like camo and flannel shirts are the proper attire. Joe laughed. No, we also accept sweatshirts and denim. We are a casual crowd, but I like it that way. Not a snob in the bunch. At least, none I've met yet. So, what's the format of the meeting? It's pretty informal. Like any club, they have officers and some level of organization. The president will lead things off, discuss old business and new business. There will be some announcements about upcoming events, maybe some request for volunteers for certain things. Then the fun stuff begins, at least for me. Different ones will get up and share some of their best finds over the past month. Members then vote on who gets the find of the month. It's not just interesting to hear their stories. You also learn a lot about what works and what doesn't. They walked through the door and took a seat in the back. Jack guessed there were maybe 20 people in the room, including 3 ladies. Joe leaned over and whispered, See that older guy in the front row on the left? The one wearing the camo? Jack said. Or the other one wearing the camo? Okay, wise guy, yes, he's wearing camo. The one with the beige baseball cap. What about him? That's Simon Morley. He's the guy I told you about, the one I met while I was fishing. Turns out he's one of the main guys in this club. Been doing this for 20 years or more. I'll introduce you to him after. For the next 20 minutes, the meeting progressed pretty much the way Joe said it would. Fairly early on, Joe was asked to introduce Jack, and he made a point of Jack being a military history professor at the university. Jack wished he hadn't. Got several oohs and ahs from the crowd. Jack let them know that his specialty was World War II history, and that there were probably several people in this room who knew way more about the Civil War era than he did. When he sat down, Joe leaned over and said, "Way to schmooze 'em." The president announced that a guest speaker would be coming next month doing a workshop on tips on how to get more yeses when asking owners permission. Then he pointed to a row of tables on the left side of the room, covered with different groups of artifacts. "Now it's time for the finds of the month. You gentlemen and ladies know who you are. Why don't you get up and stand behind your finds and tell us a little bit about them? As usual, we'll go from left to right." "Don't you have anything to show?" Jack whispered to Joe. "I did pretty good this month, but I'm still keeping a low profile around here. What's the term they use on the internet? A lurker? That's me." The first guy, a bearded man in his mid-50s, not wearing camo, pointed to a rusty-looking pistol and what looked like 3 or 4 dark coins. "I've been digging for over 5 years, and I found a lot of very cool things. But this is the first time I found a pistol. At first I didn't know what it was. I'm so used to finding smaller things. But the detector was singing for over a foot, so I knew it had to be something big. I didn't even have to use the pointer. It was down about 8 inches, and once I started digging with the small shovel, it came up pretty easy. I couldn't believe what I'd found. I did some research about the gun and confirmed it's a model 1851 Colt .36 caliber revolver. Definitely a Union weapon." He went on to explain the items were found on private property in some woods about 2 miles outside of town, and that he'd obtained permission to detect there from the landowner, who said I could keep anything I found. Jack noticed that while the gun was pretty intact, only missing the wood handles, it was encased in rust and clearly unusable. But it was still pretty cool to think that this man had found a Colt pistol from the Civil War that had probably been laying there for over 150 years, and it was likely that the soldier who dropped it was probably killed at that spot. Who would just drop their pistol on the ground and walk away? The man explained that the other smaller items that Jack thought were coins were actually buttons from a Union officer's coat. Since they had been found near the gun, he speculated they might have actually belonged to the gun's owner. "This is pretty cool stuff," Jack whispered to Joe. "I know, isn't it?" 3 other members, including one lady, shared similar stories of their finds. All interesting, but none as captivating as the guy with the Colt pistol. Perhaps he was just a better storyteller. The lady had found a number of jewelry items from a day of detecting during a recent beach trip to Florida. The last man to share was the fellow Joe had pointed out earlier, Simon Morley, the man Joe met while fishing. You could tell Simon was pretty proud of this month's offering. "Found some great things this month as usual," Morley said, "but these 3 are probably my best." He held up an obviously heavy, dark object that looked like a big bullet. "Found this bad boy about 12 inches down. It's an artillery shell, obviously, from a 10-pound reed parrot. Y'all should come up after and feel how heavy this thing is, and imagine this thing hurling toward you across the field faster than the speed of sound. My next item on the table is a "Tell 'em where you found it, why don't you?" someone in the crowd yelled out. Whoever it was, he didn't sound friendly. Morley looked annoyed, but ignored the remark. "My next item is a cast brass buckle in excellent condition, even still has the fastening hooks in place." He held it up. "And as you can see, the letters CSA are clearly evident." Jack knew that stood for Confederate States of America. He didn't quite understand the undercurrent of tension that had been introduced in the room, but he was very impressed with this belt buckle. Again, it obviously belonged to a Confederate soldier and had been lying there like the pistol since the Civil War. Morley went on to introduce his third and final offering, 2 brass Confederate infantry buttons. The president called for a show of hands vote on the findings of the 5 presenters. The clear majority went to the first fellow with the Colt pistol. Morley's find came in second place. It was obvious by the look on his face he didn't agree with the vote. Later, after the meeting adjourned, Joe walked up to Morley with Jack beside him. "Hey, Simon, congrats on the finds. I'd be over the moon I found any one of those 3 things someday. This is my good friend, Jack Turner. You probably heard me say he's a professor, but he likes it if you just call him Jack." Jack extended his hand, and they shook. "Feel free just to call me Simon," Morley said. "You want to feel how heavy this is?" He held up the artillery shell. Jack took it. "Wow, you weren't kidding. Mind if I look at that belt buckle?" "Go right ahead." "Jack's going out with me for his first time on Saturday morning," Joe said. "Picked up on that little scrap about getting permission from the owner. Guessing that guy is no friend." "Let's just say we have a difference of opinion on these matters." "Well, I don't have to deal with that on Saturday. Jack here's the owner of the land we'll be detecting on, out by Lake Sampson." "Well, I hope you boys find some good things. Nice to meet you, Jack. I've got to run." Once outside, Jack asked Joe about this asking permission issue. "It's like Simon said. People have different opinions. The club teaches you should always ask permission before detecting on someone's property." "Well, isn't that kind of the law? I mean, what's the alternative, trespassing?" "I'm with you on that, obviously. But I heard Simon out on this. His take is there's so much land around here that's just woods. No fences, no signs, and he feels like, why should he be denied detecting on places like that when there's no clear way to even find out who the owner is? Besides, he says, not like we're finding diamonds and gold rings. You see the kind of stuff we dig up. Probably worth something to collectors, but nobody's making a fortune." "Yeah," Jack said. "I guess I can see your point." "It's not my point, it's Morley's. I still think getting permission's worth the hassle. I mean, what if you did find something really worth serious money? It could happen. I wouldn't want anyone to come back later claiming it belonged to them." "I take it back, then." "Take what back?" "Giving you permission to keep anything you find on my property." Joe stopped, looked up at Jack. "You serious?" Jack hesitated, then smiled. Joe smiled back. "You had me going there a minute." Chapter 18. It was Saturday morning when Jack pulled into the gravel driveway on his property. Joe's SUV was already there. For Jack and Rachel, the driveway was the first step toward building a cabin later in the year. As he got out of his car and surveyed the panoramic scene, Jack was quickly reminded why they'd purchased this tract of land. The view of the lake was spectacular. Hardly any other buildings in sight. Joe saw him and waved. Jack could see his metal detector leaning against the bumper. He laughed when he noticed Joe wearing a long-sleeved camo shirt. Joe was hooking up some kind of utility belt around his waist, with different gear hanging from it. He had suggested Jack wear long pants and a long-sleeved shirt, too. It wasn't cold, In fact, the weather called for it to warm up nicely by the afternoon. Joe said the long sleeves were to help with ticks. A lot easier to pick them off clothes than your skin, and they didn't have to worry about it warming up later. Joe said he rarely detected more than 2 hours at a time. They'd be long gone before it got too hot. Jack patted him on the back when they got close. "You look all set. Love the shirt. Wore it just for you. As you can see, there's a little bit of gear involved to make this thing work. But it's pretty amazing when you see what some of this stuff can do." He pulled out an orange cylindrical device about 9 inches long. "Like this thing here. Hold up your ring hand." Joe pressed a button and started waving it back and forth over Jack's ring. It instantly started beeping loudly. "This pointer here I probably use almost as much as the detector. They work together pretty well." He slid his arm through the sleeve and handle of the metal detector and turned it on, then started waving it back and forth a couple inches off the ground. "Obviously, it's not making any noise at the moment, but you can be sure if it goes over any kind of metal, iron, steel, brass, silver, or gold, it'll start beeping nice and strong. It's got settings, so it makes different sounds for different kinds of metal." "That's pretty cool," Jack said. "Yeah, and this little indicator here?" He pointed at the corner of the digital display. "This will actually tell you how many inches down the metal is buried." "Really? That's handy." "Yeah, it is. Only thing better would be if it dug the hole for you, too. But that's why you're here." He smiled. "Just kidding. We'll take turns on that. But like I said, we'll dig up a lot of nonsense for every good thing we find. Because this detector will pick up every single piece of metal that's down there, but it has no idea if it's any good." "What are some of the false alarms you find?" "Lots of stuff. You wouldn't think so out here in the woods, but since the Civil War times when soldiers marched through here, probably 1,000 other guys have been out here hunting. So you find shotgun shells, beer cans crunched up, bottle caps, and pull tabs. I've found rusty nails, old pieces of barbed wire, even an old rusty wrench, which I was totally sure was going to be a pistol. But then, for every 5 or 6 times you dig up a dud, you get to find some of these." He walked over to the back of his SUV and opened a cigar box. "Check these out." Jack walked over and looked down at a collection of Civil War bullets, musket balls, antique buttons and coins, and an oval metal belt buckle with the letters U.S. engraved on it. "Wow, a Union buckle." "My pride and joy, that one. You'd have thought I'd struck gold when I dug that up. I brought it home. Kate said I seemed about as excited as when our babies were born." Jack laughed. He was still holding the orange pointing device. "So you were going to tell me what I'm supposed to do with this?" "Right," Joe said. "Well, when my detector starts pinging, I'll do my best to narrow down where the target is. Then we gotta dig it up. Then you'll bend down with that pointer and run it over the dirt you just dumped from the shovel, see if we dug up whatever made it go off. If it's in the dirt, that thing will take you right to it. If it's not, we keep digging. Works like a charm." He held up the detector. "You don't need to be an expert to swing this thing back and forth. I'll show you the ropes, and that pointer's not the only thing Orange will be bringing out with us." Jack looked around, didn't see the color orange anywhere. "They're in the back seat. 2 bright orange vests. Can you get them out?" "I guess that kind of defeats the purpose of wearing camo." "Yeah, I don't know why anybody wears camo metal detecting. Not trying to blend in or keep animals from seeing us. I want to be seen when I'm out there, especially by hunters." "It's not hunting season now, is it?" "No, but that doesn't stop some guys. You remember that fellow got shot in the shoulder a few months back? He was just taking a walk in the woods. Some hunter thought he was a deer and shot him. I arrested the guy myself. It wasn't hunting season, but there he was. He was lucky he just winged the guy. Could have been arresting him for manslaughter. So I promised Kate I'd always wear one of these I'm ever out in the woods. I'm fine with that, Jack said. I'm also always packing this. Joe patted his pistol in its holster, in case we run across any bears. Won't kill a big one, but it should scare them off. A mischievous smile. Course, I haven't mentioned the bear thing to Kate. That might shut down this whole operation.
Chapter 19. Jack looked at his watch, then at Joe, waving the metal detector back and forth over a narrow gully covered with leaves. So what do you think, Joe? It's almost noon. Want to keep going a while longer or break for lunch? How about I keep going till we get a good target, even if it's a dud? Then we'll call it a day. I'm thinking after that 3-ringer we found over by that tree a little while ago, there's got to be more stuff nearby. Sounds good. How's your arm holding up? I can take over if you want. I'm good for another few minutes anyway. If I don't get anything, we'll switch. Jack stood there holding the shovel while leaning on a tree. He pulled the prized treasure out of a pouch around his waist. The 3-ringer Joe mentioned. It had been the high point of their outing so far, and, really, the only thing they'd found worth saving. It was pretty cool. A genuine Civil War bullet that had been laying there in the ground over 150 years on Jack's property. Joe had found several of these on earlier metal detecting sessions, but he still got excited finding this one. Jack had never seen him that animated before. So, Joe, I've got a couple questions about this bullet we found. You can ask. Doesn't mean I'll know the answer. Jack laughed. It's one of the things he liked best about Joe. No pretensions. If Joe knew something, he'd tell you. If he didn't know something, he'd tell you that, too. It seemed in Jack's academic world, everyone knew at least something about everything, and if they didn't know an answer, they'd never say so. They'd just fill the space with verbiage, maybe answer a similar question you hadn't asked, but one they knew a lot more about. It's the 3 rings on this thing. Any way to know if a Yankee or Confederate soldier dropped this thing here? Did they use different ammo? Now, that's one thing I do know. Joe stopped detecting and turned around. Whenever Joe talked, he'd stop detecting until he was through. One of the guys gave a talk on that at the monthly meeting. It's more likely it came from a Yank. They were the ones equipped with the 3-ringers. But since the Rebs in general were poorer, they'd fire anything they could get their hands on. So if they captured Union soldiers or found a box of Union ammo in a deserted camp, they'd definitely use it. So you can never be 100% sure just by the bullet itself. Got it. Know why they call it a mini ball? It's not shaped like a ball at all. And when I think mini, I think of something that's small. This looks like a pretty big bullet to me. Joe looked like he was thinking. I don't know why they call it a ball. That doesn't make sense to me either. But I know the mini part has nothing to do with the bullet's size. That's actually the last name of some French guy who designed it. It's spelt differently, too. Well, see, you do know a thing or two about this stuff. Joe smiled. And look at me. I'm answering history questions asked by a history professor, with a Ph.D., no less. I did have to study about the Civil War when I was in college, but if I ever knew details like this, I forgot them a long time ago. But I gotta say, being out here and around the stuff is rekindling my interest. He held up the bullet. I mean, think about it. Standing right over by the tree was a Union soldier who, for some reason, dropped a bullet and didn't know it. Here we are 150 years later, standing in the same spot, digging it up.
Yeah, that's what gets me too about this. When you find this stuff, it means guys were right there. Whether Yanks or Rebs, they were right where you're standing with your detector. Only who knows, when they were here, were they in the middle of a battle? And in their rush to reload their rifle, they grabbed some bullets and dropped one. Or maybe they were being shot at, so they were running through the woods here, and the bullet just fell out. That's one of the reasons why I want to keep detecting around this area, see if we find anything else that will make it more obvious what was happening here. Like when you found that Union belt buckle a while back, Jack said. That's pretty convincing proof that anything else you found around it would have come from Union soldiers. Right. Joe turned the detector back on and began swinging. So let me finish checking out this gully and see if there's anything else here. Jack watched him methodically cover the intended area for over 10 minutes. They had 2 false alarms, a fairly recent shotgun shell and a Miller Lite bottle cap. Finally, Joe reached the end of the gully, stopped detecting, and turned around. Well, guess this wasn't a Civil War trench after all. Is that what you were hoping? Yeah, I guess I was. All we do know for sure is that some troops were definitely in this area. Union or Confederate, we don't know. What they were doing, we don't know that either. Are you discouraged? Jack said. Not a bit. We didn't get skunked. It proves without a doubt that troops were on your property, Jack. I think that's pretty cool. Who knows what else we'll find on the rest? That's another thing that I like about this. Makes me feel like a kid, you know? Digging for buried treasure. Every time I'm digging up a new target, even if it's 8 or 10 inches down, I gotta keep going after it. Because I know something real's down there, or else the machine wouldn't be pinging. Even though the chances are when I find it, it'll be crap, there's always the thought that, hey, maybe this one will be the one, you know? The one that makes it all worth it. The one that wins the find of the month at the meeting, Jack added with a smile. Right, Joe said. Hey, it could happen. Chapter 20. 3 months earlier, Princeton, New Jersey. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Zach McMillan had celebrated his 93rd birthday 2 days ago. Well, celebrate doesn't even come close to describing how the day was really spent, and not just that day. The days before, the day after, today, tomorrow, he wished he could just pull the plug. Stuck here in this bed as he was, he couldn't even reach the plug to all the machines keeping him alive. Fortunately, when the time to end it did come, McMillan knew he could count on his man Hanley to take care of it. Hanley knew a large sum had been set aside for him, something of a severance package, if you will, to follow a precise set of instructions which would bring McMillan's life to a quick and merciful close. But there were still a handful of tasks to be done before McMillan could slip the surly bonds of this earth. One of them was scheduled to take place today. If memory serves, within the hour. He lifted the oxygen mask from his mouth. Hanley, how much longer do I need to wear this thing? Hanley got up from his chair and walked across the large oriental rug toward the bed. Only 10 minutes more, sir. Then you can switch to the nose apparatus for a few hours. 2 more questions. What day is it? And how much longer till my grandson arrives? It's Saturday, sir. And regarding your grandson, are you asking when he's scheduled to arrive, or when he will actually show up? Scheduled. McMillan tried not to dwell long on his grandson's many flaws. It caused the acid sores in his stomach to flare up. He's supposed to be here 15 minutes from now, sir. Shortly after we change out your oxygen mask. When he does arrive, I'll need to speak to him in private. You understand?
"Of course, sir. It will give me time to check on the house staff."
House staff, Macmillan thought. What were they down to? 3 now? He remembered how things were in the 80s and 90s, back when his business was booming. The Macmillan family estate had resembled a fine British manor home in the Gilded Age, back when his wife Zelda was alive and in charge. Zelda, what a grand lady she had become. One of his great regrets was how much he actually depended on her compared to how much he'd taken her for granted. Besides that were his many flings, which he was certain she knew about but pretended not to see. He felt the urge to pee and panicked for a moment until he realized another machine had been set up for that. The shame of it was, had his son Zachary Jr. not suddenly died 3 months ago of a massive heart attack, Macmillan could have ended things for himself already. Sadly, his son had let all his vices run to extremes for far too long. Macmillan had warned him one day it would catch up with him, and it had. But the worst of it was how badly he had let the family business fall apart, and that he'd kept the true state of affairs hidden from his father. Macmillan Sr. had indulged in his own share of worldly pleasures back in his prime, but had always kept a strict separation when it came to the discipline of business. Like the old saying, business before pleasure. Would that his son had followed the same advice. They wouldn't be in the mess they were in now. It's not as if Macmillan could hop out of bed, take back the helm, and save the day. It was too late for that. But he had little confidence his 32-year-old grandson, Zachary Macmillan III, had sufficient skills to turn things around. He took after his father, only worse. Like the other old saying, what the parents do in moderation, the children do in excess. Only Zachary's father, Zachary Jr., didn't know the meaning of the word moderation. So Zachary III lived a life of boundless excess. It would take 2 hands for Macmillan to add up his grandson's major flaws, but all good things must come to an end, and all bad things too, apparently, which is why Macmillan had given orders for his grandson to return to the family home today. It was time young Zachary was told the true state of affairs. Drastic measures were needed to right the ship. That is, if it even could be righted once again. Thinking about all this had exhausted Macmillan. He drifted off to sleep just as another series of negative thoughts started to form. Zachary Macmillan III clicked a button on a little remote clipped to his visor, and the ornamental iron gate to his grandfather's estate began to open. "Didn't there used to be a guard out here to let people in and out?" Anton said. Anton was something of a friend, but more of a sidekick, an errand boy, and a partner in crime. "Used to be," Zachary said. "They let him go about a month ago. I don't know what's up, but every time I come out here, seems like they're giving someone else the boot." "That doesn't sound good." "No, it doesn't. Started a couple weeks after my dad kicked the bucket." "But I thought you said him dying meant you were going to come into some serious money, and, like, all this would soon be yours." He was pointing to the grounds and the monstrous house in front of them. "I thought so, too. I still think so." Zachary drove his Camaro around the winding driveway toward the fountain by the entrance. "My Gramps is on his last legs. The guy just turned 93, I think, and he's barely hanging in there. When he dies, everything was supposed to pass on to my dad, but now that he up and died, there's no one else left but me. I keep thinking any day now I'm going to get a call from Hanley, or else one of my Gramps' lawyers saying it's finally over, but he keeps hanging on. I have no idea what this meeting's supposed to be about." "Maybe it's about your dad's estate," Anton said. "You haven't gotten your final settlement from that yet either, right?" They pulled up adjacent to the front door. No, it could be that, I guess. But he doubted it. The way his dad ran through money, Zachary figured he'd get something from his old man, but was counting on the serious money coming from his grandfather. Why do you care so much about all this anyway, you little weasel? No reason, just making conversation. Zachary had no illusions about the tie that bound he and Anton together. It was Zachary's money, or the promise of more. That, and the fact that better-looking girls hung around Zachary, the kind who wouldn't give Anton a second look. Now listen, you can either wait out here or else go inside the library and shoot pool, but you can't follow me upstairs. I know, Anton said. It's because he hates me, your grandfather. I think his butler Hanley hates me even more. I don't know what they got against me. Zachary could think of a dozen things. Well, Hanley won't be here much longer either. When Gramps goes, he goes. Zachary got out of the car. But not right away. I'll need him for a little while till I figure out what's what. But as soon as I get this place wired up, Hanley gets a pink slip. Then I can take his place, Anton said. You gotta be kidding, Zachary thought. No, I need you on all the things you're already doing. Who am I going to get to do all that if you take Hanley's place? His tone made it sound like Anton played a vital role. Truth was, Anton just did all the crap Zachary hated doing, and the stuff he could get arrested for. Chapter 21. Zachary walked through the front doors of Gramps' mansion without ringing the doorbell, as Hanley had requested so many times. Why should he have to wait to go in? Who was Hanley to tell him what to do? He walked across the marble foyer floor toward the center staircase that led to his grandfather's massive bedroom suite. Master Zachary, where do you think you're going? Please stop! Zachary instantly recognized Hanley's voice bellowing from the library on the left. He stopped on the fourth stair. Gramps is expecting me. Indeed he is. I'm the one who made the call, remember? And you were supposed to be here almost 20 minutes ago. What can I say? I got held up in traffic? The point is I'm here now, so why can't I go up? Hanley closed the distance and said quietly, I need to check on him first. His condition has deteriorated since you were last here. He most certainly does want to see you, but I need a minute or two to make sure he's ready. You can either wait down here or follow me and stand outside in the hallway till I call for you. Till I call for you. Zachary took note of Hanley's condescending tone. I'll wait outside in the hall upstairs. Hanley came around him and began ascending the stairs. When they were on the same step, Zachary said, So what's the deal here? Is this it? Is Gramps on his way out? A look of disgust quickly appeared on Hanley's face, then retreated to his eyes. Your grandfather has been on his way out, as you put it, for months now. His system is totally dependent on a number of machines to keep him alive. But I think you know that. If you're wondering whether we are in the last few days of his life, all I can say is that's entirely possible. You should regard whatever he communicates to you at this meeting with the utmost importance. He let Hanley get a few steps ahead of him, then continued up the rest of the stairs and through the West Wing corridor, which ended at Gramps' room. Hanley disappeared behind the big mahogany door. A few minutes later, it opened. He's ready for you now. You'll have to stand closer to his bed to hear him than you've had to do before. He doesn't have much energy, so don't make him have to raise his voice. Zachary stood there. Is that all? I suppose. He opened the door wider, enough for Zachary to enter and for him to leave. Zachary's eyes instantly focused on Gramps' huge four-poster bed, centered on the far wall.
It always reminded him of the bed Ebenezer Scrooge slept in. Tall French windows were set on either side. The drapes were pulled over, allowing only a sliver of light to seep through. His grandfather's eyes were closed. He really did look pretty bad. He'd been looking bad for over a year. But now he really did look like he was on the way out. As Zachary got closer, his eyes opened.
"Oh, there you are."
"Here I am." Zachary stepped closer. "Hanley said you wanted to see me."
"I guess that's what it takes to get you here. To your dying grandfather's bedside, a personal invitation."
What should Zachary say? It was true, but that was hardly anything new. He wasn't the kind of grandfather a kid could get close to. He'd seen those kinds of grandfathers portrayed in movies over the years, so he knew they must exist. But Gramps was mostly cold as ice toward Zachary, always had been. Indifferent at best, hostile at the worst.
"No matter," Gramps said. "I haven't asked you here to mend fences. And I should say at the outset, I don't have the energy or interest to build bridges with you. I'm going to say what I have to say the quickest way possible, not sparing your feelings. You're a big boy. I'm sure you can take it."
"I think I can, Gramps. Whatever it is, just fire away." Gramps inhaled deeply.
"For starters, your father's death, among other things, was very inconvenient for me. And for you, too, as it turns out. I'm guessing he didn't give you regular briefings on his financial affairs."
"Who, Dad? Talk to me about his money? Yeah, that never happened. He lectured me plenty about how I spent mine, but we never had the first conversation about what he did with his. I know he liked to spend it, maybe even more than me."
"Your father, I'm sad to say, was a fool. I don't blame you for that, certainly. Most of it is on me. But nothing can be done about it. It is, as they say, what it is. But you should know it has serious ramifications for you going forward."
This didn't sound like good news.
"To put it plainly, Zachary, you've heard the phrase, 'when my ship comes in'? Well, for you, my boy, it might be more accurate to say, 'when your ship has sunk.'"
"What? My ship has sunk? What are you getting at, Gramps? I don't understand."
"No, I'm sure you don't. It's like this. Your father's foolish ways have been the ruin of this family, in more ways than I had even feared. If you are coming here today hoping to hear good news about all you've inherited from him, I have no such news to offer. To put it bluntly, your father died broke. Worse than broke, he died in serious debt. My accountant informs me we will be lucky if, after selling everything that has his name on it, we break even."
A panic began to rise within Zachary.
"Of course, this means, if your father died broke, then you are broke. The funds you've been drawing your allowance from are almost bare. As of this moment, you have enough to live as you have been living for another 4 months. Then you will have nothing at all. This, my boy, is your father's legacy to you, such as it is."
Zachary was stunned. "Gramps, this can't be right, can it? I've got nothing left, and nothing coming after that?"
"That is correct. It's a little more complicated than that, but I'm sure you aren't interested in the details. But that is the bottom line. I brought you here because I think you deserve to know where things are, where you stand."
"But what about the company, the family business? There's nothing left there either?"
"Like I said, it's a little more complicated than that. But the short answer is no. There is nothing left there either.
But what about you? What about this house? Are they going to put you out on the street?"
At that, his grandfather managed a smile, and it dawned on Zachary that the whole time he shared these things, his face didn't show an ounce of anxiety or concern.
"My boy, this sad news is all about your situation. It's not about mine."
Chapter 22. For a moment, the two men just stood there, staring at each other. There was a knock on the door. Hanley opened it.
"The nurse is here for your afternoon checkup."
"I don't care!" Gramps yelled. "As you can see, we're not through here. Send her in when you see Zachary leave."
"Very well, sir."
He closed the door.
"If you don't mind, Gramps."
Zachary walked over and grabbed a chair against the wall, slid it close to the bed.
"I need to sit a minute."
"I don't blame you. That's a lot to digest in one swallow. I probably don't need to ask this, but just in case, do you have any of your own money to rely on?"
"Just whatever's left in my account from the last allowance deposit on the 1st.
"You mean whatever you haven't spent this month? That's all you have?"
Zachary nodded. "It never mattered before. Opening a savings account, I mean."
"Did you imagine this was just some kind of bottomless pit? A fountain of money that would never run dry?"
"Pretty much. That's what it always has been. I did finally learn how to live on a budget. Well, sort of. I don't spend more than my allowance each month. That's different than how it used to be before." Gramps shook his head, a look of disdain on his face.
"You think you should be commended for that? For only spending every dime you get, every month? Spending money that you didn't do a thing to earn? Is that some significant milestone you think should be celebrated?" "No. What about your education? I recall your father saying you finally did get your degree in computers or something, wasn't it?"
"Yes, computer science."
"So, you have a computer science degree from Princeton," Gramps said. "That's certainly not nothing. Perhaps you should use the next 4 months to look for a job in that field. Seems like computers are still quite the thing."
"But Gramps, I've never worked in the field. I got my degree 5 years ago. That's not going to look good on my resume. What do I say I've been doing the last 5 years?" He decided not to mention he'd paid a number of geeky students serious money to get him advance answers to his finals and to write all his term papers. He knew as much about computers as your average high school kid.
"It really is a shame,"
Gramps said,
"how your father let you squander your life this way."
Zachary buried his head in his hands. The panic was graduating to desperation. What he'd said about living on a budget, only spending his allowance each month, wasn't entirely true. With things like rent, his car payment, food, and other such things, it was. But Zachary had amassed over $70,000 in gambling debts, and he owed that to some very scary people. For the moment, he'd been able to keep them at bay with big monthly interest payments and promises of more to come, but they'd been growing impatient lately, demanding he get caught up. He didn't want to begin to imagine how they'd react if he stopped paying on his debt altogether. Then he thought about something Gramps had just said, that this financial crisis only affected him because of his dependence on his dad, and that Gramps' situation wasn't affected. What did he mean by that? It had to mean Gramps still had some money. Wasn't Zachary his only living heir? Clearly, Gramps was getting ready to kick the bucket.
Didn't that mean that whatever was in Gramps' estate would soon belong to him? Then there was that other thing he'd said. Gramps, I know I've screwed up here, big time. But you said yourself, my dad, your son, was a fool, and that he didn't raise me right. So clearly he was a horrible example. You even said that this was more on you than me. So, can't you help me out here? I'm not looking for a handout. I know I gotta change, start paying my own way in life. But 4 months isn't enough time to pull off that kind of transformation. I need more time. Isn't there anything you can do?
Zachary looked up at him. His eyes were closed.
Gramps, did you hear me?
They opened.
I heard you. I was just marveling at your answer. It might be the first genuinely adult thing I've ever heard you say. It gives me a thin slice of hope. You are beginning to grasp the enormity of the situation and starting to show the first signs of willingness to do whatever it takes to fix the problem.
I am, Gramps, I really am.
He had to get on Gramps' good side somehow.
What can I do? Tell me.
Nothing was said for a few moments.
I suppose there are a number of things that could be done. I've actually dictated a list to Hanley before you came.
Oh, please don't make me have to report to him. He hates me, Gramps.
Yes, I believe he does. But he is entirely loyal and dependent upon me, has been for decades. You are barely a few moments down the same path. The fact is, I trust him. Besides, you shouldn't see this as reporting to him. He is but a messenger. I'm the one who made the list. And as long as I'm still alive, you will be answering to me. But lately I'm having more bad days than good. And I'm told by the doctor that, really, at any moment I could just stop breathing. So this list will live on in my place, and Hanley will see to it that you do everything I have asked.
And if I do?
Then all that I have, or should I say have left, will be yours.
And if I fail? I'm not saying I will, I'm just trying to understand where you're going with all this.
Then there are a few national charities who will be grateful that I thought of them before I died.
No way Zachary would let that happen.
So when do I get to see this list?
Hanley will keep the list here, and I've instructed him to tell you just one item on the list at a time. You can think of each one as a mission. When the first mission is accomplished, he'll tell you the next, and so on until they're all completed.
How many missions are there?
Not too many, and you cannot tell anyone what they are. Certainly not that idiot Anton you're always with.
Do I have to do them all by myself? I can't let anyone help me?
No, you can get help. In fact, I'm quite sure you will need to involve others at different times to accomplish everything on the list. But you give others separate tasks to do. You're the only one who is to know what the tasks are accomplishing.
This was all sounding a bit complicated and overly mysterious, but if this is what it took to get the old man's money...
So, can you tell me what the first mission is? Or do I have to go to Hanley to find out?
Gramps smiled.
No, I've decided to tell you the first one myself. And to be honest, I'm not even sure this mission can be accomplished, because it involves things over which you have no control. But it's something that has been eating at me for over 70 years. But I have to believe now, with the internet and social media, it may yet still be possible to see it through. And, my boy, if you succeed with this first mission, it will be worth more money than you, your father, or I have ever seen.
Zachary liked the sound of this.
So, what is it?
It's something that happened. Something I had the good fortune to be involved in at the very end of the war, back in 1945. It began in a little town on the Swiss-German border named Rheinfelden. Sadly, I had the misfortune to lose everything shortly afterward in a little Georgia town named Culpeper.
Chapter 23. For the next 15 minutes, Zachary sat fascinated by the story Gramps told. It almost seemed like he was recounting a fairy tale. He became so animated at one point, it launched a coughing fit. Zachary had to help him put his oxygen mask on to calm back down. Hanley had peeked his head in through the doorway, but Gramps had waved him off. Zachary could hardly imagine that the young man Gramps described doing all these crazy things back in 1945 was the same frail old thing lying there in bed, chasing down and killing a Nazi SS officer in the woods, stealing a backpack full of gold bars, gold coins, jewelry, and some famous painting, smuggling them back to the U.S. hidden in a crate. It was like an Indiana Jones episode. Gramps seemed to be getting better and took off the oxygen mask.
Now, where was I? Shouldn't you be writing this down?
The things you're saying are so crazy, I couldn't imagine ever forgetting them. He scooted his chair a couple inches closer. You're not just telling me a tale here, right? All these things really did happen?
Of course they happened. You think I'd waste possibly my final breaths on a tale of fiction? Everything I said happened just the way I said it. But I'm not through.
All right, I'm listening. You just got finished telling me about your partner, Duffy, wasn't it? He was supposed to ship this crate back home to Georgia, and you got this officer to sign off on it. Duffy was supposed to bury it somewhere in the woods where he lived, make a map and send it to you, but you never heard back from him.
Right. So a couple months later, after I got discharged, I made a trip down to the town Duffy was from.
Culpeper, right? Gramps nodded. See, I remembered. So did you guys ever meet up? Obviously something went wrong because it's clear you never got the Nazi loot. So what happened? And what am I supposed to do about it now?
You're supposed to listen. Don't rush me. The details are important. I really wish you were writing some of this down. This information doesn't exist anywhere on Earth except in my head and in this conversation. If I die and you forget anything, it's gone for good. Do you understand me?
All right, I'll start taking notes. There's a pad right here. He reached for it, and a pen sitting on the edge of the nightstand. Go ahead, I'm listening.
When I got to Culpeper, I found out why Duffy never got back with me. The day he buried the wooden crate, he was killed by a logging truck. Apparently on his way home. His pickup truck burst into flames. Everything burned up. Duffy and any maps he may have made showing where the treasure was buried. Of course, his family could be no help. As we discussed, he never mentioned anything about the treasure to them.
All the animation in his face and voice were gone. Gramps suddenly looked totally deflated, maybe even a little worse than he had before he began telling the story. Man, Gramps, that really stinks. That's like winning the mega lottery and then losing the ticket before you cash it in. You must have been dying inside. Gramps didn't respond. He just looked up at the ceiling. So this was, 70 years ago, right? How do you know for sure no one else ever found the treasure since then?
I can't be 100% sure, but I'm almost positive it's still hidden, wherever Duffy buried it in 1945. There's no way to be absolutely sure about the Nazi gold and jewelry, other than to say it was locked up in the same wooden crate as the painting. But if someone found the gold, they'd have definitely found the painting also. And to this day, the painting has never been found. Well, as of a few days ago. I asked Hanley to Google it. He said it is still listed as missing.
You told Hanley about all this?
Don't be foolish. Like I instructed you, I gave him specific assignments saying nothing about the big picture. He's only been told enough to confirm whether you've completed the major components of this mission.
But, Gramps, I don't really get what the mission is. If this treasure has been missing for over 70 years and no one knows where it is, other than in some woods outside some little town in Georgia, what do you expect me to do? There's not even anyone left alive to ask for help.
Obviously, I'm not requiring you to find it. I know everything you've just said. But I have to imagine there must be some way to set up something on the internet, some kind of app or software program that would alert you if anyone ever makes inquiries about something. Don't you think such a thing can be done?
You mean set up some alerts so that if anyone tries to sell that famous painting, we find out about it?
Exactly. And not just that, but if anyone even discusses finding Nazi loot or treasure, especially anywhere in Georgia. The gold bars and gold coins were all stamped with Nazi emblems.
Don't know for certain such an app exists, Zachary said, but I'd be shocked if it didn't. So you're wanting me to set up something so that we find out if anyone starts talking about any of the items in your treasure? That's the first mission?
Exactly. I also want you to begin to make discreet inquiries about how much this treasure is now worth based on today's prices. Be discreet. I don't want anyone to be able to trace your inquiries back to us. But I do want to know how much this treasure would be worth if it were ever found.
Then I'll need to know exactly what's in that crate, Zachary said.
I'll spell it all out for you in just a moment.
So, Gramps, let's just say I'm able to pull this off, and the alarm bells start ringing and someone has found your treasure. What are you wanting me to do about it?
Gramps grabbed hold of Zachary's wrist, leaned forward slightly, and looked at him with fierce eyes.
Whatever you have to do to get it back, my boy, you must be willing to do whatever it takes.
Chapter 24. By the time Zachary made it back to the car, his head was spinning and his insides were doing flip-flops. Half of what Gramps said was horrible, but the other half could be 5 times better than everything he'd just lost. Could be. That was the problem. It wasn't a sure thing. Gramps dying certainly was. Maybe in a few days. Couldn't be more than a few weeks. Zachary had no idea where he stood right now in terms of Gramps' will. Was he in, or was he out? No way to know. But one thing he knew, his best chances lie in making Gramps totally happy with him between now and when he died. That meant doing everything he asked and not doing anything to upset him. He wasn't sure he could pull that off for very long. Up until now, he'd never cared what Gramps thought about him. It never mattered. Now, it was like the most important thing of all. But he didn't even like the guy. If he died tomorrow, would he even be sad for a few minutes? He'd be heartbroken if he'd been written out of the will. So, that was his motivation. Whatever Gramps needed, whatever he wanted done, that had to be Zachary's focus, at least for now. And if he had to do something he knew Gramps wouldn't like, he had to do it in a way Gramps would never find out, which meant Hanley would never find out either. He opened the car door and got in. Anton was right behind him. Moments ago, Zachary had waved at him from the hall, signaling him to stop playing pool and meet him in the car. As Anton closed the door, Zachary started the car. Man, you don't look so good. I'm guessing it wasn't good news.
Zachary put it in first and resisted the urge to peel out of there in a hurry. Instead, he drove around the circular driveway and down the road leading to the front gate like an old woman. He hadn't answered Anton yet. Wasn't exactly sure how much to tell him.
It was some pretty heavy stuff, Zachary said. The kind of stuff that suddenly changes your life. And I'm guessing not in a good way. Mostly no, not in a good way.
They reached the gate. A sensor recognized the car, and the gate began sliding back. As soon as there was enough clearance, Zachary drove through.
Can you tell me about it? Anton said. Or do you need some space and want me to shut up?
I'm not sure. I guess I can tell you some of it. For starters, my dad really messed me up, big time. Didn't leave me a thing. Worse than that, ran up a ton of debt. So much so that my grandfather has to sell everything he owned just to break even.
Everything your grandfather owned? What, including the house?
No, not what he owned. What my dad did. Point is, there's nothing there. Nothing left.
What about your monthly allowance? That's still intact, right?
What are you, stupid? I just got done saying there's nothing left. Well, there won't be in 4 months.
4 months? That's like no time at all.
Zachary turned left when they reached the main road and headed back toward town.
Well, I've already figured out how to extend the time.
Doing what?
Moving to a different place, for one thing. I can save over $1,000 a month switching to a 1-bedroom. Maybe drop down a notch or two and move into less fancy apartment complex.
A 1-bedroom? Where am I going to stay?
Not with me. You're going to have to get your own place.
With what money?
With the money you're going to start making with the new job you're going to get. Now that the days of mooching off me have just come to an end.
Well, that totally sucks.
I know, right? But what can I do? The faucet is being turned off. I can't give you something I don't have.
I'm not blaming you, Anton said.
I'm just saying it sucks. It's been going so great for a good long while. Hate to see it come to an end. But I can tell you one thing.
What's that?
I'm not getting a job, Anton said. I might go back to dealing drugs, but I'm not going to start slinging burgers or rounding up carts at Walmart.
Zachary laughed.
You laugh, but I'm not the one who's got a college degree. I never even finished high school.
They drove along the tree-lined road in silence a few minutes. Finally, Anton said,
So, what are you going to do when your time is up and the money runs out?
This is where things got sticky. Gramps said not to tell anything that mattered to Anton, and he certainly had no plans to ever bring Anton back with him when he visited. But he still needed Anton to do things for him. Who knew what kind of new things might come up in the days ahead as he started pursuing these missions Gramps was giving him?
Zachary, did you hear me? I asked, what are you going to do when the time...
I heard you, I'm thinking. You doing some drug deals might not be a bad idea as long as you don't get caught. Because my grandfather gave me some assignments to do, like tests to see if I'm worthy, I guess. And I might need your help with some of them. If you got a regular job, you might not be available.
Assignments? To see if you're worthy? That sounds kind of whacked.
I know it does. But what am I going to do? The guy's over 90 years old and he's holding all the cards.
By test, Anton said, you think he means to see if he's going to keep you in his will? He's still dying, right?
Yes, to both your questions.
I thought you said your dad blew everything and there wasn't anything left.
I did, and I guess my allowance was all tied up with him. He even screwed up the family business. So everything from that is gone too, but apparently Gramps still has plenty,
And he's still got that house, which is worth at least $2 million. And there's a chance that could still be yours? From what he said, there's more than a chance, but I've got to do everything he says, or else I don't get a dime. He actually said that? Pretty much, yeah. Anton smiled. Well, how hard can that be? How much longer can he last? You can make nice with him for a few weeks, right? It's not just a few weeks. How much could Zachary say here? It's not as if Gramps would know. He made out some kind of list of things I've got to do, and he gave it all to Hanley so that if he dies before I get it all done, Hanley can still make it so I don't get the inheritance, unless I finish everything on the list. Well, that stinks. How many things are on the list? I don't know. He wouldn't say. He only gave me the first one. I get that done, I go to Hanley for the next one, and I keep doing that until everything's checked off. And then you get the dough? And the house? Yep. Again, they drove for another mile or two, no one saying a word. They were almost back in town. I don't know, man. Seems to me like it's worth it to get all that money in that place of his. I'd do it if I were you, whatever's on that list. That's what I'm thinking, too. So what's the first thing? I'm not supposed to say. In fact, he specifically told me I can't tell you. Zachary decided not to say Gramps called him an idiot. I knew they both hated me, your grandfather and his butler. But hey, they don't need to like me. They don't even need to know I'm helping you. I'm glad you feel that way, Anton, because there's more. A whole lot more. More what? The potential for more money. A whole lot more money, like millions more. Really? And how do you get hold of this more money? That's what this first assignment or mission is all about. I can't tell you anything more right now, and I don't have the money to pay you, but I promise I'll cut you in on this if it works out. So, what do you say? Are you in? Anton smiled. All in, brother. Whatever we gotta do. I'm all in. Chapter 25. The Present, Culpeper, Georgia. They had been metal detecting in this section of woods for 30 minutes already, and still Jonah Bolton had misgivings. It was a few miles north of Culpeper on private property, but just whose property he didn't know. Neither did his friend, Simon Morley, who was detecting about 50 feet away. It was Simon's idea to come out here, and if Jonah hadn't gotten totally skunked on his last 3 outings, he might have turned Simon down. Supposedly, Simon had at least looked into the situation. According to him, it was a 50-acre tract of land that had once been owned by a fellow who passed away 6 months ago, leaving it in his will to his adult children, who all lived out of state. No one had ever done a single improvement on it, and Simon was certain they'd just sell it eventually and divide up the profits. People like that wouldn't care that we were out here detecting in these woods, Simon had said. Besides, I have no idea what their names are or where they live. So let's stop worrying about it and have some fun. Jonah figured there weren't any neighbors for at least a mile on either side of the property, and it's not like he and Simon were hunting with rifles. No one was ever going to hear them swinging their metal detectors back and forth over the ground, and when they left, no one would even know they were ever here, because Simon followed at least one rule of detecting etiquette they both believed in, that is, fill up any holes you dig and leave the area just like you found it. So really, what was the harm? The fellow who had told Simon about this land said he'd uncovered 3 Confederate bullets and a Union belt buckle in the span of 2 hours. Simon said that classified this place as a target-rich environment. Maybe so, Jonah thought, but after 30 minutes, neither one of them had dug up a single thing worth keeping. Jonah stopped swinging his detector a moment
to take a swig of water. He looked up to where Simon was detecting on a slight incline. "You sure we're at the right place, Simon? Neither one of us are getting anything good." Simon stopped swinging, turned around. "What's your hurry? Some better place you got to be right now? How's about a little patience? I'm sure we'll get something good here pretty soon. I told you, I didn't just take Harold's word for it. I did my own research about this spot. A large Confederate regiment camped in these very same woods for several days in 1864. Then they marched straight through here on their way to confront Sherman's troops, who were on their way to Atlanta. This is virgin territory. Except for Harold coming out the one time, it's entirely possible no one has ever gone over these woods with detectors before." Jonah swigged his bottle of water, put it back in the holder hanging on his waistband. "All right, I'll keep going. But sure would be nice if one of us got a decent hit pretty soon." "I know this'll pay off. We just keep at it," Simon said. "It's got to. History is on our side. You got that many men camping and marching around these woods, somebody definitely dropped something. Probably a whole lot of somebodies." "All right, I hear you." He started swinging his detector back and forth again. This went on for about 20 more minutes. Jonah hadn't even gotten his detector to ping for a rusty nail. Finally, Simon let out a hoot. Jonah could hear his detector loudly beeping, even from where he stood. "You hear that, Jonah? That's the sound of a keeper, I'm telling you." Jonah rested his detector against a tree and started heading over toward Simon. That really was a good tone. "You might just be right this time." Simon had already set his detector aside and started digging a circular hole about 12 inches in diameter. He lifted the thick plug of grass and dirt up in one motion and dumped it to the side. Then he ran the detector over the open hole a few times just to confirm the target was no longer there. It wasn't, which meant only one thing. Taking out his orange pointer, Simon bent down and began poking the mound of dirt. The pointer quickly emitted a high-pitched beeping sound. "Definitely got something in there," Jonah said. "Come on, baby. Come to Papa," Simon said, ripping off small chunks of dirt as he searched for his prize. "There she is." He pulled out one clump that just fit in the palm of his hand. The pointer was pinging non-stop. Simon quickly broke up the clump and brushed off the excess dirt. "Well, would you look at that?" Jonah said. Simon let out a hoot as he held out a perfectly shaped mini-ball. "A 3-ringer!" he shouted. "See? What did I tell you? This proves it. We're in the right spot. If there's one, there's got to be more, right?" Jonah didn't respond. He just smiled. "You know I'm right." Simon put the bullet in his keeper pouch. "You want to move over in this area? Plenty of room on this hill for both of us." "Maybe in a little while. Let me just finish off the section I'm working on first. If I don't get anything, I'll come join you." "Suit yourself." Jonah hurried back to his detector, slightly more encouraged now that maybe this outing might pay off after all. Less than 10 minutes later, Jonah got a hit too. He knew right off by the tone of the beep it was going to be something good. It was a different pitch than Simon's bullet. He yelled for Simon, but Simon couldn't come over. He'd just gotten another good strike. When Jonah finally unearthed his prize, he got the shock of his life. "It's a coin, Simon!" he yelled. "A silver coin!" "You're kidding." "I am not. And it's an old one for sure. Let me get out my brush." After brushing off the crusty dirt, he could just make out the date. 1862! he yelled. "You hear that, Simon? 1862!" He couldn't believe it. This had to be worth a small fortune, not just because of its age, but the year on the coin meant it had been minted during the Civil War. He could hear Simon running over.
This I gotta see."
He held it out for Simon. "This may be my best find ever in 10 years of detecting. I've found silver coins before, even a few in the 1800s, but never anything like this."
"She's a real beauty," Simon said. "Hardly any of the details been worn off."
He gave it back to Jonah.
"See? I told you this place would pay off, didn't I?" "Yes, you did. You easily got the find of the month with that one, my friend."
Jonah smiled.
"I believe you're right. That is," he said, smiling, "unless I find something even better."
He looked up at the sky.
"We still got several good hours of daylight left."
Chapter 26. For the next hour, both men continued swinging their detectors back and forth over the ground. Their individual searches had caused them to drift about 100 yards apart. Jonah noticed Simon was examining a more hilly area, which he was happy to leave to him, given the condition of Jonah's aging knees. He hadn't found anything else worth keeping since that Civil War coin, but he didn't really care. A find like that made it impossible to view this time out as anything but a major success. Simon had found a couple more 3-ringers and an old rusty fork, which he was sure dated back to the war. Jonah's knees were starting to ache a bit, especially the right one. Just up ahead, centered between a triangle of trees, he saw a large flat rock, a perfect spot to rest. So he headed that way, still swinging his detector back and forth all the while. He smiled as he thought on it, how he couldn't just walk somewhere with his detector hanging idly in his hand. Something inside compelled him to keep swinging that thing back and forth. Hope springs eternal. Isn't that the saying? You never know when you're detecting whether the next swipe might just be the magic one, uncovering a major find like that silver coin. So why even waste the 20 or 30 steps it takes to get to a resting spot? Of course, this time there was apparently nothing but dirt beneath his feet. But that was okay. Next time might be different. He laid his detector down on one half of the big rock and sat his butt down on the other. Instantly his legs and hips both registered the relief, and the rock was nice and cool. Looking up the hill, he could just make out Simon through the trees, still detecting with abandon. He wondered how much longer before Simon might be ready to call it a day. Jonah was already there. Maybe he'd just sit here conserving energy for a while, wait for Simon to connect with one more target, then use that as the catalyst to suggest it might be time to pack up and head down to the Fatted Calf for some barbecue, like they'd discussed on the way here. Pulling his water bottle from his waistband, he downed the last swig. Then he took out his priceless find once again, gave it another slow look on both sides. Hard to fathom that either a Union or Confederate soldier had dropped this coin on the ground 150 years ago, and just kept walking on, not knowing that over time it would burrow itself several inches into the soil and just sit there, waiting for Jonah to come by today. If he had been a foot soldier, the loss of a coin like this might have aroused some disappointment, to be sure. Jonah guessed it could have been worth a half-day's wage back then, but now it was easily worth 10 times that. Not that Jonah would be selling this thing any time soon. Thankfully, now that his Social Security had kicked in to supplement his pension from Lockheed Martin, he and his wife were doing just fine. No, more than likely, Jonah would get this thing polished up, appraised, and then mounted in a nice display case. But first, he'd turn it in at the next meeting, where he would undoubtedly, as Simon had said, win Find of the Month. Then it dawned on him. He'd been going to those club meetings nearly 10 years, but had never won that honor before. That was about to change. He sat there a few minutes more, musing over all these things, and felt some of his strength return. After a few minutes, his hip started to ache. As he repositioned, he accidentally bumped the detector, and it slid off the other side of the rock. Instantly, the detector began singing nice and loud, so much so it startled him. He quickly got off the rock and picked it up, started moving it all around. He'd never heard such an array of different sounds before, and for such an extended period. Normally, it would beep for an inch or two right over the buried target, then stop as you moved the coil away. But here, it continued beeping the whole time. Jonah's detector was a fairly sophisticated model and gave off different pitches or tones depending on the different kinds of metal it found. It was doing that now, but Jonah was hearing at least 3 different signals, some blaring at the same time. He stopped swinging the coil and decided to simply glide it along a few inches off the ground and take note when the beeping stopped. "My gosh," he said aloud. It went for at least 2 feet. Then it stopped. He slid the coil back the same way, and sure enough, it started right up again, beeping for at least 2 feet going the other way. "Simon!" he yelled as loud as he could. "You better get over here! Quick!" He felt his heart start to race. What in the world did he have here? Just then he heard Simon's footsteps pounding the ground behind him. "What's the matter? You okay?" "I'm more than okay. You're not going to believe this." "Believe what?" "Watch." Jonah slowly moved the detector coil in that same 2-foot square motion. It instantly started squealing again. Simon gasped. "What in the world have we got here?" Chapter 27. "I don't know," Jonah said, "but it's the biggest thing I've ever picked up on this machine." "Biggest thing I've ever seen either," Simon said. "And that's saying something. Between you and me, we got 30+ years doing this." Jonah leaned his detector against a tree, took out his shovel. "Why don't you go get yours? Help me dig this thing out." Simon had come over so fast he'd left his gear right where it was. "Wonder what it is," he said. "Maybe it's a box of Civil War ammo, or maybe a toolbox or something. You know, from that time." "But that doesn't make sense," Jonah said. "This thing is 12 inches down. You know my detector's never wrong about target depth. I spent extra to get one that was more precise on that. Why would soldiers bury a box of ammo or tools or anything else? Something doesn't burrow 12 inches down by itself. Whatever's down there was put there on purpose." "I don't know," Simon said. "Maybe it's like a box of Civil War money. You know, like a strong box, like the kind they used to carry payroll money in on stagecoaches out west." "Now that could be. I can see why they'd want to bury that on purpose, like if they were under attack." "And they wouldn't want it to fall into the wrong hands," Simon added. "So they buried it beside this rock so it would be easy to find when they came back for it later." "Then maybe the guys that buried it got killed in battle," Jonah said, "and no one else knew where it was." He shook his head as he thought about the possibility. Could you imagine what something like that would be worth? A staggering amount. "Well, don't just stand there. Get your shovel and let's get this thing out of the ground." Simon took off running faster than Jonah had ever seen. He started marking the outline of the 2-foot square area with his shovel. By his second shovelful of dirt, Simon was back and began to join him. In about 10 minutes, Simon hit something solid. Both men stopped. "Sounded like wood," Simon said. It did. Jonah cleared away the same amount of dirt on his side, then tapped the ground. The same sound, definitely wood. "Let's dig carefully from here on out." He took out his brush, mostly used for cleaning dirt off things. "Don't want to scratch the wood in case it ruins the value." "Agreed." Simon set his shovel aside and started removing dirt with his hands. Within a few minutes, they had uncovered something surprising. For a moment, neither one knew what it was. Finally, after a few more strokes of Jonah's brush, "It's some kind of cloth, maybe canvas or burlap." "And look at the color," Simon said. "It's army green. This can't be from the Civil War." "I agree." He let out a sigh. "Too bad. Guess we can forget about it being some kind of payroll strongbox." Jonah kept brushing off the loose dirt, revealing more of the canvas surface. He tapped on it with the brush handle. "Definitely wood underneath." "I know what this is," Simon said. "There's some kind of wooden box here, but whoever buried it wrapped it with a green canvas tarp." "Keep the weather out," Jonah said. Keep the rain from seeping in." He set the brush aside and started clearing away the dirt around the edges. Simon stopped helping for a moment. "But you know what? That could be a good sign." "What do you mean?" "What you said about keeping the rain from seeping in. You wouldn't do that unless there was something inside that could be damaged from moisture." He stared at Jonah, a big smile appearing on his face. "You mean like cash?" Simon nodded. "A box this size? Lots and lots of cash." He sat up. "Thing is, I don't recall any bank robberies happening in Culpeper. Not since I've been here." "I don't recall any either." Jonah grabbed a piece of the green canvas tarp. "But this could go back to the World War II era. Could have happened before our time. Anyway, let's just keep digging. No prize for the one who guesses right." When they had cleared a slight gap around the perimeter of the box, about 6 inches down, Simon said, "Let's see if we can lift it out yet." Each man stuck his fingers on either side of the box. "On the count of 3, Simon said. A lot of grunting and groaning followed, but the box didn't move a bit. "That's wedged in there, but good," Jonah said. "I think we need to dig this hole bigger so we can eventually get the shovels underneath it." "Afraid you're right." Both men stood, grabbed their shovels, and started widening the hole. 10 minutes later, they were exhausted, but had succeeded. They slid the shovels in on either end and got the tip of the shovel underneath the crate. "Let's see if we can lift this up," Simon said, "even a few inches." Again, lots of grunting and groaning. Finally, the box moved upward, but ever so slightly. They let go of their shovels, and the box fell back in place. "Geez," Jonah said, "that's one heavy son of a gun. I need a break." He leaned his shovel up against the large, flat rock and sat in the dirt. "Whatever's in there," Simon said, "I don't think it's cash. Way too heavy to be filled with cash." He set his shovel down, too. "I'm guessing this box must weigh close to 100 pounds. He shook his head. "We gotta come at this another way. I think we're gonna need to dig even deeper on the ends till we can get some space under it. Then we need to put ropes on each end and lift it that way. Kinda like how they used to lower coffins into the ground. Know what I'm talking about?" "Think so," Jonah said. "Wonder what in the world it could be." After resting a bit, both men began digging again. Jonah didn't know how much longer he could keep this up. He kept pushing himself further until an idea popped into his head. He stopped digging and stood. "You done with your side already?" Simon said. "Not quite. But you know that saying, work smarter, not harder? How about this? Since this is some kind of wood box, there's got to be a top to it, right? Instead of trying to lift it out in one piece, let's see if we can find the top through this canvas tarp." "Then we can pry it off," Simon said. "See what's inside." "Exactly." "Jonah, my friend, I like the way you think." He instantly bent down and started pulling at the tarp, looking for a seam. "Must have buried it with the seam on bottom."
Makes sense. You're trying to keep moisture out. Got a knife handy? I got one in my truck if you don't. Got one right here. Jonah took it out and handed it to him. Simon lifted the tarp up an inch or two and carefully began slicing it open from one end to the other. Yep, there it is. It's some kind of crate. Looks like your idea is going to work. The top is made up of 3 boards. Let me cut the rest of this tarp off, at least enough to get at what's inside. Jonah started walking away. Where are you going? To the truck. Can't likely pry that board open with our fingernails. I don't carry a crowbar in my waistband. Simon laughed. No, I expect you don't. I'll keep cutting away this tarp. When Jonah returned, Simon had the whole top of the crate exposed. He handed him the crowbar, and in no time at all, he'd pried away the first board. Both men peeked inside. There were several rectangular items wrapped in a whitish burlap. On the right side was the top part of a shiny gold-colored cylinder. "What's that?" Jonah said. "I don't know." Simon tapped it with his nails. "Wish it was gold, but feels like brass." "Pop off another board." Simon did, exposing more of the brass cylinder and more of the rectangular objects wrapped in burlap. But now they could partially see some burlap bags running along the bottom tied with twine at the top. Quickly, Simon pried off the final board. "You know what I think this brass thing is? It's some kind of artillery shell casing." It looked like that to Jonah, too. Why would anyone ever bury something like that? "I don't know, but let's see what's inside these burlap packages." Simon tapped them lightly with the knife handle. "Whatever they are, they're solid." He pinched the burlap and began cutting it from the bottom. When he reached the top, he cut across from left to right. He peeled it back and gasped. "You see this, Jonah?" It took maybe 2 seconds for Jonah's mind to grasp what he was looking at. Instantly, his heart began to beat faster. "That's gold, my friend." Simon tapped it hard with his fingers. "Solid gold." Chapter 28. Jonah squatted down to get a closer look. Simon cut the burlap down the other side and peeled it back. Now both men gasped aloud. "Lordy, Lordy, do you see this, Jonah?" He pointed to an imprint stamped into the bottom third. "That's a swastika," Jonah said, "and that's the Nazi eagle on top of it. It's upside down. Can you take it out and spin it right side up?" "Yeah, I can do that. But you realize what we have here, don't you?" He reached his fingers around the top and lifted. "This thing's thick as a brick. A solid gold brick." He lifted it up. "My gosh, this thing must weigh 20 or 30 pounds, maybe more. Here, feel it." He handed it to Jonah. Jonah almost dropped it when Simon let go. "I never knew gold was this heavy." He spun it around so that the Nazi eagle and swastika were at the top. "Look at this, Simon. This gold was minted by Hitler." "And I'm sure so were these," Simon said, pointing to the 2 others still in the crate. "Do you know what gold is going for these days, just for an ounce? Right now it's something like $1,200 or $1,300 an ounce. And there's 16 ounces to a pound. And like I said, this thing weighs close to 30 pounds. "Sure feels like it," Jonah said. His arms were actually getting tired just holding it. "I'm no longer any good at doing math in my head, but that means these 3 gold bricks are worth tens of thousands of dollars." Jonah couldn't help himself. His mind did the calculation. "My gosh." "What?" Simon asked. "What's the matter?" "I am good at math. This one brick alone is worth over $600,000, Simon.
That is, if it does weigh 30 pounds. Even if it weighs 20, that's over $400,000 each. For 3 of them, that's somewhere between $1 to $2 million, depending on how much they weigh. And that's just if you melt the bars down and sold them for the gold itself, Simon said. Don't you think they're worth a lot more than that, considering how old they are and where they come from? I don't know. It would certainly seem so. I've got to set this one down before I drop it. Well, here, lay it on this. Simon spread out the top piece of green canvas he'd cut away from the crate. After Jonah did, Simon lifted the other 2 bricks out and cut away the burlap, confirming they were identical to the first one. Both men stared down at the 3 shiny objects, now glimmering in the setting sun. I'm looking at it, Simon said, but I'm still not believing what I'm seeing. Well, let's finish this thing before the sun is gone for good. Cut up those burlap bags. Let's see what they got inside. Simon turned around and squatted down till he could lift out the first bag. Man, this is pretty heavy, too, and it jingles like coins. He cut off the twine, opened the top, and peeked in. Oh, my, Jonah. Check this out. He slid it over. Jonah looked in. My goodness. It was filled with solid gold coins. And look, Simon said, lifting a handful of them out. They've got the same markings. The Nazi eagle and swastika. Jonah picked one up. So much more weighty than a regular coin. He read aloud the inscription. Deutsches Reich, 1939. What's that mean? I think it just means German Reich and the year it was minted, Jonah said. Do they all say 1939? These do, he said, pointing at the ones in his hand. He grabbed another handful, looked them over. So do all of these. I wonder what the story is behind this, Jonah said. Don't you know a bit about World War II? I'm mostly a Civil War nut. Some, Jonah said. I know the Germans stole the gold out of all the banks in the countries they conquered and had them shipped back to Germany. They even stole all the gold teeth out of the mouths of the Jews they killed in the Holocaust, brought everything back to the fatherland, as they called it, melted them down and marked them like this. With their eagle and swastika, no one could ever trace back where the gold really came from. You think this gold could have been made from Jewish people's teeth? Could be. Some of it, anyway. No way of knowing. Man, that's sick. Well, they were some pretty sick people. But like I said, it could have just come from any number of countries they defeated, like Poland or Belgium or France. But none of that matters now. No one else can lay claim to it since they redid it with their Nazi seal. So, you're saying we're in the clear here? This gold can really be ours? That's when it dawned on Jonah. At that very moment, no one in the whole world except him and Simon knew anything about this gold. It was probably buried here for some unknown reason, sometime after World War II, and it sat there in the ground all this time till now. He could not stop the smile that just appeared on his face. I think it really can, Simon. I have no idea what we can do with it or who we could take it to find out what it's really worth, but whoever put it here way back when is clearly unable to come back for it. I don't know if they died or what. I'm guessing that's what happened. Who in their right mind would leave this kind of treasure buried in this unmarked spot all these years? That's right, Simon said. Nobody would. They must be dead. Only thing that makes sense. And like you said, none of this can be traced back to anyone or any place else. It might as well be ours. We're the ones who found it, right? Jonah didn't answer just yet. He suddenly remembered they were detecting all this time on private property. What's wrong? All the joy just left your face." "It's just, this property, we don't own it. Legally, it belongs to the estate of that guy. Didn't you say he left it in the will for his kids, and they all lived out of state somewhere?" "Yeah, so how does that matter? You think this gold somehow belongs to them just because we found it on their property? It's only their property in the technical sense. None of them have done anything to it. None of them have even come down to take a look at it. No one even bothered to put up a no trespassing or private property sign. From what I understand, at some point they're going to sell it and divide it up between them." "Well, there you go," Jonas said. "There's our answer." "I don't follow you. What's our answer? I don't even get what the question is." "Simon, it's simple. We buy the property. It can't be worth too much. Like you said, no one's even done anything with it, probably since before the Civil War. It's not on any lake or river. None of it is cleared. How much could it be worth? Probably not even a couple handfuls of those Nazi coins." Simon's smile returned. "That's not a half-bad idea. We could both take out a short-term loan for half of what the land's worth, then pay it off once we figure out how to convert all this gold into cash." "Exactly," Jonas said. He looked down at the crate. "Why don't we see what's in that other burlap bag and that artillery shell?" "Why don't we?" Simon bent down and lifted up the last burlap bag. He quickly snipped off the twine and opened it up. "Jeez, Jonah, you're not going to believe it." "What's in it?" Simon held it out for Jonah to see. That big smile, the one he couldn't stop, came right back. The bag was filled with jewelry. Rings, watches, bracelets, brooches, and necklaces made with gold, diamonds, and precious gemstones of every color. "Unbelievable." "You think it's all real?" Jonah reached in and pulled out a handful. "Why wouldn't it be? Everything else in this crate is." He looked at a few of the pieces more closely. They were of astonishing quality. The stuff in this bag could easily be worth more than all the gold. "You think?" Simon gave him the bag and bent down to pick up the artillery shell. "Now I really want to know what's inside this thing." He looked it over a moment, pulled something out of the top. "There's something rolled up in here." He slid it out. "Looks like some kind of old painting." "No, really?" Jonah said, laying the bag of jewelry down beside the gold bricks. "Let me see." Simon handed it to him, and he unraveled it. "Definitely old," Simon said. "Think it's some kind of masterpiece? Saw that movie Monuments Men a couple of years ago. Showed how the Nazis stole all kinds of valuable paintings from all over Europe." Jonah shook his head in disbelief. "Simon, I don't know who painted this, some guy named Raphael, but I can almost guarantee it's a missing masterpiece from the Michelangelo and Da Vinci era, and it's probably worth a fortune all by itself." "You mean more than the jewelry and gold?" Jonah looked at it again. "Maybe 10 times more." He carefully rolled the painting back up, put it back in the shell casing, looked up at Simon. "We are definitely making an offer on this land." Simon smiled. "Agreed. And the sooner the better, my friend." Chapter 29. 1 week later. Newark, New Jersey. Zachary sat in his Camaro, staring at a certain location a block away, strumming his fingers on the steering wheel. He'd turned the car off almost 5 minutes ago. Beside him, in his usual spot, was Anton. "Well, you gonna go in or what? If you're not, why we just sitting here?" Zachary didn't answer right away, then said, "I'm going in. The question is, am I coming out the way I went in? Not knowing that is why we're still sitting here." It had been 3 months since the big visit with his grandfather,
when he found out that his recently dead father had left him nothing. No, had left him worse than nothing. Not only was there no big inheritance coming, the generous monthly allowance Zachary had been living on for years would soon be completely shut off. "So," Anton said, "how much are you supposed to be paying Vito today?" "I still owe him $70,000. "I know that. I'm asking how much you supposed to pay him today." "And I'm telling you every month he tells me, where's my $70,000? "But you're making payments," Anton said. "I know you are. You've been making them for months." "Right. Interest payments only. The deal is 1 point. But in mob language, that's 1 point a week. On $70,000, that's $2,800 a month." "In interest?" Zachary nodded. "Last month he told me if I don't start paying back big chunks toward the loan itself, he's going to raise it to 2 points. Anton looked like he was trying to do the math. "That's $5,600 a month," Zachary said. Anton's eyes bugged out. "What are you going to do?" "That's why we're sitting here. I don't know. I've got enough to pay this month's interest, but that's all. He's not going to be okay with that. It's not just the fact I'm not paying him anything more on the loan balance itself. He's got this whole Italian mob thing about respect going on. He'll say the fact that I'm not paying any more today is showing a lack of respect for him, that I didn't listen last time to his explicit instructions." "But if you don't have the money, how's that not listening?" "It won't matter," Zachary said. "That's how he'll see it. And he won't just double the points. He will do that, but he'll also have to punish me for my lack of respect. I've seen him do this a couple months ago. I was there in that back private room of the restaurant waiting to see him. He sits at the same corner table like some big mafia don, and there's this guy standing there trying to plead his case, asking for some more time. Vito interrupts him, goes into this whole spiel about respect. Then those 2 goons of his start pummeling the guy, 4 or 5 good hits. He's on the floor groaning. As they drag him out right past me, Vito yells that he's doubling the guy's points and says if the money's not there next month, he'll be going out the back door in a box. Man, sounds like something from a mob movie. I know, right? The guy's a walking cliché, but he's a dangerous little walking cliché. I don't know how he got to be in charge. If it was just me and him, I could deck him in 2 minutes. But those guys he travels with, they are some serious bad dudes, and they will do anything he says. I'm sure they've killed people. He's killed people. I know he has. Maybe lots of them. A guy that small doesn't get that kind of power because somebody handed it to him." The 2 men looked at each other for a moment, then straight ahead. Neither said a word. Finally, Anton blurted out, "I know what we should do. Let's take him out. Let's do him." "What? You mean like shoot him? Kill him?" "Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. You said it yourself. He's killed people, probably lots of them. I'm sure a guy like that has a ton of enemies. He's not the kind of guy that cops are going to spend a ton of time on trying to catch his killer. They'll be glad to get rid of him, and you won't have to keep paying these absurd interest payments anymore, or even the loan itself. It's not like you wrote all this down in some contract, right?" "You being serious? Sounds like you are." "Of course I am. Why should you be sitting here worrying about the crap getting kicked out of you because of this little mob wannabe? He's not worth it. You've got a gun, I've got one. We've never used it in a crime before. Well, never fired it anyway. So there's no way the cops can trace it back to us." "This is ridiculous. You're being ridiculous." "Why? What's ridiculous about it? He's just a bully surrounded by 2 bigger bullies he pays to do his bidding." "Which means," Zachary said, "if you kill him, you'll have to kill them too." "So, sounds like we'll be doing the world a favor.
And if these guys are as bad as you say, killing them won't be murder. It'll be more like justice.
I can't believe you're saying this. We've done some shady things before, but you're talking about something that could get us put away for life.
If we got caught, maybe. So, we won't get caught. We'll plan it out so that we don't leave any evidence.
Zachary was shocked that Anton wasn't kidding here. He didn't want to say this, but if Anton was involved at all in the planning of something like this, they'd most certainly get caught. He was just too stupid to pull off the perfect crime. Zachary was certainly sweating the idea of facing Vito in this situation, but he wasn't at all sure he was upset enough to whack the guy, or his henchmen.
So, what do you think?
I think it's a crazy idea. I think if we did try to pull something like this off, one of us or maybe both of us would probably get killed in the attempt. And if somehow we did pull it off without getting shot, which I doubt, we have no idea about Vito's connections. Sure, he's a little weasel and probably has way more enemies than friends, but what if he's part of a bigger clan, like a mob family? His name's Vito Campanelli, for crying out loud. Mob families don't take kindly to having mob members snuffed out. What if they decide to make an example of whoever killed him and won't stop pursuing them until they get their revenge? Anton didn't reply, but it was obvious he was listening. And how about the police? Zachary continued. Sure, they'll probably be glad to get rid of a guy like Vito and his goons, but that doesn't mean they won't open an investigation and at least make an attempt to figure out who did it. And, Anton said, if they did, there's no way they could trace it back to us. Not if we did it right.
Did it right? What makes you think we could do something like this right?
Even if we plan everything out, we could still get caught on somebody's camera. I was watching this true crime TV show last week about how many crimes they solve these days using CCTV.
What's that? Anton asked.
CC stands for closed circuit. Look up the road at Vito's restaurant. There could be 12 TV cameras hanging from 12 different businesses between here and there, even around back in the alleys. They probably got them there, too. This TV show was all about crimes they solved where they had almost no evidence left on the scene. But then they checked these cameras and voila, there's the murderer, showing up on one camera after another. Anton sighed. I know you're trying to help, and I appreciate that. But unless I know beyond a shadow of a doubt we could pull off the perfect murder, I don't want to get rid of this guy only to wind up wearing an orange jumpsuit the rest of my life, sitting in prison worrying about being attacked by big, fat dudes who think I'm pretty.
Anton laughed. You are, you know.
I am what?
Pretty. All the girls think so.
Shut up.
Okay, so we don't kill Vito and his goons because you think we'll get caught.
No, I know we'll get caught.
What if we could lure him out of the city? Some place where there were no cameras?
Just forget it, Anton. We're not going to kill Vito.
Then what are we going to do?
I don't know. I'll think of something.
He opened the car door, got out, and started walking toward Vito's restaurant. Chapter 30. When Zachary walked through the front door of Vito's Italian kitchen, he was temporarily stopped by goon number 1, a guy named Nicky.
Vito expecting you? He said.
Yeah, he is. Zachary still didn't have a plan, but something was starting to gel. The place was dimly lit, didn't open for dinner until 4. Took a few moments for Zachary's eyes to adjust.
Wait here. I'll check if he wants to see you.
This was ridiculous. Vito must have watched every mob movie growing up as a kid and modeled his mini-empire around them. It wasn't a bad-looking place as Italian restaurants go. Zachary heard the food wasn't even bad, but he'd never eat there. Nicky came back. "He'll see you, but I don't look too happy." Zachary had no memories of Vito ever looking happy. Nicky started walking through the tables toward the back dining room where Vito always sat, the rear corner table on the left. Zachary followed. As he walked through the doorway, he saw Vito sitting there eating lasagna and drinking wine. Next to him was a beautiful blonde in a low-cut dress, sipping some kind of cocktail. He was too much, this guy. Standing to the right, almost at attention, was goon number 2. Vito looked up. "Hey, gorgeous, give me a few minutes with this guy, would you? We won't be long. Ronnie, you stay put." She slid out of the booth and hurried toward the main room, carrying her glass. "Right, boss." Ronnie shot Zachary a menacing look that said, "I will hurt you. Just give me a reason." Zachary believed him. "Why are you coming here interrupting my dinner? You could have just handed the money to Nicky by the front door. That's how this is supposed to work. If you're wanting to see me, that can only mean one thing. You got excuses. But I don't want to hear any excuses. I want to see the dough. Lots of dough." "I brought the money, Vito. It's in my pocket." "Then why didn't you just give it to Nicky?" "I need to talk to you about something, that's all." "You bringing me more than just the interest payment?" "You better be. I told you last time you don't start making big payments toward the balance, I won't be happy." Zachary was standing right in front of the table now. Nicky stood to his left, a little too close for comfort. Zachary pulled the wad of cash out of his pocket, hoping the sight of it might ease the tension. Vito's eyes fixed straight on it. "How much is that?" 28 $100 bills, Zachary said. 2,800? Wait a minute, that's what you always pay. Where's the rest? "It's coming, Vito. I just need a little more time." Vito blurted out a string of Italian obscenities. "You hear this, Nicky? You hear this, Ronnie? Excuses! Just like I said. Didn't I say I don't want to hear any excuses?" "You did, boss," Ronnie said, glaring at Zachary. "I'm not here with excuses, Vito, I promise. I've got something brewing that'll raise enough to clear the slate for good. That's why I came in here today. Just hear me out. I promise I won't waste your time." Vito stared at him for what felt like a solid minute. He sliced off a bite of lasagna, stuffed it into his mouth. "You got 2 minutes. Starting now." "You know who my family is, right?" "I know you come from old money," Vito said. "I know you've been living off some allowance they give you like some spoiled rich kid." He looked at his goons. "Nobody ever gave me any money, did they, boys? I had to earn every penny the hard way." Then back at Zachary. "I know you're a lousy gambler. You lose money on the horses, on cards, on sports. I know you're into me for 70,000. That's how bad at this you are. And I know for the last several months all you've been paying me is interest on this loan. And I told you I'm all done with that. Didn't I tell you I'm all done?" Man, did this guy love hearing himself talk. "Yes, you said you're all done. I get that. But you also said you wanted me to start making big chunks toward paying down the loan itself." "But you're not here to do that, right? You're here with the same measly 2,800 you've been bringing me all along." "I am, but what if I could bring you the whole 70,000 in one lump next time, plus whatever interest I need to pay to get caught up? Wouldn't that be better?" Vito kept chewing. "If that were true, and I do mean if, it would be better. So, is that what you're telling me?" What was Zachary saying? He had no idea how he would pull this off. "Yes, that's what I'm telling you." "Okay, I'm listening." "You're right about me," Zachary said. "Everything you said.
But maybe you heard my old man died. I did hear something about that. From a heart attack or something, right? That's right, a massive heart attack. Killed him instantly. My respects. Thank you. I told you a couple of payments ago that I could pay off most of the loan, if not all of it, from my inheritance, which is why I was making interest payments only since then. So, what, your ship has come in? Vito said. Zachary remembered what his grandfather had said 3 months ago about his ship being sunk. Not exactly. Turns out my dad was a schmuck, a total loser. He lost everything, all our family's money, even the family business. We have to sell it just to cover all his debts. And this is the good news? How does this help me get my $70,000 back in one lump? That part of the story doesn't help either one of us out. But when my grandfather told me this, he also said my dad's screw-up didn't affect him. His money's separate. The old family money? Vito said. That's right, the old family money. Plus, he's got that mansion he lives in. That by itself is worth a small fortune. And I'm guessing all this goes to you someday. But how does that help me out today? Even more important for your sake, how does that help you out? Since you're the one who owes me all this money. Because someday is just around the corner, Zachary said. My grandfather is 93 years old. You should see him, Vito. He's being kept alive by machines. He could go any day now. He even wants to die. If they pulled the plug right now, he'd be dead in minutes. So, that's your plan? To pull the plug on your grandfather's machines? No, but he's given me a list of things he wants me to do. Things he wants done before he dies. Like a bucket list? Yeah, like that. The thing is, I do this handful of things for him. He said he's going to have his guy, his butler dude, shut off the machines. Then I'll get everything he has. I don't do these things. He gives everything away to charity. This is a very interesting story, Vito said, but it's starting to sound more and more like a big excuse as to why I'm not getting paid. It's not, Vito. It's just where things are at. The thing is, if you hurt me, or worse, shoot me for being a little late, you lose the whole $70,000. My Gramps' whole wad goes to charity. But if you can just give me a little more time, let me take care of this bucket list for my grandfather, he'll let this guy pull the plug, and I'll wind up with everything. Then I'll pay you back everything I owe you and then some, all at once. Vito lopped off another chunk of lasagna, stuck it in his mouth. How much time you think it's going to take, knocking off this bucket list? I don't know, a month, maybe 2. Vito kept chewing, took another bite. All right, I'll give you a month, but I'm reworking this deal as of now. You pay me back the whole wad plus 2 points. If you need another month, it goes up to 3 points. You follow? I follow, and I accept your terms. All right, get out of here and let me eat. You go take care of that bucket list for the old man. Chapter 31. Zachary hurried down the sidewalk toward his Camaro. Anton saw him, a surprised look on his face. As he opened the car door, Anton said, "You don't look beat up." Zachary got in. "I'm not." He tried to calm down. His insides were racing. "I was seriously wondering if I was going to have to call 911. "You and me both." Zachary turned on the car, started backing out of the space. "So what happened?" Zachary sighed. "I just bought some time, that's all." As he drove down the road, he gave Anton the play-by-play. When he was through, Anton shook his head. "Can't believe you just came up with that on the spot." "I know. Even as I started explaining it to Vito, I didn't even know what I'd say next. I just kept talking and the scheme started taking shape. I still wasn't sure he'd buy it, but he did, at least for now. So you got a month to get this bucket list done. Is that the deal? Pretty much. I haven't heard you talk about it much in the last couple of months. Anything happening with that? Not too much, Zachary said. I figured out pretty quick how to set up the first item on his list on the internet. You mean that buried treasure thing? The one with the Nazi gold and antique painting? It's way more than an antique, Anton. It's a priceless masterpiece. I've never heard of this painting before or the guy who painted it, but I did some research. This thing is in the Mona Lisa category. One website said if it ever got found, it might sell for $100 million. Whoa! For one painting? I know, right? Did I show you what it looked like? I don't think so, not that I care. It's this really homely-looking girl wearing a red beret. For the life of me, I have no idea why it's worth so much. If we were walking through a flea market past one of those places that sell paintings and posters, I wouldn't give you $10 for this thing. If someone gave it to me as a present, I wouldn't hang it on my wall. But here it is, worth the same as a Powerball lottery ticket. He turned right at the next light, saw the signs for the I-95 ramp up ahead. There's no accounting for taste, Anton said. So, what do you mean, you set things up on the internet? I set up a bunch of Google alerts and on a few other browsers too. If anybody goes online and talks about this painting, these alerts kick in and send me an email with a link so I can check it out. I didn't know you could do that. Yeah, but it works a little too good. What do you mean? I mean, I keep getting flagged by these alerts ever since I set it up. And all of them, false alarms. The first time I almost freaked out until I clicked on the link. It was just some kid talking about this painting on some college discussion forum about stolen art. That's what all these alerts have been, just people talking about the painting or maybe about one of Raphael's other paintings. I'm even getting flagged any time somebody talks about Nazi loot. Well, that sucks. Tell me about it. It's a total waste of time, but I still gotta check it just in case. Hey, if it makes my grandfather happy and lets me check off the first item on his bucket list, so be it. Which reminds me, I need to head by his place now. Give him an update on this. I should have done it months ago. Hopefully he'll be impressed enough to tell me what the next thing is on the list. You don't even know what the next thing is? Nope. He said I had to finish each one before he'd tell me the one that came next. What's up with that? Why all the secrecy? I don't know. I'm supposed to be trying to earn back his trust or something. Well, guess you gotta do what you gotta do. So, will he consider this first item done because you got these alerts set up? He's not expecting you to actually find the treasure before he'll tell you the next one, is he? Better not be. This thing's been missing for over 70 years. I'm just doing these alerts to show him I'm doing something. I really don't know what else I can do. Yeah, I expect you'll be getting false alarms for the next 70 years, too, if that painting hasn't showed up after all this time. Before pulling into the driveway of his grandfather's mansion, Zachary had dropped Anton off at the nearest Starbucks. It wouldn't be good for his grandfather or Hanley to see that he was still hanging out with Anton. He parked in one of the spaces near the 3-car garage. He had called 20 minutes ago to make sure this was a good time to stop by. Hanley had said it wasn't, but Zachary heard his grandfather yelling in the background, "Let the boy come! I'm fine!" He was about to ring the doorbell when the door opened. "I saw you pull in from the front window. You can go up. He's expecting you. But be brief, he has breathing treatment due in 10 minutes. I don't even need that much time, Zachary said, but I think I'll need to see you after I see him. Oh? Zachary hurried up the stairs and down the hall. He knocked gently on the door and was summoned to enter. Hey, Gramps, how are you doing?
Do you really want to know?
No, I don't. I can see for myself you look terrible.
Of course, he didn't say that. Yeah, it's why I asked.
I'm dying in the most boring and tedious way possible.
You want me to pull the plug now? I can do that.
Of course, he didn't say that either.
Come closer. I'm too tired to yell.
Zachary obeyed.
I must say I'm disappointed in you. I thought I would have seen you long before now, considering the things we discussed the last time you were here.
I would have come sooner, but you laid some pretty big things on me, Gramps. But believe me, I've been working non-stop on 'em ever since. For example, I had to find a new place to live. Then I had to move everything into that new place. Had to get rid of a lot of stuff since the new place was so much smaller. Had to look for a job. Had to...
Have you found one?
Not yet. Actually, he hadn't even started looking.
I noticed you didn't mention doing anything about the list we discussed. Specifically, item number 1.
That's because you interrupted me before I finished. I'm happy to say item number 1 is completed.
And what does that mean, exactly?
It means that if anybody inquires about that painting on the internet, really from anywhere in the world, I get an email alert right away. It's already happening. I've been getting hits about it ever since I set it up, over 2 months now.
You're getting hits about the lost treasure?
Well, yeah.
Then why haven't you told me before now?
His eyes were bugging out. Because they've all been false alarms. Nobody's found it yet. The alerts mainly tell me when anyone discusses or inquires about the painting, or even about lost Nazi loot. So far, there hasn't been a thing that even hints about the painting being found, and nothing from the state of Georgia. But the good news is the idea is working. I'm telling you, anyone finds that treasure buried somewhere in Georgia, and they go on the internet about it for any reason, I'm gonna know. For just the briefest moment, Zachary saw a smile appear, then disappear on Gramps' face. Which is one of the main reasons I came here today. To give you this update about the first item, and hopefully you'd be impressed enough to let me know what the second one is. I'd really like to get through this list as soon as possible.
What's the big hurry? I haven't heard anything from you about the first mission in a couple of months.
I need you to get the plug pulled on all these machines ASAP.
It's not a big hurry, Gramps. Maybe a little one. It's just my funds are going to run out pretty soon. If possible, I'd like to make it through all the items on your list before then, that's all.
Fair enough, Gramps said, although I'm not sure that's even physically possible, given the tasks still undone. And I thought you were going to say something a bit more noble. Like, I want to free you from all your suffering, Gramps, as quickly as possible.
That does sound better than what I said.
Doesn't it? Of course, if you had said it, I would have instantly known you didn't mean it. But at least I could have pretended.
Zachary walked over to a nearby wall outlet, where several of Gramps' machines were plugged into a surge protector. He lifted the electrical cord. I could put an end to your suffering right now, if you'd like, Gramps. His grandfather smiled.
You could, but I haven't changed my will yet. You pull that, and you wouldn't get a thing.
Zachary dropped the cord. It was just a joke. Chapter 32. Culpeper, Georgia. After weaving through the curvy tree-lined streets of Joe Boyd's subdivision, Jack reached the cul-de-sac where his house was located. Jack had been here once before, dropping Joe off, but had never been inside. The homes were a little smaller and a little less expensive than Jack and Rachel's, but not by much. But then, a police detective in a small town earned quite a bit less than a college professor with a Ph.D. In any case, such things didn't matter to Jack or Rachel. Joe and his wife Kate, to use Joe's words, were good people. Easy to be with, easy to talk to. They had met for coffee a couple of times, but this was the first time they were eating dinner at Joe's house, the first time they'd interact with their kids, Kristen and Joe Jr. They pulled into the driveway, set on a slight incline. The sun had already set. The air was cool, a slight breeze wafting through the pine trees. "It's a cute house," Rachel said. "Actually, I like the whole neighborhood. I wouldn't have minded if we moved here." "Me either," Jack said, "but I think Dr. Mendelsohn might have protested. He was just barely okay with our place." "He's such a snob." She got out of the car. "No argument there." Jack walked around the front of the car and reached for her hand. "Are you nervous at all?" "No, should I be?" "No, you definitely should not. It's just Joe and I have spent a lot more time together than you and Kate, and she's got that kind of, northern style of communicating." "You mean the way she pretty much just says what she's thinking without worrying too much about how it sounds?" "Well, yeah." "No, I don't mind. In some ways I find it refreshing. I never have to worry if she's playing games. Besides that, she's a genuinely kind person. If she was mean or the self-centered manipulative type, then I might have a problem. But you can tell, she's really nice. So I don't ever feel intimidated when I'm around her. In some ways, she reminds me of a female version of Joe." They reached the front door. Jack stepped up and rang the doorbell. "Yeah, I can see that." "Aren't you going to bring in your new toy?" "The metal detector? No, that would be too tacky." "But I heard you tell Joe on the phone that it came in today, and it sounded like he said for you to bring it tonight." "He did. I'll show it to him after dinner." The door opened. It was Joe Jr., eyes all bright, wearing a big smile. He yelled back over his shoulder, "They're here!" Kate entered the hallway that led to the front door. "What kind of way is that to greet somebody, Joey? Do it the way we taught you." Jack and Rachel laughed. Joey looked up at them. "Sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Turner, for being such an idiot. Where are my manners?" He said this with an almost over-the-top politeness. "Welcome to the Boyd residence." Kate walked up behind him and put him in a headlock. "Now, look, they think we call our kids idiots." "But Dad did call me an idiot." Kate looked at Jack and Rachel, still holding Joey in a playful headlock. "He did, once, last year. And what did I tell him?" "You said if he called me that again, you'd hit him with a frying pan." Jack and Rachel laughed even harder. "And have I ever had to hit your father with a frying pan?" "No." "Why? Because he hasn't called me an idiot again?" "That's right. Even when you act like an idiot, he doesn't call you that." She let him go. "Go upstairs and get your father. I'm not sure if he heard the doorbell." Joey ran up the stairs just beyond the foyer. "This doorbell, they must have wired it wrong. Come in, you guys. Good to see you again. And as Joey said, welcome to the Boyd residence." When Jack and Rachel crossed the threshold, she gave them both a quick hug. "You're right on time, and dinner is almost ready. If you want, you can head right to the table." She led them through a doorway on the left that clearly led to the dining room. A cute, blondish-haired girl was just setting napkins by each plate. "This must be Kristen," Rachel said. "That's me." She stopped what she was doing, stood in place, and held out her hand. "Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Turner." "And how old are you?" Jack said. "I'm almost 11, next month on the 10th. "That's about what I guessed," he said. "The table looks very nice." "Thank you. We hardly ever eat in here except when company comes or on the holidays." Kate excused herself. "I've got one more thing to take out of the oven. Kristen, would you get our guests something to drink?" "Sure. We have filtered water from the fridge, unsweet iced tea, and Diet Coke." Jack asked for Diet Coke. Rachel said an unsweet iced tea. Before she left, Kristen said, "Sit anywhere you'd like. I'll be right back."
"They have great kids," Rachel whispered. "Makes me want them even more." Jack knew Rachel was still struggling about not being pregnant. "When we do have our own, I'm sure you're going to be a great mom like Kate." "I hope so." They heard a light, then a heavy thumping coming down the stairs. It was Joey, followed by his dad. Joe looked over and saw them sitting in the dining room. A big smile came over his face, and he headed their way. "Don't get up," he said. "I'm coming." He walked over, shook Jack's hand, and gave Rachel's shoulders a gentle squeeze. "So glad you guys are here."
"Thanks for inviting us,"
Rachel said. He walked around the table and sat at the head spot. To Jack, it just looked right. Kristen walked in and handed them their drinks.
"You want ice water, Daddy, right?"
"That's my girl. A lemon slice if there's any more." He looked at Jack. "Well, did you bring it?"
"What, the metal detector?"
"Yeah, what else?"
"It's in the back seat. I'll bring it in after dinner."
"Yeah, that's a better idea. Can't wait to see it. Which one did you get?"
"The one you suggested, but I got the model that's a couple notches up. It's pretty much the same, but it can detect accurately 10 to 12 inches deeper, and it can distinguish between the different metals better."
"That'll be nice. You'll still get plenty of false alarms with that one, but maybe not as many. I might trade mine up after a year or so." A moment later, Kate came in holding a big, wonderful-smelling roast on a serving tray, surrounded by carrots and small potatoes. She set it on the center of the table.
"That looks and smells delicious," Rachel said. "I gotta admit," Kate said, "I do a good roast. And the gravy, you gotta have the gravy."
"I love good gravy," Jack said.
Rachel agreed. "Joey's carrying it in now. Be careful, Joey, don't spill it. It's hot enough to send somebody to the hospital." "I'll be careful."
Jack looked at Joe. "So is it Joe Jr. or Joey?" "I call him Joe Jr. Kate calls him Joey. Either way works, right, Joe Jr.?"
"Call me whatever you want," he said. "Just don't call me late for dinner."
Everyone laughed.
After everyone sat, Joe suggested they say grace. Jack said he and Rachel always did that too. Joe invited Joe Jr. to pray the blessing because
he prays real good for a 9-year-old.
The conversation flowed nice and easy all dinner long, and the food tasted as good as it looked and smelled. A few bites in, Kate let out a gasp. She had forgotten to bring out the fresh Italian bread. She brought it to the table, and it was amazing. Homemade with real butter. Near the end, Jack was stuffed and said so. Rachel agreed. It was decided they'd wait a half hour or so for dessert. Brownies and vanilla bean ice cream, drizzled with hot fudge.
"That'll just give us enough time to check out Jack's new detector,"
Joe announced. Joe looked at Kate. "That's fine," she said. "I'm encouraging this thing between you and Jack. It's great to see you two doing something that doesn't have anything to do with solving crimes or people getting shot." Chapter 33. Culpeper, Georgia, the next day. Jonah Bolton sat at a table by the window in the far corner of the Fatted Calf barbecue place. He stared out the window at that spot in the road where Simon Morley's pickup should appear. He was 15 minutes late, and he hadn't answered Jonah's calls. Jonah didn't know why he was suddenly struggling with trust issues where Simon was concerned. They hadn't been close friends too long, but so far Simon had never given him reason to worry. It must just be the sheer sum of the new fortune they'd found, and that two of the most valuable components were being stored at Simon's place, the jewelry and the painting. Jonah didn't much like the idea when Simon first suggested it, back on the day they'd uncovered the treasure, but it did make sense. They had decided to rebury the gold bricks and bags of gold coins in the ground. They were so heavy, and they figured no one ever goes out there. And it's managed to stay safely hidden in that spot for 70 years. And as for weather, even though the crate wasn't sealed any longer, a little rain couldn't hurt the gold even if it seeped in. But they decided to pull out the bags of jewelry and the painting in its artillery shell case. Although they both lived in fairly safe neighborhoods, the main reason for storing things at Simon's was that he lived alone. Jonah had to admit it would be hard keeping something like this at his house, considering his wife was such a meticulous cleaner. In all their years of marriage, he'd never even successfully hid a birthday or Christmas present from her if he kept it at the house. Besides that, Jonah and his wife had to leave on a family trip 2 days after they'd found the treasure. They'd be gone over a week. What if someone had broken into his house while they were away? Thieves often notice when someone goes on vacation. In any case, Simon convinced him that they should store this part of the loot at his place. Both items would fit easily in his big gun safe. But where was he now? Jonah looked out the window again. Still no sign. The waitress came up. "Want a refill on that iced tea?" "Sure. Remember, it's unsweet." "I remembered." She refilled the glass. "Still waiting on your friend?" "Yeah, I don't know what's keeping him." His cell phone vibrated on the table. Jonah looked down. A text. "It's him." "Got your message. Sorry I'm late, right down the road." "Do you know what he'll want to drink?" "I don't, but he usually gets water." "I'll be right back." She walked off. Jonah breathed a sigh of relief. This whole thing had introduced a level of tension he hadn't felt since he retired. He wasn't sure why. He should be ecstatic. Whatever his share came out to be, it was clear. All their money troubles were over for the rest of their days. But it was such a huge amount of money, and, thus far, none of it was in cash. Neither of them were experts in what to do in such matters, although Simon talked like he was. How does one find a buyer for such things? Solid gold bricks and gold coins with Nazi emblems? A priceless Renaissance-era painting, missing for 70 years? Perhaps the only thing that didn't make Jonah nervous was the jewelry. Other than being very high-end, all the pieces looked pretty normal. The kind of things you might expect to find in an estate sale. Of course, they'd have to sell the jewelry in stages at various locations over many months, but he had a pretty good sense that it would convert quite easily into cash when they did. The front door opened, and in walked Simon. He quickly spotted Jonah in their agreed-upon space and headed toward him. Jonah was very curious to hear Simon's new game plan about the property they were planning to buy. Supposedly, he'd done some research that had totally changed his perspective. "Hey, Jonah, sorry I'm so late. Almost didn't make it here at all." He slid in the booth. "An idiot passed me about 2 miles back, on that series of sharp S-turns between town and here, and ran me off into a ditch. Fortunately, it wasn't a sheer drop or I'd be dead. But still, couldn't get any traction to back myself out. Had to flag somebody down to tow me out." "Well, glad you're okay." "So, your trip was nice? Did you spend a little extra money, knowing the huge influx of cash coming your way?" "To tell you the truth, no, I didn't. You know I'm the overly cautious type." "Don't count your chickens before they hatch?" "Yeah." "Well, these chicks are definitely going to hatch. That's not in doubt. Actually, I was thinking we could divvy up the jewelry between us now, if you're okay with that. Unlike the gold, they're not going to need any special handling." "I was thinking the same thing." "Then let's bang the gavel on that one now. You find some excuse to spend an evening at my place soon, and we'll spread them out on the table. Figure out some kind of way to split them up fairly." "I can come over any night this week except tonight." "Then how about tomorrow night, right after supper?" "I'll be there. So, what's this new game plan you mentioned?"
While I was gone, you were going to look into what kind of offer we should make on that property." Simon's expression instantly changed. He was still smiling, but with a new look in his eyes. The waitress walked up. "You made it," she said. "What can I get you to drink?" "I'll have a double," Simon said. "You wish. Simon, you know we don't sell liquor in here. You want water, iced tea, or a Coke?" "A Coke will be fine. And we're not eating a meal here, but maybe you could bring us a basket of fries, darling. And don't you worry none, we'll tip you like we're both ordering steaks." "That'll help the cause," she said, walking away. Simon stopped watching the waitress's shapely curves and looked back at Jonah. "So, I was saying about my new game plan. Well, our game plan, if you agree. Here's the thing I found out. I got a hold of the attorney handling the estate of the deceased being the fellow who owned the property where we found our—" Simon looked around nervously. It was the middle of the afternoon. They had the whole back corner to themselves. "Our treasure. His adult kids are interested in selling it. I pretended to be interested." "But I thought we were not pretending. We are serious about it." "I know that was the original plan, but hear me out. Anyway, I'm inquiring like someone interested in the property, until he informs me of the date the deceased purchased the property in the first place." "Which was?" Jonah said. "Which was in March 1965. That's when it dawned on me." "What dawned on you?" Simon leaned forward a little. "That's when it dawned on me. This guy couldn't have had anything to do with that treasure we found. We both agreed that crate and its contents were likely buried sometime shortly after World War II, which would put it around 1946 or 47. Doesn't that sound reasonable?" Jonah nodded. "So how's that matter about our offer on the property?" "See, that's just it. I'm thinking this kind of changes everything. This new information means whoever put that crate in the ground is long gone. Nobody in their right mind would walk away from that much money unless they were dead. And the fellow who recently died and left it to his kids can't really lay claim to it because he never knew it was ever there. So we enter the picture, us and our metal detectors, and find this treasure which no one else has found, and we're thinking like we owe somebody something. But we don't. It doesn't belong to anybody. We can't trace it back to anyone. No one can. Not the people who put it in the ground, or the people the Nazis stole it from in the first place." Jonah was listening intently, wanting to believe what Simon was saying. "You see that, right?" "I'm starting to. And I'm sure as you let this settle in a bit, you'll get like me, totally at peace with it. The way I see it, we found this treasure fair and square. No one owned it, and no one else has a right to it except us." "Which means," Jonah said, "which means I don't see any reason why we have to go through the rigmarole of purchasing this property, just so we don't feel guilty about taking our treasure off it. I think we're in the clear to do with it whatever and however we please." The waitress walked up, set Simon's Coke down and the basket of fries. "There you go, gentlemen. Anything else?" "That'll do for now," Simon said. She walked away again. The fries smelled so good to Jonah. He squirted a pile of ketchup on his plate, dipped one in, and took a bite. "So, what do you think?" Simon said. "About my game plan?" Jonah took another bite. "I can't find any fault with it. And I guess you're right. It's not like we've taken something that belongs to them, since they didn't put it there." "And they have no idea it ever even existed," Simon added. "So they won't be missing it." "Okay, I'm in. But now what? What do we do about all this other stuff besides the jewelry? Where do we keep it? How do we find out what it's worth, find people who'll buy it?" "That, my friend, gets a little bit tricky. But as you can imagine, I've been giving it all some thought." Chapter 34. Jonah sat there in the booth at the Fatted Calf, mulling all these things over, as he waited for Simon to get back from the restroom. It was all so much to take in, but it did seem like a reasonable plan was starting to come together. Simon had just begun to explain the rest of his game plan when, as he put it, duty called. Jonah reached into the basket of fries and pulled out a nice long one. He especially loved the ones that still had part of the peel on them. He ran it through the ketchup, covering it completely except for his fingertips. His wife, Edith, would have a fit if she could see this. "Okay, where was I?" Simon announced as he slid back into the booth. "You didn't get very far. You just laid out all the arguments for why we didn't need to buy the property at all, and you got me to agree to that. But then I had some practical questions about what comes next." "That's right," Simon said. "What do we do with the rest of the loot after we divvy up the jewelry? It can't stay in the ground forever. I thought of the perfect solution. A safe deposit box. You know, like at a bank." Jonah thought about it for a moment. "Do they make them big enough?" "I got one at my bank to store all our important stuff. As I recall, they weren't very big at all. When I think of the contents of that crate fitting into one of those things, there's just no way." "I get what you're saying, but I've already looked into it. My bank has one they call a 10 by 10. That's still not very big. What's that like, the size of a shoebox?" "A little bigger than that, but they go back 24 inches. "Will the painting fit?" "It just will. I measured. It's 22 inches rolled up. It won't work if we keep it inside the artillery shell, but it should be fine if we take it out. We'll just have to wrap it in something carefully." "But even with that," Jonah said, "that's still not big enough to fit everything. You got the gold bars and the 2 sacks of coins, not to mention how heavy this thing's gonna be. So we'll get 2 safe deposit boxes. You come over tomorrow night to my place and we'll divvy up the jewelry. The next day you and I show up at the bank and we can check out the boxes for ourselves, see if we can find something that'll work. If so, we'll ask for 2 keys for each box. You'll get a set and I'll get one. Then we can pick a time to dig everything out and get it to the bank. After that, we can shift our focus on finding buyers for all this stuff." "I think I'm going to get a separate, smaller box at my bank," Jonah said, "for my share of the jewelry. I'd be too nervous having stuff worth that much at my house." "That's not a bad idea. I might do the same. Of course, I'm going to cash in some of that jewelry right off the bat. Things have been a little tight for me lately." "Have any idea where you're going to go?" "There's 2 pawn shops in town," Simon said. "Figured I'd take a few pieces to each one, see what I can get." Jonah thought about it a moment. "I think I might try several towns between here and Atlanta. I don't think folks in Culpeper will be used to seeing such high-end stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if those 2 pawnshop owners know each other. They're from India or Pakistan, I think, judging by their looks and accents. They might even be family. We try cashing in too many pieces here in Culpeper, it might start to raise some suspicion." Simon smiled. "I never figured you for being one of those conspiracy theory types." "I'm not. I just think we've got to start being smart about this. Simon, don't you realize what could happen to either one of us if folks get word of what we found? Some people would kill us in a snap just to get a fraction of the stuff in our jewelry bags, let alone the gold coins and gold—" Jonah stopped talking. The waitress walked up. "Can I get you gentlemen a refill on those drinks?" "That'd be great," Simon said. "No thanks, I'm fine." After she walked away, Jonah leaned forward and whispered, "Just yesterday I read a story in the paper. Over in Madison they arrested a meth addict for killing and robbing his 80-year-old neighbor because he'd heard she had $200 cash stored in a jar. $200, Simon. Every one of the rings in our jewelry bags are worth 3 or 4 times that. You don't know jewelry like I do. Edith and I have been married almost 50 years, and she loves jewelry. I've been pricing and saving for rings, necklaces, and bracelets all that time. I know what some of these things are worth." Okay, I hear you. And I agree we gotta be extra special careful from here on out. He looked up, noticed the waitress was still at the counter. "Right, well, what do you think about the game plan? You ready to do this?" Jonah sighed, then smiled. "Yeah, I'm ready. I'll be over tomorrow, right after dinner. And don't forget, bring a briefcase with you to bring home your share of the jewelry."
Chapter 35. The following evening, Jonah pulled up into Simon's driveway, got out of the car, and headed for the front door. He'd told Edith he was coming here to do some location research for their next metal detecting outing, something he and Simon had done many times before. He didn't like lying to her, but he couldn't tell her the truth yet. "Honey, I'm heading over to Simon's to sort through millions of dollars of stolen Nazi jewelry." Simon's front door opened before he rang the bell. "Saw you through the front window," Simon said. Come in. I got everything all spread out on the dining room table. You want something to drink?" Jonah walked into the living room. "How about a cold beer?" Simon started walking toward the dining room. "Go ahead and have a seat at the table. I'll get your beer. I think I'll get one for me, too." He started toward the kitchen, but stopped as Jonah approached the table. "Can you believe this?" He pointed to the piles of jewelry laid out on the table. "Have you ever seen such a sight?" Jonah's eyes slowly panned across the scene. Simon had separated the jewelry into groups based on type. Piles of rings and bracelets, a big pile of earrings, another one for necklaces, even a pile for watches. "Do any of those work?" Jonah asked. "At least some of them do. They're the old style, have to be wound up. But I tried 3 or 4 of them. Started ticking right away. Pick one up. So much heavier than watches are today. And look at the jewels on some of them. I haven't had time to search out all the brand names, but I'm sure they're all high-end antiques by now." As Jonah glanced down at the pile of treasure once more, it dawned on him who most of these items originally belonged to. Not the Nazis, but the people they stole them from. At least some of them were Jews they killed in the gas chambers. "Doesn't it bother you, Simon, where all these things came from?" "You mean like the Jews?" "Yeah, like the Jews, and whoever else the Nazis killed to get them. I guess it could bother me if I let it, but then it's not like there's anything can be done about it. I try to view it like you would if you got stuff from an estate sale, even valuable stuff. Someone dies, no matter who they are, they leave it all behind. Then some family members get involved and have an estate sale. Someone new becomes the owner. It's just how things go, right?" Jonah didn't think this was anything like an estate sale situation, but really there wasn't anything that could be done about it now. All the original owners were dead, and it's not like there were name tags telling you who the heirs were, or whether even they were still alive. "Well," Simon said, "I'll go get your beer." Jonah decided to shut down these troubling thoughts. A few moments later, his eyes fixed on one of the watches when he saw the word Rolex. It was square-faced with a solid gold band. The numbers were written in some classic old-style font. A smaller second hand was inset at the bottom within a circle. The words "Swiss-made" appeared in smaller print along the bottom. He'd always dreamed of owning a Rolex someday, but he could never justify the expense. He picked it up. My, it was exquisite. "Try it on," Simon said, setting Jonah's beer on the dining room table. "Isn't it a beauty? That's the only brand name I recognize. There's 3 more Rolexes in the pile." Got my eye on another one. You can have that one if you want. Nothing saying we have to sell everything. I'll take the one I want, you take that one, and we'll divvy up the other two, so we each get one to sell in our personal stash."
Jonah wound it a few turns. The second hand instantly began to move. He slipped it on his left wrist. It fit perfectly.
"I could never have afforded a modern one. What must this gold antique version cost?" "Well," Simon said, sipping his beer, "it'll cost you nothing. You already own it. Now, what's it worth? That's another question. But tell you what, we can find that out in a few minutes on the internet. I started looking up a few of these things just to get an idea. Not the watches, but a few of the rings. Found all kinds of sites that deal in selling antique jewelry. I was shocked by the prices they're going for."
He reached over toward the ring pile, picked up a gold man's ring with a large green emerald in the center, surrounded by little diamonds.
"This one, all by itself, is worth almost $10,000.
Jonah picked it up from Simon's hand to look at it more closely.
$10,000, he repeated. "Yeah, I can see that. It's like brand new." "All of these are like brand new," Simon said. "Think about it, Jonah. Every item of jewelry on this table is older than 1945. That's over 70 years. But other antique jewelry that's 70 years old or better has 70 years of aging and wear on them. But not these. They've all been safely tucked away in that crate all that time, like a vault. So they're not just antiques. They are antiques in mint condition. I think we're looking at millions of dollars on this table, my friend. Millions. Then you add to that the gold bars and the bags of gold coins. And the priceless painting," Jonah added. "Right, the priceless painting."
Simon's smile grew wider.
"Can you believe this? We are filthy rich, my friend. No more worrying about whether I'm going to make it this month or not, ever again."
He reached down and grabbed a handful of rings, lifted them off the table.
"Just the value of these alone is probably enough for me to live comfortably till the day I die."
He gently set them down. Jonah suddenly felt overwhelmed with it all. Then he tensed up. He glanced over his shoulder. He could see the street outside right through the living room shears. Glancing at the front door, he noticed it was unlocked. Quickly he corrected both situations.
"What are you doing?"
Simon asked.
"Simon, you have to be more careful. We both have to be. Don't you remember what I said about that meth addict in Madison killing that old woman? Nobody can see or know what we're doing in here. We've got to start thinking like people who have millions of dollars of cash lying around. Would you have left the curtains open if you had stacks of cash on the table, or the door unlocked?" "I suppose not. You're right, I'll be more careful. But come on over here and have a seat, now that you've made everything secure, and let's start dividing up this loot. I thought maybe the best way to do this, well, the quickest way anyhow, would be for us to just quickly divide these piles into 2 stacks each, without getting too specific, about how much they're worth. We'll just do it in a way that feels fair. Then afterward we can look over things a little more carefully, see if we have any questions about certain items, and if so, we'll set those aside and look them up on the internet, find out their approximate value. Then we'll divide those up once we know. Sound fair?"
Jonah nodded.
"Right. Then let's get to it."
It took them about a half hour to divide all the piles into 2 equal stashes. Surprisingly, there was almost no disagreements and very little tension. On the handful of items Jonah had asked about, Simon quickly conceded. Jonah decided there were 2 reasons it had gone so smoothly. First, Simon and Jonah had very different tastes, which showed up quite often as they made their way through. And second, their wholesale ignorance of the actual value of the pieces likely helped lighten the atmosphere. Since they were making their selections based more on personal preference and taste,
neither one felt slighted when letting a specific piece go to the other. That bracelet Simon had let Jonah keep might have been worth 5 times the necklace Simon preferred for his pile, but who knew? None of this felt real to Jonah. He was still basking in the afterglow of the treasured Swiss Rolex on his wrist. He must have stolen glances at it a dozen times. When the last 2 pieces were divided up, Simon announced, "Guess we're done. That went way easier than I expected. You sure you don't want to look up any of these pieces on the internet? Make sure neither one of us are ripping off the other. You know, not intentionally." "No," Jonah said. "I'm fine with how things went. Like you said when we started, when you held up that pile of rings, there was already enough money going to come from that to live comfortably the rest of our lives. I don't think it matters much one way or the other if your pile's worth a few thousand more than mine or vice versa." Simon leaned back in his chair. "I feel the same way too, partner." "Tell you one thing I wouldn't mind finding out," Jonah said. "What's that?" "About how much this Rolex I'm wearing is worth. Think we could look it up, get some idea?" "Sure. Some of the sites I was looking at earlier had watches on them. I'm sure I could find them quick enough. Let's head over to the computer." Jonah followed Simon into the den, watched as he opened his laptop, logged in, and started searching. "Yeah, here it is. Found it in my history list." He checked on a link, and instantly rows of antique-looking rings appeared on screen. Jonah watched as Simon searched the left sidebar, clicked on a listing for watches. A few clicks and a few screens later, they were looking at a page of antique Rolex watches. Immediately, Jonah was stunned by the prices. There wasn't one selling for less than $10,000. Simon clicked on a button for the second page. "Hey, that one kind of looks like it, don't you think?" pointing at one on the screen. "Almost identical," Jonah said. "Could you scroll up a little bit to see the price?" Simon did. Jonah gasped. 17,500, Simon said. "Wow, that's a keeper." Jonah looked at the watch again. Could he really ever wear such a thing out in public? And how could he explain all this to Edith? Simon stood up, walked over to the end of the room. "While we're at it, looking stuff up, I want to see what this painting might be worth. Aren't you curious?" He picked up the brass artillery shell and brought it back to the computer. "Yeah," Jonah said. "Why not? Let's find out." Simon sat down again, switched to a clean Google page and typed in "Famous Lost Paintings by Raphael." In moments the screen filled with listings from different sites. Across the top were a number of graphic images of different paintings. "There it is," Simon said. "Portrait of a Young Girl," Jonah read aloud. Simon clicked on the link. It was a forum about lost masterpieces of fine art. "Looks like you can join the forum for free," he said. So he did. Then he started a new thread. How much would Raphael's Portrait of a Young Girl be worth today if it was ever found? Chapter 36. Zachary walked up the steps of his apartment building after grabbing a late dinner, if you could call it that, at a nearby Burger King. His cell phone chimed. This particular sound signaled an email notification. When he cleared the steps, he pulled his phone out to take a look. It was another one of those Google alerts. Probably just another college kid inquiring about one of Raphael's paintings for a term paper. He was pretty thirsty, so he put the phone back in his pocket. He'd read it after he got inside and poured himself a Coke. He had no plans to go out again that night, so he changed into some loose-fitting gym shorts and a comfortable T-shirt. He glanced at his phone on the counter and decided to check out the email on his laptop instead. Grabbing it from the dinette table, he plopped down on the sofa, opened the lid, and logged in. That same email alert popped up, so he clicked on it. Yep, it was an email generated by a Google alert
telling him about a new inquiry into one of Raphael's lost paintings. He was about to ignore it when he noticed that it came from a forum he'd joined about lost Nazi paintings. That got his attention. He sat up a little bit straighter and clicked on it. Wow, a new thread. A single question submitted by someone calling himself Simon Says G.A. about 15 minutes ago. How much would Raphael's portrait of a young girl be worth today if it was ever found? Portrait of a young girl, Zachary repeated aloud. That wasn't just one of Raphael's famous paintings. That was the exact one his grandfather was looking for. The one he and his GI friend had stolen from that SS officer some 70 years ago. Could this be it? He looked around at the other entries listed on the forum. This one was not only the most recent inquiry, there had been no other activity on this forum for several weeks. He reread the ID this person used, Simon Says G.A. What did it mean? Zachary guessed his name was probably Simon something, but what did G.A. mean? Then he realized that was the abbreviation for Georgia, the state Gramps said the treasure was supposed to be buried in. Culpeper, Georgia. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but maybe not. He glanced down at something else. This guy Simon's join date was also just 15 minutes ago. This wasn't some idle curiosity he was looking into. He had specifically joined this forum looking for answers to this question. Zachary started to get excited. What should he do? He hadn't really planned on anything actually happening with this, but it was just about getting the first big item checked off Gramps' bucket list. But what if this was legit? He decided to try something that just popped into his head. It couldn't hurt. After clicking on the reply button, he typed in this. Hi, Simon, assuming that's your name. I've been an art dealer for many years who specializes in recovering lost paintings just like the one you mentioned. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have about this if I can, but I would also need some more information from you to be able to answer your questions accurately. For starters, the value of such a painting would greatly depend on what kind of condition it was in. In addition, it would be helpful to know where the painting is located. You don't have to share anything specific here. In fact, I would not advise you to do so on an open forum such as this. But just generally speaking, can I assume you're writing from the U.S.? Would the G.A. in your internet name stand for Georgia, perhaps? He hit Enter and made his reply official. Now, let's see if this Simon Says takes the bait. He wondered how long he'd have to wait. Back in Culpeper, Jonah was just finishing the task of loading up the briefcase he'd brought to carry his share of the jewelry home. It was probably an unnecessary step, but he'd wrapped each one separately in a few sheets of toilet paper. Simon figured since none of it was wrapped that way in the crate, and they did just fine for the last 70 years, he simply put his jewelry in separate cloth bags, then placed them back in his gun safe. "Before you go," he said, "you want to do a little checking online about the gold coins and gold bars? I'm okay doing it myself and just telling you what I find out, but I thought you might like to be a part of this little assignment." Joe glanced at his gold Rolex. "I never did give Edith an exact time I'd be home. Feels like I could get away with staying here another half hour or so. So sure, let's do it." "Want another beer?" "No, I'm good." "Think I'll grab me one. Why don't you head over to the computer?" Jonah did, lifted the lid, then realized he didn't know Simon's password. Probably a good thing. Before the screen timed out, Simon showed up and typed it in. "Well, look at that," Simon said. "Someone responded to my question about how much the painting was worth." Jonah leaned in, and both men read the reply. "How about that?" Simon said. "He's an art dealer. Guess a lot of them hang around a website like this. You think I should answer his questions? I don't know, Jonas said. I'm no internet expert. You hear stories about all these scam artists on the web. But look what he says, said Simon. He doesn't sound like a scam artist to me. He's even cautioning us about saying too much on an open site like this. Jonah read that too. Still, we need to be careful. I agree, but think about it. What's the harm in answering what he's asking? Don't see how that can give away too much. I could just say, speaking hypothetically, what if the painting was in mint condition? And say, yeah, I'm writing from Georgia. I mean, Georgia is a big state. He won't know which city we're in. I suppose that'd be all right. Okay, here goes. He typed it in and hit enter. Let's sit here and wait a minute. See if he's still on. Zachary couldn't believe it. Simon Says had just replied back. It worked. My gosh, this might really be it. He read what the guy had written. He'd used the word hypothetically in his reply, but it was obvious he wasn't talking about a hypothetical situation. This guy had found the painting. What else could it mean? Who would get on a forum specifically about stolen Nazi paintings, join it the first time he comments, and ask such a question about a specific painting? And he just confirmed the painting is in mint condition, which it would be if it had been buried in a crate for 70 years. He also confirmed he lives in Georgia, the state where Gramps' GI friend had buried it. It has to be him. Zachary suddenly realized he wasn't ready to pull off this con, not yet. He could easily blow it or scare this guy off by saying the wrong thing. Something this big needed some serious planning. He needed to run this by Gramps. After considering what to write back, he wrote, So, hypothetically speaking, the painting is in mint condition, and you are located in the U.S., somewhere in Georgia. Those are both good things. To give you a more accurate estimate of the painting's value in U.S. dollars, I'd need to get more information from you, but we shouldn't discuss things in any more detail here. But I can safely say in ballpark terms, such a painting could easily be worth tens of millions, possibly more. Let me make a few inquiries and get back with you. Let's say we meet back here on this forum tomorrow around this same time. I'm on the East Coast, like you, in terms of time zones. You would be wise not to make any further inquiries about this online, but that's totally up to you. I'll be back in touch tomorrow. Jonah and Simon, eyes wide and eyebrows raised, turned and looked at each other. You hear that? Simon said. Tens of millions of dollars. Possibly more, Jonah said. You think we should get back on here tomorrow? See what he has to say? Oh, yeah, Simon said. Chapter 37. Zachary was racing down the road that led to Gramps' mansion, Anton in the passenger seat. He knew Gramps and Handley couldn't stand Anton, but that didn't matter now. This new development changed everything. Ever since Zachary signed off from that internet forum, the wheels and gears of his mind had been formulating a plan. That plan required Anton's help to pull off. He'd already called Handley, not to ask his permission to see his grandfather, but to let him know he was on his way. Of course, Handley objected, but Zachary won him over when he said he'd just had a major breakthrough with that buried treasure thing from World War II, that first item on Gramps' bucket list. Handley instantly knew how big a deal this was. You really think this is it? Anton said. You think this guy has found the treasure for real? Zachary slowed the Camaro down and stopped at a red light. I do. I keep going over it in my mind again and again. It's the only thing that adds up. And my guess is this guy is not too internet savvy. Otherwise, he would never have volunteered the kind of information about that painting that he did. I'm thinking he's probably an older guy. Probably Googles things every other week or so. Probably not on Facebook or any other social media platform. Probably never uses email or 95% of the apps on his phone. I'm just hoping that I set the hook strong enough tonight and that he stops looking into this thing anymore until I can reconnect with him tomorrow. And that nobody else goes on that forum before you do, Anton said. You know, and steals the guy. Zachary had thought about that too. I did some checking. It's a mostly inactive site. I'm betting on the fact that it stays that way for one more day. The light turned green. Zachary hit the gas pedal hard. The Camaro all but leaped through the intersection. After parking his car, Zachary and Anton hurried to the front door. He was just about to knock when it opened. I heard your tires squealing around the curve in the driveway, Hanley said. You can go upstairs. He's expecting you. Not interrupting anything? Zachary said. No nurse visits or breathing treatments? They are done for the day. He was asleep. But after hearing what you said, I decided to wake him. You were right. He perked right up when he understood the reason for your call. Hanley looked at Anton, made a face. He needs to be here, Zachary said. Turning to Anton, why don't you go in and shoot some pool? Think I will. He shot Hanley a take-that, old man look as he headed into the parlor. Zachary ran up the stairs and turned down the hall. Gramps' door was open a few inches. He knocked, poked his head in.
I see you,
a feeble voice called out.
Come in, come in.
Zachary walked up to the bed. If possible, Gramps looked even nearer to death than the last time he was here, but he was sitting up higher on the bed than normal.
What is all this excitement you're stirring up?
He said.
Hanley said you think you may have some solid news about my long-lost Nazi treasure.
Zachary pulled up a chair and sat. It's more than news, Gramps. I think this is it. I think this is the big one. Gramps actually smiled. It was ever so brief, but Zachary saw it.
I want to hear all about it. Leave nothing out.
Zachary pulled a folded sheet of paper from his shirt pocket. This is a printout from the internet exchange I had just about an hour ago with the guy. In a minute I'm going to read it to you. But let me set things up a little first. You remember that I said I set up some special internet alerts a couple of months ago, based on a bunch of key words that might help me connect with people inquiring about that missing painting, or even Nazi loot in general?
I recall that, yes. And I recall you saying you're getting lots of hits, but considered them all false alarms.
Right. Well, at first I thought this one was too. But then I realized it wasn't. This one was the real deal. He held up the printout. First off, this was a fairly inactive forum for people who want to discuss stolen Nazi loot.
There's a lot of people talking about this,
Gramps said. Still? A few, not too many. I said it was inactive. Anyway, this guy gets on there and asks about the very painting you said was in that crate down in Georgia. Zachary spent the next few minutes reading every word of the exchange between him and the fellow from Georgia. As he read, Gramps' smile returned and grew bigger. When he finished, Zachary said, Well, what do you think? Gramps didn't say anything for a moment. He took a deep breath.
My boy, I think you've done it. I agree with your assessment. This man either has possession of that painting or has access to it. And if he has the painting, it means he has everything else Duffy and I put in the crate 70 years ago.
The gold bars, the bags of gold coins, gems, and jewelry, Zachary added.
Yes. If he has the one, he must have the others.
Gramps moved around a little,
trying to get more comfortable.
I also want to say you are much more clever than I would have thought. The way you instantly took on the persona of an art dealer, the way you navigated the conversation attempting to build his trust. Well done.
Now Zachary was smiling. He'd never heard such words before from this man.
So tell me, what are you thinking about? How do you intend to proceed from here?
Well, for starters, I need to create a fine art dealership from scratch, and it has to be up and running by tomorrow. Gramps' eyes widened.
And how do you plan on doing that?
It's the marvel of the internet. I don't have to create a real company, just the perception of one. I'll get started on it tonight. I'll work on it all day tomorrow if need be.
I don't understand.
A website, Gramps. That's all I have to build, a website for an art dealer. There are all kinds of templates you can get off the internet for any number of business websites. Then you just supply the content that's unique to your business, all the text and graphics, get a web address, set up some email addresses and your domain name. Zachary could tell Gramps was only getting a part of this. The details aren't important. What matters is it's not that hard to do. Even someone like me can pull it off. When I reconnect with that guy tomorrow on the forum, I'll tell him this matter is too important to discuss any further in an open forum like this, and I'll be able to provide him a link to my website, an email address, and my fake company name, and give him my cell phone number. I'll say to contact me through any one of these avenues, which are far more secure, then suggest after he takes down my info we both delete our comments from the forum altogether. He'll go offline, check me out, and see that I really am a fine art dealer, with pages of inventory and dozens of satisfied customer reviews.
You can do all that? In one day?
Yep, like I said, the marvel of the internet. Gramps reached over, grasping for Zachary's hand. Zachary gave it to him, and he squeezed gently.
I can't believe it. After all this time, it's finally happening. So tell me, once you and he are talking about all these things offline, do you have a plan for actually getting hold of the painting and the other parts of the treasure? I mean, I have some money, to be sure, but it's not even a fraction of what you'd need to purchase these things.
Purchase these things? Gramps, what are you talking about? You don't have to buy what is already yours. I do have a plan, but it's not to buy anything. Anton and I are going to go down there and meet with this guy in Culpeper, Georgia. We'll figure out some kind of finder's fee to give them, but make no mistake, we're coming back with that treasure. The painting, the gold bars, the bags of gold coins, all of it. Bringing it back here where it belongs, in the Macmillan house. Tears welled up in Gramps' eyes, but he quickly blinked them away. But speaking of money, Gramps, we are going to need some to pull this mission off. You know my situation. I don't even have the money for plane tickets, let alone all the other things we're going to need.
Well, you don't need to worry about money anymore, Gramps said. As soon as you leave, you see Handley. Tell him I said to give you a credit card with a starting balance of $10,000. There's more if you need it.
Zachary couldn't believe it.
And I'm making another important decision in light of this new development. You can forget all the other items on my bucket list, all the other missions. None of them matter to me anymore. This one outshines them all. You go on out and send Handley in here. I'll tell him everything I just said to you.
Zachary squeezed Gramps' hand gently, then let go. Thanks so much, Gramps. I won't let you down.
Now, I know you won't, he said. But Zachary, there's something else we need to be clear on.
What's that, Gramps?
You do whatever you have to do to get that treasure back. Do you understand what I'm saying? Whatever you have to do, it belongs to me. and when I'm gone, it will belong to you."
"I understand, sir." Chapter 38. Zachary hurried down the hall toward the steps, found Hanley waiting there as if on cue. "You can confirm this with Gramps, but everything's changed. He said I'm to tell you to give me a credit card. You'd know what he means. I guess it would be in his name, but since we have the same name, it's not a problem. The thing is, I need it right away. I don't have time to explain. Ask him if you have any concerns. I know he'll back me up." Hanley had a doubtful look, began to move down the hall toward Gramps' room. "Do that after," Zachary ordered. "I need the card now. I'm going to get Anton. Meet me at the front door." Zachary started down the steps on his way to the parlor. When he got to the bottom, he turned left down a wide hallway that led to the parlor. Through the doorway, he saw Anton bending over the pool table, getting ready to take a shot. "Anton, it's on. That's gotta be your last shot. We gotta go." "What's the rush, man? It's not like we can do anything tonight." Zachary reached the pool table. "Anton!" He looked up, saw the look on Zachary's face. Okay, I'm done." He walked the cue stick over, put it back in the rack. "We've got a lot to do in a very short amount of time, and that includes tonight." "Really? How often do I get this serious?" "Not very. So what's up? What's the plan?" "I'll fill you in once we're in the car. Basically, Gramps agreed with me. I showed him the exchange with the guy on the internet. He's sure this is the guy with the treasure. So, the game is on." He turned and headed for the front door. To his surprise, Hanley was standing there, waiting. He held the credit card out. Zachary took it, nodded, and headed out the door. He got in the car and fired it up. As soon as Anton got in, he roared off down the driveway. "Man," Anton said, "you're really worked up about this." He was right. Zachary's insides were all churning. For the first time in a long time, he felt like his old self. "Was that a credit card Hanley gave you on the way out?" Zachary pulled it out of his shirt pocket, handed it to Anton. "Wow, you even got your name on it." "It's Gramps' name, dummy." "Oh, that's right. So, is this like a blank check? We can spend it on anything we want?" "I don't think you're really tracking with me here. We are on the hunt for much bigger game than the balance on that credit card. Anton, we're talking millions of dollars. Solid gold bars, bags of gold coins, a masterpiece painting. That's the treasure my grandfather and his GI buddy took from that SS officer. That's what his buddy from Georgia buried in the ground 70 years ago. That's the treasure the guy we're chatting with on the internet tonight has found, and we're going after it. Because it belongs to my grandfather." "Like, right now?" "Yes, like right now." "So what's the plan?" "I was thinking we'd drive down there tomorrow so we can be in the neighborhood." "But I thought you were going to confirm things with that guy tomorrow night. Aren't we kind of jumping the gun?" "No, this is like a chess match. We gotta be thinking several steps ahead. When we get back to my place, I'm going to get right to work creating that phony website, with me as the serious fine art dealer. I'm sure I'll be working on that past midnight. It's got to look totally legit. You are going to use this card and go online and secure for us a very high-end automobile to rent. Check out the luxury car sites. We'll need to pick it up first thing in the morning." "But I thought you said before we were flying down there." "I did, but I changed my mind." "But Zach, that's a long drive. We can fly first class with this card." "But I don't want to be bringing guns through airport security. And we're going to need our guns to pull this off, which is another assignment for you tonight. Get our guns out, get them cleaned up, make sure we have several clips ready to go, and extra ammo just in case. You've still got that silencer, right? The one you bought last year?" Anton nodded, and it works like a charm." "Good, we'll need it. After you pack up our guns, you got to pack bags for both of us. Get a couple of my best suits out. You can dress casual, but everything's got to be dark. Think sneaking around at night. I'm going to be the front man, so I've got to look like an art dealer who's used to dealing with $1,000,000 paintings." "So, if you're going to be the front man, and I'm dressed in black sneaking around at night, what's that make me? The hitman?" "Well, think about it, Anton. Gramps basically ordered me to get this treasure and bring it back here where it belongs. And we're not going down there to buy this stuff. And this guy's not going to want to give it to us. And once we take it, we can't leave any witnesses behind to ID us. So yeah, I guess that makes you the hitman." Neither one said anything for a few seconds. Zachary looked at Anton. "You okay with this?" Anton arched his eyebrows, said, "Totally." Chapter 39. Jonah sat in his car in his driveway, rotating his gaze between two things: the $17,000 gold Rolex on his left wrist and the briefcase on the floor of the passenger seat, likely containing multiple millions of dollars of other antique watches, rings, bracelets, earrings, and necklaces. He should be happy. No, he should be ecstatic. In one fell swoop, their money troubles for the balance of their lives were over. Not only would all their expenses be easily covered, they could afford to splurge for the first time in, well, ever. But what Jonah was wrestling with was the idea of taking off the watch, sticking it in the briefcase, bringing the briefcase into the house, and lying to Edith about its contents if she happened to ask. He realized this was the primary thing stealing his joy. He hated lying to her. She was the best thing that had ever happened to him. He'd felt this way for almost 50 years. He was always honest with her about everything. Well, not about her weight. Really, about anything that had to do with her appearance. He could never bring himself to say anything negative about her looks. It wasn't fair. They were aging. Together, just like they'd planned. Besides, she had aged way better than he had. When he saw her, he didn't just see what she looked like now. He saw all the many versions of her down through the years, beginning with the first time he saw her across a crowded room, when she looked up at him and stole his breath away. I have to tell her about this. I don't care what Simon says. He lifted the briefcase from the floorboard, surprised at how heavy it felt. After taking a deep breath, he opened the car door and headed for the house. Once inside, not seeing Edith, he yelled, "I'm home!" "I'm in here," she said from the kitchen, "just bagging up some stuff for the freezer. How did your time go with Simon? Figure out any new places to check out?" His time with Simon had been amazing, but he couldn't say that. Time with Simon was never amazing. "Fine. More than fine." He walked into the dining room, set the briefcase down on the table. "But we actually weren't researching any new places to dig." "No, I thought that's what tonight was about." "Well, it turned out to be about something quite a bit different." "Oh? And are you going to tell me or leave me in suspense?" "No, I want to tell you. Why don't you come in here as soon as you're finished, and I'll fill you in." "Okay, I'll just be another minute." He sat where he always ate dinner and unlatched the briefcase. How should he begin? He thought about setting his new watch on top of the briefcase. That would certainly catch her eye. Or maybe he should put the watch inside and take out one of the many amazing rings, put that front and center. There were at least 3 or 4 he knew she would absolutely love. But he decided not to start off with show and tell. Better to ease into something this big with the gentleness of words. Less than a minute later, she came in and sat down. "So, what's this all about? Your get-togethers with Simon rarely lead to a need for us to talk, so you have my full attention." Jonah sighed. At this moment, he wished he had been straight with her from the moment they first found the treasure.
"Well, something very big has happened with your husband. Something that involves both of us. Good big, but very big."
"What in the world are you talking about, Jonah? Whatever it is, you're saying it's good, but you've got dread all over your face."
"No, it's definitely good. The dread is because I haven't been totally open with you about this, and I should have been, because it actually happened before our trip. But it also involves Simon, and he didn't want me to tell anyone about it yet, including you."
"Well, Jonah, Simon is a single man. He doesn't understand—"
"You don't have to say anything, hon. I shouldn't have listened to him. I am not listening to him any more on this. He wouldn't approve of me doing what I'm doing now, but I don't care. I know you can be trusted with anything."
Edith sat back. "My gosh, Jonah, what is going on here?"
"Okay, I'll get to it then. The bottom line is, we found something digging in our last time out in the woods. I guess you could call it the find of a lifetime."
"What, did you find a bag of Civil War coins?"
Jonah smiled. "Actually, we found 2 very heavy bags filled with gold coins, solid gold coins. But they weren't from the Civil War era, and that's not all we found. We found a buried wooden crate filled with amazing treasure, but none of it came from the Civil War. It was obviously put there sometime right after World War II. The gold coins had Nazi emblems etched into them."
Edith's eyes opened wide. "Nazi emblems? You found bags of Nazi gold coins?"
Jonah nodded. "And 3 solid gold bricks, also with Nazi emblems on them, and 2 bags of very expensive high-end jewelry, each piece fancier than anything you and I have ever even looked at in a store."
Now Edith's mouth hung open slightly. It was beginning to sink in.
"And there's more. In the crate was an artillery shell, and in that shell we found a classic painting rolled up, which we later found came from the Renaissance era in the 1500s. It has been missing since World War II. Tonight we had a very preliminary conversation with an art dealer who says it's worth at least tens of millions of dollars, all by itself."
She gasped. "You're not kidding me. I can tell by your face you're not kidding."
"No, I'm not."
He unlatched the briefcase, opened it, and turned it around. The look on her face was not what he expected. Then he realized he had wrapped every piece of jewelry in tissue paper.
"Open up any one you want."
She reached for the Rolex, the only item unwrapped.
"Oh my, Jonah. It says Rolex, and it's so heavy."
"Look at the bottom. See? It says Swiss made. We looked it up on the internet. Found one just like it, made in 1937. Worth $17,000.
She shook her head in disbelief. "You've always joked about wanting a Rolex. I knew it was impossible. I even looked before a few of our big anniversaries. There was just no way. I couldn't even afford one if someone smashed it to bits."
Jonah laughed. "Well, now I have one. Compliments of my metal detector and a hunt for a few Civil War bullets. Go ahead and open any of the smaller ones. The bigger ones are watches."
She did. The first one was a gold lady's ring with a massive, perfectly cut ruby setting, 3 small diamonds charged across the top.
"Isn't this gorgeous? Have you ever seen such a beautiful stone?"
"Try it on."
"No, I could never."
"Try it on, hon. It's yours. Well, ours, all of them."
Unwrap some more. I saw several that I knew you'd love." She unwrapped a few more. With each one, her eyes seemed to sparkle even brighter. But then Jonah saw tears began to form. "What's the matter?" She sat up. "How can this be ours? It doesn't seem possible. I mean, I know you found it in the ground. Someone obviously buried it there a long time ago, and they're probably dead now. But there have to be owners for things like this, multiple owners. How could that be us?" Jonah spent the next 15 minutes explaining to her all the different layers he and Simon had discussed about why it was perfectly fine, even right, for them to consider this find of a lifetime as something belonging to them. When he finished, she sat there staring at the different pieces she had unwrapped, shaking her head. She looked up at him. Could it really be true? Could these things be ours? Jonah nodded. "I really think they are. The other things, too." "Where are they?" "We reburied the gold where we found it. It was pretty heavy to move, and we figured it had stayed safely hidden there for the last 70 years, but we brought the jewelry and the painting to Simon's. We're meeting tomorrow at his bank to see if they got any safe deposit boxes big enough to store the gold and the painting. We may have to rent a couple. If so, we'll move everything but the jewelry there, at least until we find some buyers, maybe get some legal advice on how to handle all this." Edith got a look on her face. "What's the matter?" "This is all too incredible, and I want it all to be true. But I gotta be honest, I don't feel as solid about your explanations, knowing most of this planning comes from Simon. He's not an expert on any of this, and you know what I think about him. He's okay as far as metal-detecting friends go, but he's kind of a braggart, and he likes to tell stories, if you know what I mean." Jonah did. "So what are you suggesting?" "That maybe for our own protection you get some advice from someone else. Someone who really is an expert in these kinds of things." "Like who?" "Well, I remember you talking about meeting that young history professor at your last metal-detecting meeting. You know, the one who goes to our church. Didn't you say he specialized in World War II things?" "I remember him," Jonah said. "His name's Turner, I think. And yeah, he did say something about World War II being his area of expertise." "Okay," she said. "Well, he's a professor, and he's a churchgoer. Why don't you see if you can have a confidential conversation with him? He seems like someone we could trust." "How would we get hold of him?" "Guess I could try this Sunday. Or we could look him up in the church directory. I use it all the time." "Then go ahead. See if you can find him. I wouldn't mind hearing what someone like him had to say. I just won't mention this to Simon."
Chapter 40. Jack and Rachel were cuddling together on the love seat, their feet propped up on an ottoman, watching an old PBS movie from Masterpiece Mystery. Rachel's cell phone rang. "Rats," she said. "It's on the dining room table." "Just don't get it. You can check it after the movie." She sat up. "I better. A student's mom had asked if she could call me for some advice. I told her I'd be home tonight. I'm sorry. If it's not something quick, I'll tell her we need to talk tomorrow." She got up. Jack paused the movie. Rachel hurried to get the phone. "Hello, this is Rachel." Jack watched her talk. "Yes, I'm married to Professor Turner. May I ask who's calling?" She listened for a few seconds. "Oh, yeah, Jack's phone number isn't in that directory, but he's right here. Can I ask what this is in reference to?" She listened a little longer. "Jack did go to that metal detecting meeting. He went with his friend Joe Boyd. He's a police detective." "Okay." She looked over at Jack, motioned for him to get up and come to the phone. He was getting pretty curious anyway. "Well, he might remember your husband. I know he's starting to get into this. He actually bought a metal detector recently. Why don't you put your husband on, and I'll put Jack on? I'm sure Jack will help if he can."
Jack wondered what this could possibly be about. She handed him her phone, then whispered, "This is the wife of someone you met at that meeting you went to with Joe. She said they also go to our church. He's got some questions about World War II or something."
"Hello, this is Jack Turner. Who am I speaking with?" "Hi, Jack. I don't know if you'll remember me. My name is Jonah Bolton. We met briefly at the metal detecting club. I'm a friend of Simon Morley's. We go out detecting a lot. I can't say I remember you, Jonah, but I met a lot of people that night. Maybe I'd recognize your face. My wife said this had something to do with World War II?" Yes, it does. Really, it also has to do with metal detecting."
He hesitated for a moment, released a sigh.
"I'm not sure how to explain this exactly. It's just, we found something very unusual, Simon and I, just over a week ago when we were out detecting. We were in an area of woods outside of town, a place Simon had researched and was sure would contain a lot of Civil War artifacts. We did find a few, but we found something else, something rather remarkable." "And it has to do with World War II? I wasn't aware we had any World War II battles in Culpeper."
Jonah laughed.
"I'm pretty sure you're right about that. What we found we think was probably buried by a World War II GI, possibly right after the war. We have no idea why at this point and can only assume he meant to come back for it later, but something stopped him." "You think what you found has been buried for 70 years? "Possibly. Seems likely. If you saw what it was, you'd have no doubt that it's related to World War II. The thing is, the items we found, and there are quite a few of them, are worth a great deal of money. That's not a guess. Again, if you saw what I'm talking about, you'd understand what I mean." "Okay, but I'm not exactly sure how much help I can be to you. My expertise is really more about the war itself, not the area of World War II relics or antiquities." "I understand, but I still think you could be of help. Do you have any knowledge of what things were like right after the war? You know, how things were handled in the months after Germany surrendered?" "I do teach a class about post-World War II," Jack said, "but it's more about things like political matters, how the Allies divided up the territories, the war crimes trials and such. I'm guessing that's not what we're talking about here?" "No, but I still think talking with you will help. It'll help me anyway. In fact, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't mention to anyone that I've called, except your wife, obviously. I'm not even going to tell Simon I called. It's just, well, you don't know Simon very well. He likes to think he's an expert on many things, but I know he's way over his head on this. We both are. It would be nice to be able to talk to someone confidentially, who really did have a solid grasp on the history side of this. Would there be any chance I could meet with you briefly in the next day or so? Maybe take you out for coffee? I could come to your office at the university if that would work better." "I suppose that wouldn't hurt. Again, I'm not totally sure how much help I can be, but I'd be open to hearing what you have to say. Judging by some of the things you've said, can I venture a guess that at least some of these items might have something to do with the Nazis?" "Yes, they would. But I'd really rather discuss these things in person, if possible." "Sure, Jonah, I understand. I'm retired, so I can work around your schedule. Well, why don't you come to my office tomorrow around 9 a.m.? I'm in the Murray Building, the second floor, room 215. I'll leave word with my receptionist that you'll be coming." "Great, Professor. I really appreciate this." "Sure, but just call me Jack." He gave Jonah his cell phone number in case he couldn't make it tomorrow for some reason, hung up and handed the phone to Rachel. "Well, that was kind of different," she said. "So what did this guy find? I heard you say something about Nazis?" "I have no idea. I could tell, though, he seemed pretty nervous about it, whatever it is. We'll just have to wait and see. Jonah gave the phone back to Edith. Well, I guess that's that. I'm getting with him tomorrow at his office at 9 a.m.
Good, I'm glad. Don't you feel a little bit better getting advice from someone like that?
I guess I do. A little bit, anyway. He'll certainly know more about this kind of thing than Simon does, and he does seem like someone we can trust. Unlike this art dealer Simon connected with on the internet tonight, Jonah thought. We don't know him from Adam.
So, what are we going to do with all this jewelry? Do you think it's really ours? How can we know for sure?
Simon's pretty sure it is, and I'm inclined to agree with him on this one. When you consider the origin of these things, sadly, it becomes abundantly clear. There's absolutely no way to figure out who the original owner was. It's not like that class ring I found on the beach last year. Remember? The fellow's name was engraved on the inside. I had that, the name of the school, and the year he graduated. There's no way I'd ever feel good keeping something like that. But it felt great hearing how happy he was when we talked on the phone, and he realized I had found it.
That was a very nice thing you did, she said.
It was, but it was also the right thing. But that's not what we have here. Every one of these things was probably stolen from its original owner by the Nazis over 70 years ago. They are all dead. Even the men who stole them are dead. I'm not sure if any of these things have engravings on them, but even if they did, I imagine it would be pretty difficult to prove who they belong to.
That's sad, in a way, she said. But I guess you're right. You didn't steal them, you found them. And if they can't be traced back to their owners, I guess that really could mean they belong to us now.
Jonah reached into the briefcase and pulled out the Rolex, slipped it back on his wrist. Why don't you take a few things? Really, anything in here you want. Then in the next day or so, I'll move the rest to our own safe deposit box. Eventually we can start to sell them and convert them into cash. She picked up the ring with the big red ruby she unwrapped first, slipped it on her finger.
Oh my gosh, it's a perfect fit.
Chapter 41. Jack was reading over one of his grad student's master thesis when his secretary buzzed him.
Professor, that man you told me to expect this morning, a Mr. Jonah Bolton, he's here.
Jack looked up at the clock. Right on time, 9 a.m. sharp. You can send him in, thanks. The door opened. Jack stood to greet an elderly man of average height with a kind face and smile. Mr. Bolton? Yes, but you can call me Jonah. Thanks so much for agreeing to see me, Professor. They shook hands. And you can call me Jack. Please have a seat. Thanks, Jack. Jack noticed Jonah seemed a little nervous. You do look familiar. I may have seen you at church before, but I think it's from the metal detecting meeting. Well, it is a pretty big church. How did you like the meeting, by the way? Very much. I went out detecting with Joe Boyd the Saturday after that. He's the police detective who brought me. I know Joe, a little. Well, I enjoyed it enough to get a detector of my own, hoping to go out with Joe this Saturday morning and try it out. I've already been playing with it in the backyard. You know, throwing coins down in the grass, just figuring out how it works. Been a fascinating hobby for me, Jonah said, for many years. Of course, I never expected to find what Simon and I found a couple weeks ago. Finally worked up the nerve to tell my wife about it last night. Guess, as the kids say, it blew her mind. I feel like I've been living in a dream ever since we found it. I can still hardly believe it's real. Of course, Jack said, you realize I still don't know what it is yet. What you and Simon found. I'm sorry. It's hard to know how to explain it. He looked around nervously for a moment. You can speak freely in here, Jonah. There are no cameras, and we're not being taped.
I'm sorry, it's just... This is such a big thing. Okay, I'll get straight to it. We were digging for Civil War stuff, like we always do. Simon had researched the place and was sure we'd get some serious hits. For quite a while we were getting skunked. Then I found a very nice silver coin, dated 1862.
Wow, during the war itself, Jack said.
I know, I was thrilled. And I would have been thrilled if that was all I found.
But while I was resting on this big rock, my detector slid off. As soon as it hit the ground, it starts singing. And it keeps on singing as I moved around for several feet. Simon hears me yelling and comes over. We're both thinking, what in the world could it be? But we never imagined we'd dig up what we actually found. Jack could just imagine the scene. You're thinking maybe it was something big, but from the Civil War era, like an ammo box, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Maybe in our wildest dreams a payroll strongbox, so we dig it up. Found a very heavy wood crate wrapped in a green canvas tarp, army style. Right away we knew this wasn't Civil War, more like something from World War II. When we pried it open, you're not going to believe what we found. Jonah sat back in his chair, shook his head as he relived the moment. Everything was wrapped up in this burlap material. We start cutting through it, and I about had a heart attack. 3 solid gold bricks, each one weighing about 30 to 40 pounds. 2 bags filled with solid gold coins, hundreds of them. 2 more bags filled with very expensive high-end pieces of jewelry, diamonds, emeralds, rubies, watches and necklaces and earrings. That's amazing, Jack said.
You're telling me.
But here's the crazy part. The gold, both the bricks and even the coins, they're all etched with the Nazi emblem on them. The swastika and Nazi eagle, every single one. That must have been a shock. I mean, an even bigger shock.
It sure was,
Jonah said. So we knew for sure this crate was put down there sometime after World War II, and we guessed that whoever put it there must have died or something. Something crazy happened. No way would anyone intentionally leave all this stuff down there and never come back for it. Sounds like a plausible theory to me, Jack said.
But there's more.
Beside all these packages in the crate, we found this brass artillery shell. Inside it, we find this painting all rolled up. Neither one of us know anything about art, but you can tell this was some kind of masterpiece. I remember watching that movie Monuments Men, I think it was called. It was about all these antique paintings the Nazis stole and this group of American officers trying to locate them as the war finished up. We figured this painting might be one of them. Later we looked it up. It was painted in the 1500s, if you can believe it, by some guy named Raphael. Supposed to be as big a deal as Rembrandt or Da Vinci, I guess. This story so far was overwhelming to Jack. But now this? A missing painting by Raphael? By itself it had to be worth millions of dollars. Tens of millions. I get why you're a little shook up about all this, Jonah. This is very big stuff, as big as it gets. From a metal-detecting standpoint, must be the find of a lifetime.
Maybe we'll get in the Guinness Book of World Records, Jonah said, smiling. But see, that's just it. I think we're kinda in over our heads with all this. Simon acts like everything's cool, like he's got a plan all worked out, but he doesn't know much more than I do, and I know very little. For example, is this like a finders keepers, losers weepers sort of thing? Because we found it, it's ours now? Simon says it is. I want to believe it is. But I'm a church guy. Been following the Lord most of my life. I know there's a right way and a wrong way to do most things.
I'm getting to the end of my life now. I don't want to get all greedy and lose my soul. You know, like it says in that scripture."
Jack repeated it aloud. "What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his own soul?"
"That's the one," Jonah said. "What do you think about all this, Professor? Jack?"
Jack leaned back in his chair.
"These are some very big issues, Jonah. I grant you that. And you're right to proceed with caution, both from a spiritual and practical or ethical standpoint. A lot of different layers to this. One of the first things comes to mind is that I think the two of you should hire a lawyer, maybe one that specializes in economic and business law. Because of attorney-client privilege, you could talk freely to him like you're doing here with me."
"That's not a bad idea," Jonah said.
"But what do you think about the moral or ethical side of things? Simon says that since it's obvious whoever buried this treasure in the first place has died, and no one's ever come looking for it since, it really doesn't belong to anybody. We checked the land we found it on. Even the owner of that property is dead. And he can't be related to the original guy who buried it because he didn't buy the land until some 20 or 30 years later, and he never dug it up, so clearly he didn't know it was there. And Simon says since the Nazis melted all the gold down the way they did, put their seal on it, they eliminated any chance of ever tracing it back to the original owners. All this to say, why can't it be okay to say we're the ones who own it now? We're the ones who found it, fair and square."
Jack thought about this a few moments.
"I follow your reasoning on this, Jonah, and for the most part I think I can agree with it. Although, besides a lawyer, you might want to hire a CPA to advise you on any tax matters that might arise from cashing in this treasure. I have no idea how that would look, but I think a CPA can advise you on that. But I do see one flaw in your logic, or in Simon's, if this is his strategy."
"What's that? I really want to know."
"I think you have to consider this painting by Raphael to be in a totally separate category from everything else. Because, like you said, it's all about the question of locating the original owner. That may be impossible with all the gold since the Nazis melted it down, but it's not the same thing with this painting. I know with most of these stolen artworks, the original owners, or at least the owner's heirs, can be known and identified. I think you guys have to be prepared to accept that and do the moral and ethical thing, meaning make the effort to get that painting back in the hands of whomever the Nazis stole it from."
Jonah was nodding his head in agreement. "I can see what you're saying. I never thought about that, but you're right. I remember watching a documentary about the Nazis stealing everything from Jewish families before sending them to concentration camps. Then, after the Holocaust, the few heirs who survived the war were left with nothing. If we could find the rightful owners to this painting, getting it back to them after all this time is definitely the right thing to do."
"I'm glad you see it that way," Jack said.
Jonah looked up. "Now if I can only persuade Simon to see it that way." Chapter 42. After Jonah left, Jack wished he could call Rachel and tell her about his visit. But he knew she'd be right in the middle of teaching a class. It would have to wait till lunch. Then he thought about Joe. He would get a kick out of this, and he was certainly someone who could keep things in confidence. He found his number in his list of recent calls. Joe picked up after a few rings.
"Hey, Jack, I was just thinking about calling you. Are we still on for Saturday morning? Figured you'd want to try out your new toy."
"Definitely. I've been working with it in the backyard. Almost got it figured out. Of course, you know, now that I got my own, I can't be your digger anymore."
"I know, but hey, I'm doing this partly for exercise, right? I just wish I could afford one of those more expensive ones, the ones that give you more clarity about what kind of target is pinging, so you don't have to spend half your digging time on worthless junk."
"Well, if we dug up something like Simon and Jonah did a couple of weekends ago, You could not only afford the best detector money could buy, you could afford to get just about anything else you'd ever want.
What are you talking about?
Joe said. Keep this between us, but I just had a one-on-one chat with Jonah. You remember him, right?
The guy that always goes out with Simon?
That's him. He called me last night at the house, wanted to get my advice on something he and Simon had found.
He wanted your advice? I mean, you're a smart guy, but you've been at this hobby less than a month.
It wasn't about detecting. He remembered from the meeting that I said my history specialty wasn't the Civil War, but World War II. That's why he called.
They dug up something from World War II around here?
Yep, and not just something. They found something huge. The kind of thing that if word got out, it would make the national news.
Really? You're not kidding?
I'm not. Of course, I can tell they don't want word getting out about this. When you hear what it is, you'll understand why. Jack spent the next 10 minutes filling Joe in. Afterward, Joe said,
"That's about the craziest story I ever heard. What are the odds? Guess that ruins my chances for find of the month."
So you think this crate they found has been down there for over 70 years? I'd say so. I know a lot of GIs after the war were doing a lot of looting, especially in those first few months. Of course, they weren't thinking it was looting.
I wouldn't either, Joe said. After all the crap the Nazis did, you'd feel like you had it coming. You know, the spoils of war.
That's exactly how they viewed it. The Soviets, even at the highest levels, totally approved it. When the war swung the other way and they were taking back all the Russian land the Nazis had occupied, they saw all the atrocities the Germans committed. So Stalin gave them the green light to take whatever they wanted to take and do whatever they wanted to do. It was all just payback.
You can kind of see their point, though, can't you? Joe said. The Germans started the whole thing. Brought all that destruction and death on everyone else.
I can, but that's not how Eisenhower saw it. He felt like the Allies had to show people we were better than that. If we did the same things they did to us, how are we any different? So basically, he put an end to all the looting, made it a crime. And he made it a policy that with anything the Germans stole from anyone, whether nations or individuals, if we could find out who the owner was, we had to get it back to them.
But like you said, Joe interjected,
there's no way to trace back the stuff Jonah and Simon found, right?
So they're in the clear, don't you think?
Not with the painting. The other stuff, probably so. I haven't had time to look it up on the internet, but I'm almost positive the original owners of a painting that famous, or at least their heirs, are probably known, and it would be a huge deal to get something like that back after all these years. It would be a huge news story. I think Jonah and Simon would become instant celebrities.
Yeah, I can see that. Every morning show on TV would want to interview them. I imagine a painting like that's got to be worth millions.
Tens of millions, Jack said, easily. But even still, if they don't make a dime off the painting, they're still going to come out of this thing as multimillionaires. Think about it, Joe. Jonah said the gold bricks weighed between 30 and 40 pounds each.
Jeez, what's gold go for an ounce these days?
I'm not sure, Jack said. Maybe $1,400
Jeez,
Joe repeated. Then you add 2 bags full of solid gold coins, hundreds of them, he said. It's not just the weight of all those coins, it's what's etched on them. The official Nazi symbols, minted by the Third Reich. Collectors would probably pay more than double their value in weight. Then they've got the bags of jewelry. Jonah said all of it looked high-end to him, and I'm sure he's right. If these were things an SS officer was running off with, he'd have his pick of the very best jewelry in the Nazi coffers. Joe didn't say anything for a few moments. "What are you thinking about?" Jack said.
"It's just starting to sink in," Joe said. "Stuff worth all that much. Sitting right here in Culpeper. Unprotected.
I'll bet Simon and Jonah don't even have it in a house safe. Not that those things offer much protection. You know where they have it right now?"
"We didn't talk about it. I didn't even think about it, but you're right. That's a ridiculous amount of valuables just to have lying around."
"You got drug addicts," Joe added, "meth addicts, who'll kill someone for a few $100 they get desperate enough. We're talking millions here."
"I should call him back," Jack said. "See how they're thinking about this. You have any suggestions?"
"First thing I'd do is head to my bank. Put everything in a couple of safe deposit boxes. And don't tell anyone else about all this until they secure some professional help. Like you said, a good lawyer and a CPA. They can certainly afford the cost."
"Thanks, Joe. That's good advice. I'll see if I can reach Jonah now. See how they're handling the security side."
"Good deal. Looking forward to Saturday morning." Joe smiled. "Let's set our sights a little higher than a few Civil War bullets, now that we know we got Nazi gold buried around here."
Chapter 43.
This worked out just great, Jonah thought.
After leaving Jack Turner's office, he had just enough time to stop in at Dunkin' Donuts for coffee and a blueberry glazed, his favorite. Why not eat a donut? He was celebrating. Meeting with Professor Turner was a good thing. He'd have to remember to thank Edith for suggesting it. Now his insides were all calmed down about finding this treasure. Getting the okay from a man like him was significant, and except for the painting, Jack affirmed most of the things Simon said. Simon had a history of talking up everything he believed in as if it was gospel truth. Later, when some of those things proved to be false, he'd stand his ground. That's what made Edith nervous. She'll be relieved when he tells her everything Jack said. As he pulled into the parking lot of Simon's bank, Simon was standing by his car waving at him. Jonah parked in the spot next to his.
"That's what I like about you, Jonah, always on time."
Simon walked around and shook Jonah's hand as he got out of the car.
"Let me do most of the talking. They know me in there."
Simon started walking down the sidewalk.
"Follow me."
Jonah hated it when Simon got bossy like this, but decided to let it slide. Why let anything ruin this fine mood? He dutifully obeyed and followed Simon toward the bank entrance. Simon held the second glass door open for Jonah, then came inside, walked up to the first desk. Except for the bank personnel and one customer at a teller window, the bank was empty.
"Hi, I'd like to talk to someone about my partner and I renting a couple of your bigger safe deposit boxes."
"I can help you with that, sir," an attractive blonde said. She stood and extended her hand. "I'm Kathy McDonald. You bank with us already, don't you?"
"I do."
Simon shook her hand, glanced at Jonah as though this was a big deal.
"Simon Morley. This is my friend and partner, Jonah Bolton. He doesn't use this bank, but we'd like to get the safe deposit boxes together, and each have a key. Will that be a problem?"
"Not at all. Why don't you gentlemen both have a seat, and I'll show you some of the paperwork first." They did, and she went on to explain the different sizes and rental prices for the boxes. Jonah was surprised at how inexpensive they were, even the biggest ones, and even more surprised when she asked if it would be okay if they charged Simon's checking account for the fee, and he said fine. Didn't even mention Jonah paying him back for his half. She led them to the vault area where all the safe deposit boxes were kept. Very similar to Jonah's bank, maybe a little bigger, looked like a wall of P.O. boxes at the post office. On the other side were 2 rooms where she said customers could take the boxes and examine their contents in private. After opening the doors to the 2 boxes she thought they might like, she handed them the double set of keys for each box. "You gentlemen take a few moments and discuss this, see if you think these boxes will work." She left them alone. He turned to Jonah. "You sit here, and I'll bring in the 2 boxes."
"Okay, boss."
Jonah heard some clanging metal sounds, and soon Simon returned carrying the 2 metal boxes.
Well, they do look big enough.
Told you, Simon said. They'll work just great. It doesn't really matter what goes in which box. We're both going to get keys for both boxes. Let's agree now that neither one of us will come here without the other, because really the only reason to ever come back here is because we found a buyer for some or all of the stuff. Jonah didn't immediately reply. He was thinking about what Professor Turner said about the painting. "Don't you agree?" Simon said. "About only coming here together? Yeah, that's fine. I'm thinking about the other thing you said, about finding a buyer for some or all of the stuff. Since last night I've been doing some thinking, and don't get angry about this, but I decided to tell Edith everything." Simon's face got very serious. "See, you're getting upset, but you haven't been married for how many years?" Simon didn't answer. "Decades, right? And you've been divorced twice. You told me that yourself. One of the reasons Edith and I have been together all this time is we don't keep secrets. We never have. And I've been keeping this from her because you asked me to ever since we found it. So I told her. She has a right to know. I mean, come on, Simon, I'm coming home with millions of dollars of watches and jewelry, and I'm just supposed to pretend you and I were just doing some dig research?" Simon's expression softened. "You have nothing to worry about. Edith's not a blabbermouth. You can trust her just like I do." "Okay, so you told your wife. How did she take it?" "Well, she was partly thrilled and partly scared about the whole thing, pretty much like me. I explained to her about how we're handling the jewelry and the rest of the treasure differently. She knows I'm here now doing this with you, and she's glad about it. She thinks it's the right idea." Of course, Jonah would never tell Simon that Professor Turner had called him on the drive here, urging him to do the very same thing. He wouldn't bring up his meeting with the professor at all. "Well, that's nice to know," Simon said. "But I don't understand why you hesitated when I said we wouldn't come back here unless we're coming back together with the buyer." "It wasn't that." "Then what was it?" "It was the part about finding a buyer for all this stuff. I said I had been doing some thinking after talking with Edith. I believe we need to rethink the idea about selling this painting." He decided it would be better for Simon to think the concern came from Edith than from Professor Turner. "I don't get it. What, do you want to keep it?" "No, I don't think either one of us should keep it or sell it." "I don't follow." "Simon, it's unethical. Morally, it's not right. I'm okay with us selling the Nazi gold." "Well, that's good to know. Because of the reason we discussed, it's impossible to know who the original owners are. That's why it's not stealing if we take it. But we can't say that about this painting. Not yet, anyway. You saw Monuments Men. You know how the Nazis stole all these famous paintings from different museums, even some from wealthy Jewish families. They took everything these people had. For all we know, they stole this painting, our painting, from one of these families and then killed them in the gas chambers. Maybe their heirs are still alive. If they are, then this painting belongs to them, not us." Simon looked confused. "There's an awful lot of maybes in what you just said." "Maybe so," Jonah said, "but that's the point. We don't know. And because we don't, it would be wrong to sell this painting to this guy on the internet we're getting with tonight, or anyone else, until we know for sure. Anyway, Simon, what's the big deal if we don't make a fortune on this painting? Between the jewelry and the gold, we're already multimillionaires, right?" Jonah smiled. It took a moment, but Simon smiled too. "I guess you're right. We probably should check, see if somebody does own this painting. But I still think we should get back with this guy tonight. We can tell him it's not for sale. Maybe he can help us find the rightful owner, don't you think? There'd have to be some kind of big finder's fee on something like this, right? We can say we'll split it 50-50 with him." Jonah's smile grew wider. This went way better than he had imagined. Chapter 44.
I doze off, you ain't gonna drive us off the road or nothing, right? The leather seat hummed as Anton lowered the back several inches. No, Zachary said, but I'm gonna switch to a station with better driving music and turn up the volume. They'd been on the road a few hours already, now driving south through Virginia on I-81. You know me, I could sleep through an earthquake. It's just this is one smooth ride, and seeing how early you got me up this morning, I almost got no choice. Yeah, this really is pretty nice, Zachary said. Love my Camaro, but this Caddy is one fine automobile. We're going 75, and it's like we're riding on air. Why are we only going 75? At that rate, we'll be on the road 10 more hours. In a car like this, you could easily shave it down to 7 or 8. Zachary glanced down at the digital screen, fixed right where he had set the cruise control at 76. Because we've got guns in the car, stupid. We can't take a chance of getting stopped by the cops. The risk isn't worth saving an hour or two. Besides, what's the hurry? We're staying in a hotel tonight. What's the difference if you're comfortable, whether you spend that time here or there? Anton shifted his weight to the side, sat with his eyes closed. Yeah, guess you're right. You double-checked the guns, right? Got the silencer and enough ammo? Forget about it. They're safely tucked away in that spacious trunk along with everything else we talked about. You liked the suits I picked out? They're fine. Zachary glanced at them through the mirror, hanging on the window hook behind him. I thought those business cards looked pretty good, Anton said. Zachary had paid a local printer $100 for a rush job so he could have them that morning. They better. Cost about $2 apiece. You happy with the website? Think it'll fool 'em? It should. Looks totally legit to me. Of course, I'm going to take it down right after our business with this gentleman concludes. Most of the paintings I'm showing as available aren't even for sale. I'm sure the real owners won't be too happy about that, Anton said. They'll never know what's going on. We should be done with this situation in a couple of days, then I'll delete it. When you say done with the situation, what exactly do you mean? Anton sat up a little. Just like it sounds. We're heading back home with the painting, the gold, and the bags of jewelry safely in hand. And no witnesses to trace anything back to us, Anton added. Right? That's why we brought the guns. Zachary and Anton had arrived at their destination around 8 p.m. It was a 5-star hotel Zachary had booked on Expedia a few hours ago when Anton was taking a turn at the wheel. Just a little west of Augusta, Georgia. Zachary estimated it to be about an hour's drive from Culpeper. He had instructed Anton to unload everything from the car, including the guns, while he took a relaxing shower. He needed his mind alert and fresh for his interaction with the man who'd found the painting. They were supposed to meet back on that internet forum at 10 p.m. After his shower, he and Anton had found the best-reviewed steak place in Augusta, and both downed a scrumptious 10-ounce filet mignon, cooked to perfection. It felt so good to be living like this again, compliments of his grandfather's credit card. Hopefully it wouldn't be long before he'd be living this way again permanently, once this brief adventure was over. He glanced at his watch. It was time. Anton, hand me my laptop. Zachary was sitting in an overstuffed leather chair, his foot resting on a matching ottoman. Anton walked over, held it out for Zachary to take. You gonna just play this one by ear? Pretty much. I've got a basic game plan in mind, but a lot will depend on what I learn from this guy once I gain his full trust. I'm getting on now, so don't interrupt me for the next 20 minutes or so. You got it. Think I'll head down to the bar, see if I can get lucky. He headed for the front door. Keep your phone where you can hear it. Right, boss. In a few moments, Zachary had navigated to the forum. To his relief, Simon Says G.A. had already logged on a few moments ago. "Is our appointment for tonight still on?" Zachary responded, "Yes, but if you recall, I suggested it might be better if we interacted in a more secure environment." The man replied, "What do you suggest?" "Here's my website." Zachary typed it in. "Click on this link and take a few moments checking it out. If you still want to proceed, click on the contact button. It will open a box allowing you to email me. You can say anything you want on there. Whatever you say will be for my eyes only." Zachary paused a few moments. "I'm going to leave this forum now and go to my email server. I will await your reply there. If I don't hear from you within 20 minutes, I'll assume you have changed your mind and will not pursue this matter further." A slight pause. Then these words appeared. "Great. We'll go check it out now." Zachary smiled, then focused on the word wheel. So, this man was not alone. Less than 10 minutes later, Zachary received an email from the same man. He knew this because he'd used the same name, Simon Says G.A., only adding the @gmail ending. He clicked on it and read the following. "Hello, Mr. Van Danken. Your website looks great. It's obvious to my partner and I that you really know all about fine art. That's good because we have recently discovered, as I mentioned, one of the lost masterpieces painted by the artist Raphael. We understand it has been missing since the end of World War II. Last night you mentioned that you thought it could easily be worth tens of millions of dollars. At first we were shocked to learn this. I keep saying we. Since we know your name, I suppose it's appropriate for you to know ours now as well. My name is Simon Morley, and my partner is a friend named Jonah Bolton. However, since discussing this with you last night, we have talked at length about the idea of selling the painting. To put it plainly, we've decided not to sell it after all. That is, not until we have done a thorough investigation attempting to find the original owners or their heirs, if any are still alive. After deciding this, we had considered not returning to this forum, but then we thought perhaps you could help us to that end. Would you have any experience along these lines? At the moment, we couldn't afford to pay you very much, but we think there would have to be some kind of hefty reward or finder's fee for something like this. We'd be willing to split that amount with you, whatever it is, 50-50. What do you think about this proposal? Sincerely, Simon Morley. Zachary smiled as he read these words because he realized this change in plans did nothing to hinder his own. The main thing was they had thoroughly bought into his cover. They were opening up to him in a significantly confidential way. That's what mattered. So he said this. Dear Mr. Morley, I can understand your concern, and really I applaud your instincts to do the right thing here. To answer your question, yes, I have a great deal of experience connecting lost works of art with their original owners, and yes, there is quite often a significant finder's fee involved, especially if the owner turns out to be a museum or someone of great means. I would be happy to pursue this matter further with you, but first it would be necessary for me to examine the painting firsthand to ensure that it's an original and not a well-done forgery. I would be willing to fly down there tomorrow to your home in Georgia at my expense to inspect the painting. That is, if you have time tomorrow. If not, we can do it another day this week. Just give me your address and I can make the arrangements on my end. Sincerely, Claude Van Danken. Simon read Mr. Van Danken's reply and was just about to respond when Jonah said, Wait a minute, Simon. Think that's a good idea? Think what's a good idea? Telling the man where we live? Well, Jonah, how can he inspect the painting if he doesn't come here to do it? You and I believe it's the real thing, but what do we know? I think this is a very reasonable request at this stage of the game. Okay, guess you're right.
Jonah said. "Really, Jonah," Simon said, "I think you worry too much. What harm can it do?"
Chapter 45. It was Friday, a few minutes before noon. Zachary was driving his rented Cadillac CT6 wearing a black suit, light blue shirt, and a $200 Burberry Manston silk tie. According to the GPS, he and Anton were just a few blocks away from Simon Morley's house in Culpeper. Before signing off last night, Simon had given him his address and phone number. About an hour later, Zachary texted him back with his fake flight information. The flight was real, of course, in case they'd checked up on it. It's just Zachary wasn't on it. When he'd sent the text, they were just over an hour away near Augusta. The fake flight arrived at 9:50 a.m., which would give the fictitious Mr. Van Danken 2 hours to rent a car and make the drive from Atlanta. Zachary and Anton had spent those 2 hours relaxing in their hotel suite, rehearsing their plan. Now that they were close, and considering Anton's level of intellect, Zachary felt the need to go over it once more. "Remember, the most important thing is that no one sees us. I'm going to circle around his block a couple of times to make sure no one's out and about. If the coast is clear, I'll stop at the top of the street to let you hop in the back seat. Then you lay low until I pull in the driveway."
"Then you're going to call me, right?"
"Right. Then I'll leave my phone on tucked into my jacket pocket so you can hear everything we say. Before you forget, turn your volume off now." Anton did. "I got my pistol in the holster, but it's going to stay out of sight at first. I'm just an art dealer evaluating an antique painting. There'll be all kinds of small talk, I'm sure. He offers me a coffee or beer, I'm going to say yes, just to lighten the atmosphere, so don't get impatient. This may take some time for things to set up right."
"What do you mean, set up right?"
"I mean, I need them to feel comfortable talking to me. So far, all we know is they got the painting. But according to Gramps, if they got the painting, then they got everything else too. But that hasn't come up yet. I gotta make sure they have the gold and the jewelry, and I gotta find out where they're at. Until we get that information, I'm playing it cool. Totally Mr. Nice Guy."
"And I'm just sitting in the back seat all that time?"
"Not sitting, laying down. Anybody walks by, like walking their dog, the car's gotta look empty. But as soon as I confirm the info about the rest of the loot, it'll be time for things to start happening."
"How will I know for sure? I don't want to jump the gun."
"You don't remember the signal? We went over this last night. It's when I say, I got a different proposal I want to make."
"That's right," Anton said. "I remember."
"You better, because right after that I'm taking out my gun. They're probably going to freak out, but I'm hoping they'll mostly be terrified and cooperate. If one of them tries to tackle me, I'll have to shoot him. But I don't want to use my gun because it'll make too much noise. That's why you need to get in there as soon as I say the signal. Your gun has the silencer. If either of these old guys starts fighting, just take them out quickly. By then it won't matter because I'll already know how to round up the rest of the treasure."
"And what if they do cooperate? Then what?"
"Then you still shoot them. No witnesses, remember?"
"That's what I thought the plan was, but then you made it sound like I only shoot them if they start fighting."
"No, if they start fighting, you shoot them right away. If they cooperate, you can take your time. So, are we clear? Do you got this?"
"I got it. I'm totally clear."
"Good, because this is his street."
Zachary turned right at the stop sign. He glanced at the GPS.
"His house is the 5th one on the right." He looked all around. "Coast is clear. Go ahead and get in the back seat now."
Chapter 46. Simon was getting nervous. He just heard a car pull up, expected it to be Jonah,
but a glance out the window shut that down. Not unless he'd already cashed in some of that jewelry and bought himself a nice, big, shiny black Cadillac. Had to be the art dealer. Where was Jonah? He headed for his phone, sitting on an end table, when it rang. It was Jonah. "Hey, buddy, what's going on? You were going to be here 15 minutes ago. The guy just pulled up in the driveway." "I'm sorry. Looks like I'm not going to make this one." "What? Why? Everything's all set." He glanced out the window again, saw a young man get out of the caddy in a fancy suit. "The art dealer is walking up my driveway as we speak." "I'm sorry, Simon. It can't be helped." "Why? What's wrong?" "I'll be all right. You go on to your meeting." Simon heard Edith's voice yelling in the background. "I'm not going, Edith," Jonah replied. "It'll be all right." "Jonah, would you tell me what's going on? I need you here, buddy. This guy flew all the way down here this morning just to see us, drove all the way from Atlanta." I know, but as I said, it can't be helped. You can handle this just fine. We're not selling the painting now, so what's the big deal?" "The big deal is we're partners. You're supposed to help me talk over everything with this guy." "Well, I can't. Just take good notes and you can fill me in after he leaves." Simon sighed. "He's about to ring the doorbell. Edith said you could come. I heard her just now." "Yeah," Jonah said. "And you know where she said that from? She's sitting on the bathroom floor, hanging her head over the toilet. She's been throwing up for the last hour. I can't leave her like this." "Why not? She's a grown woman. It's not like she needs your help right now, not more than I do." Jonah didn't immediately reply. "You wouldn't understand, Simon. We've been looking after each other for nearly 50 years. She's always been there for me when I'm sick, and I've always been there for her. She may not need me, but I know having me here helps. If it were some emergency, I'd be there." The doorbell rang. "You can handle this, Simon. It's just an information-gathering time, right? And he wants to make sure the painting's authentic. If any more surprises come up, you can call me." "All right. I better go answer the door." He hung up. Zachary tried to calm himself down. Everything was going to be fine. He'd thought it all through. Anton was clear on his part. He patted his 9mm snugly in his back holster, checked the cell phone in his lapel pocket, confirmed it was still on. Then a moment of panic. He'd forgotten his first name. Quickly he pulled out one of his business cards. Claude. That's right, he was Claude. Claude Van Danken. Sounded like an art dealer name to him. The front door opened. A 60-something, slightly bald, gray-haired gentleman wearing a faded plaid shirt stuck out his hand. "You must be the art dealer. Dang it, I've already forgotten your name." "Van Danken," Zachary said. "Claude Van Danken." He shook his hand. "And you must be Mr. Simon Morley." "That's me." He backed out of the way. "Come on in." Zachary stepped into perhaps the smallest living space he'd ever seen in a single-family home. Had to be smaller than his cheap apartment. "Nice place you have here." "Well, it is what it is, I suppose. Main thing is it's paid for." He walked a few steps onto the living room rug. "Excuse the mess. I started cleaning up some, but then figured, what the heck? You weren't coming here to see me, but the painting, right?" "Yes," Zachary said. "Right. No need to go to any trouble on my account." "Can I get you a beer?" "A beer would be nice." Then Zachary noticed it was just the two of them. Maybe the other fellow was in the bathroom or something. He hoped so. Simon walked out with 2 beers, handed Zachary one. He took a seat in what was obviously his chair, judging by its condition. "Have a seat for a second. Imagine you're tired after your trip.
Must have got up early to get to the airport in time to make a flight to Atlanta so soon."
Zachary sat in the sofa, which dipped way down on the right side.
"Yeah, I guess I am. Though I'm not feeling it too much at the moment. I guess it's all the excitement of seeing possibly one of the greatest missing works of art in the last 70 years. "I don't think there's any possibility about it," Simon said. "Leastways, I don't think it's a fake. From what we've been able to piece together about how it got to the place where we found it, I think it almost has to be the real thing. Jonah and I certainly haven't messed with it since we got hold of it."
Wow, Zachary thought. He just volunteered so much, and they had barely begun to talk.
"You mentioned we, and then someone named Jonah. Is Jonah here?"
A look close to disgust came over Simon's face.
"He's supposed to be. His wife got pretty sick just over an hour ago, throwing up and the whole bit, so he stayed home to be with her. But he's fine with you and me meeting together without him, not like we're negotiating a sale price or anything."
This wasn't good. The plan just got seriously messed up. That meant there were at least 3 people who knew about the treasure, and only one of them was here.
"Have you been doing this art dealer thing very long? You don't look all that old, is why I'm asking."
"Almost 10 years, Zachary said. "But my father was an art dealer his whole life, so I grew up with it, you might say."
"Oh, well, that makes sense then."
"So you and Jonah found this painting together?"
"We did. And you said something about what you've been able to piece together about how this painting came to be in the location you found it." "Yeah, I don't want to give the impression that we've done any extensive research. I mean, we looked it up on the internet, but that was just to find out what it was called and a little bit about who this guy Raphael was. Neither one of us heard of him before. Of course, we were properly impressed to find he ranks up there with folks we have heard of, like Rembrandt and Da Vinci, so we knew then this painting had to be something special."
"Oh yes, this painting is very special, believe me. That is, if we can verify its authenticity." The truth was, Zachary had no doubt this was the real thing.
"You want me to get it now, so you can check?"
"No, that's all right. We'll take a look at it in a moment. This conversation is very helpful. Believe it or not, sometimes the facts surrounding the location of a lost masterpiece can sometimes help prove its authenticity."
"That right?" Simon said as he sipped his beer.
"Well, you actually said as much a few moments ago. What was it about the location of the painting that made you and Jonah convinced it was the real thing?" Simon didn't immediately answer, but like an eager fish, Zachary could see that he was swimming around the bait.
"I suppose there's no harm in talking about it now," he said. "We found it with our metal detectors, buried underground, and when we dug it up, well, let's just say it was pretty obvious it had been down there since just after World War II.
"But I'm a little confused," Zachary said. "A painting wouldn't trigger a metal detector, would it?"
Simon laughed. "No, I suppose it wouldn't, but a brass artillery shell certainly would."
Zachary's heartbeat soared. This was it. Absolute proof these men had found Gramps' treasure. It took great control not to let this news change the expression on his face.
"A brass artillery shell?"
Simon stood.
"Yeah, isn't that a scream? That must have been what the GI kept it in, the one who smuggled this painting over here after the war."
"That was pretty clever. And see, that piece of information helps to verify the painting's authenticity."
"How so?"
"Well, most of the lost masterpieces would be far too large to fit inside an artillery shell. What are they, maybe 2 feet long? As it turns out, Raphael's portrait of a young girl is rather small and would fit just perfectly in an artillery shell."
Simon walked away, saying, "Well, how about that? I'll go get it, and the painting."
He came back and presented both items to Zachary. The painting was loose but rolled up.
You'll probably want to check out that painting under better lighting. Why don't you bring them over to the dining room table?" He flicked on the light.
"That's a good idea." Zachary walked over, set the shell standing upright, then unrolled the painting across the tablecloth. He had practiced this moment back in the hotel. The fake excitement he'd feel at seeing something so precious, when the truth was he wouldn't spend $10 on something like this were it not a Renaissance masterpiece. "Oh, my gosh, I can't believe my eyes. This is it. It really is it, Raphael's portrait of a young girl. I'm speechless. What a thing of beauty!"
"See?" Simon said. "I told you it wasn't a fake. You can already tell just by looking at it. I thought you might have to run some tests or something."
"No, I can tell. This is the real thing. I did a term paper on this back in college. I would know it anywhere." He rolled it back up and handed it to Simon. "This is going to make the original owners, whoever they are, so very happy. I'm sure of that."
"Happy enough to pay us a hefty finder's fee?"
"Oh, I'm sure. But it is a shame that such a find is only going to give you such a small reward compared to the incredible value of this painting."
"Yeah, I'm trying not to think of that," Simon said. "But thankfully this painting isn't all we found."
"Oh?"
Simon hesitated a moment, like he was thinking something through. "I don't suppose you'd have any experience finding a buyer for some lost Nazi gold, would you?"
Zachary couldn't believe it. "Why, yes. I believe I could help you with that. You and Jonah, that is, especially if the gold bears the official Nazi emblem. If so, it would be worth far more to collectors than just the price of the weight of the gold alone."
"That's what Jonah and me were thinking."
"Is the gold here? Can I see it?"
"Unfortunately not, and I really wouldn't feel comfortable showing it to you without Jonah there. With his wife being sick, we'd probably have to wait and see it tomorrow. I don't suppose you could wait to fly back till after that?"
This was perfect, Zachary thought. Simon was going to take him to wherever the rest of the treasure was, and Jonah would be there too. "I don't think that would be a problem. We'll just book a room in one of your nicer hotels. I'll call you with the info, and you can call me whenever you confirm that Jonah can join us. How's that sound?"
"Sounds just great, young man. This thing she's got is probably just some kind of 24-hour bug. I'm sure we can take care of this tomorrow."
Both men started walking toward the front door. A new plan was already forming in Zachary's mind. Chapter 47.
"Can I sit up now?"
Anton asked.
"No," Zachary said. "Wait till we're down the street after we turn left." "Guess there's a change in plan?"
"You think?"
"I didn't hear you say the magic words," Anton said. "Kept waiting, but they never came."
"Were you listening to anything else we said?"
"Yeah, most of it."
"Then you heard his partner wasn't there, right? And the gold wasn't there either. We need all of it, not some of it. And we need to take out the partner, too. Possibly even the man's wife. I'm sure he's talked to her about all this." Zachary turned left. Anton sat up in the back seat.
"Think you can pull over soon, so I can hop in the front seat?"
Zachary looked around, didn't see anyone out.
"Yeah, let's do that now."
After Anton got in, he said,
"So, it's all going down tomorrow, then?"
"Looks like it."
"What's the new plan?"
"We'll go get a hotel room in this town, chill out the rest of today. Tomorrow we should be meeting with the second guy joining us, wherever they got the gold hidden. Which reminds me, maybe you should go out this afternoon and buy some camo clothing. You know, pants, shirt, hat, the whole redneck outfit."
"Why would I want to do that?"
"Because I'm guessing this rendezvous will be taking place out in the woods, since we're going to where they hid the gold. Gramps said that's where the crate is supposed to be buried, in the woods.
I'm figuring they took the painting and the jewelry out but left the gold in the ground. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Either way, you dressing like a redneck will work in a town like this no matter where we go.
What about you?
It doesn't matter what I look like. The point is, you need to stay out of sight until I give the word. And if we're out in the woods, Camo gets the job done.
Jack sat in his blue BMW sedan watching Rachel walk across the school parking lot. He was there to take her out to lunch. He had to be back to give a lecture in an hour, but she had the rest of the day off. She had told him why this morning, but he'd forgotten. Anyway, it was great getting to see her for lunch for a change. They used to do it all the time before she started teaching at this school. When she neared the car, he got out to open her door. They kissed.
"This is so nice," she said.
"I know, right? Too bad you normally only get 30 minutes. He shut her door and hurried around his side. "So, what are you in the mood for?" she asked. "I'm in the mood to take you out for a nice lunch, then go back to our place to work on our little starting a family project."
"I like the sound of that,"
she said, gently stroking his cheek with her finger. "Unfortunately, I don't have the rest of the day off like you," Jack said, "and I ran out of the house this morning without eating breakfast, so I'm starving." He started the car and drove toward the school parking lot exit.
"Well, that's too bad."
"Isn't it?" Jack turned right at the road. "Guess I'll have to settle for chicken scallopini at Sardelli's." The restaurant was just 5 minutes away.
"So, are you excited about tomorrow?"
she asked. "Tomorrow?"
"Guess you're not."
He still didn't follow.
"Your time with Joe? Going out to the property using your new metal detector for the first time?"
"Oh, yeah, I am looking forward to it. I was thinking you were talking about something you and I were doing tomorrow."
"Well, maybe we can talk about that, too. Give you something to look forward to when you get home."
She gave him a mischievous smile.
"That is, if you don't get too tired."
He laughed. "Somehow I think I'll find enough energy for both." That part of their love life had always been pretty healthy, but these days Rachel was all the more eager since they were trying to have a baby. She reached for his free hand and gave it a squeeze.
"So, what are you hoping to find out there tomorrow? Maybe some Nazi gold?"
Jack laughed. "I'd be happy if I don't get skunked my first time out. A 3-ringer or 2 would be nice."
"Those are the bullets, right?"
she asked. "Yeah, that might be a more realistic expectation than Nazi gold, but that's pretty crazy, isn't it? Can you imagine what that must have been like? Joe and I were talking about it. These guys are old codgers, been doing this stuff for years. He said they've been pretty successful locating Civil War artifacts. Simon's gotten in that Find of the Month group pretty often at the detecting meetings. But this is going to be huge, especially if they do what I suggested and don't try to sell that painting."
"You mean trying to get it back to the rightful owners?"
"Yeah. When the news of that gets out, it's going to be a huge story, an international story even. I'm sure they'll be interviewed by all the morning TV talk shows. It'll be the biggest news event that's happened here in years."
"You mean good news event," she said. "One that doesn't involve anyone getting killed or kidnapped."
"Oh, yeah. Right." Jack knew she was referring to what happened to them 2 years ago with that state senator and his serial killer father from Dresden. "When we were at their house for dinner last week, Joe was showing me this metal detecting magazine he's been getting."
"They have a magazine for that?"
"There's a magazine for everything," he said. "Anyway, Joe said these 2 guys will be like the biggest metal detecting celebrities of all time. Probably do a feature story on them."
"Well, I'm happy for them. I don't know the other guy. What's his name?"
"Simon."
"But Jonah and his wife seem very nice. They'll still be getting quite a bit of money for what they found, right? Even if they give the painting back to the owners?"
Jack looked at her. "Rach, based on what Jonah told me, they'll be millionaires several times over."
"Really?"
"Yeah.
They found 2 bags full of solid gold coins with Nazi markings etched right on them, and gold bars that he said weighed over 30 pounds each, also with the Nazi markings. Can you imagine? 30 pounds or more of solid gold each? "Yeah, I guess they'll be doing okay," she said. They stopped at a traffic light. Jack sighed. "What's the matter?" "Nothing. I just hope he took seriously what I said about taking extra security precautions."
Chapter 48. Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Jonah picked up his cell phone and called Simon. He said he would first thing in the morning, once he'd found out how Edith was faring. She was still feeling a little off, but had stopped throwing up last night and woke up feeling the worst of it was over. She'd insisted Jonah go and do whatever he and Simon had planned. Simon picked up almost immediately. "Hey, Jonah, how's it going? Are you back on board for the day? Really don't want to do this without you." "Edith is doing a little better. Thanks for asking." Simon didn't reply. "Anyway, she is. She wants me to say yes to whatever you got going on." "Good. Tell me what you think of this plan. I'm supposed to show the art dealer the gold coins and bricks this morning, which, as you know, are still in the ground. I was thinking of having him meet us out there, maybe about 20 minutes after you and I get there, give us a chance to dig up the gold. But then I got to thinking, I don't think it's a good idea to show anyone else where this stuff is buried." "I totally agree," Jonah said. "Right, well, now I'm thinking of going out there by myself just to dig up a sample. You know, a handful of coins, maybe 1 gold brick. That should be enough for him to get an idea of what we've got. Maybe I'll let him take a few pictures in case he needs to show them to a potential buyer." "Did you ever count the coins? He's going to need to know exactly how many we have." "You know, I never got around to that. I'll do that when I'm out there, too, and then bring the gold samples back here to the house." "Well, how about I join you? You could probably use a hand with the digging and the counting." "That'll work," Simon said. "How about you start making your way over here and I'll call him. Tell him to meet us back here at my place around 11? "Sounds like a plan. I'll be there shortly." Zachary stood in front of the mirror in his hotel room, finished straightening his tie. "You really think that's necessary?" Anton said. "I thought you said we'd be going out into the woods. Why else am I wearing this camo stuff?" "I said I thought we'd be going in the woods. I still think that. But they don't know I think that. So I thought I should still dress the part of the upscale art dealer." He glanced at his watch. The old man still hadn't called. Zachary didn't want to push it, but maybe he should call him, try to get this new plan in motion. Just then his phone rang. Anton brought it over from the nightstand. "Looks like it's him." "Mr. Morley, good morning. Glad to hear from you."
"Good morning to you, Mr. Van Danken."
"Please call me Claude."
"Okay, Claude. Looks like my friend Jonah can join us this morning. He's on his way over here now. How about you meet us here at around 11? Will that work for you?"
"Meet at your place? I thought you said the gold items were someplace else. Wouldn't it make sense for us just to meet there?"
Yes, I did say that, but we talked it through and thought we should go and get just a sampling of it since it's so heavy. Let you evaluate that. It's all the same, really. The coins all look alike, and each of the gold bars is the same as the others."
"Oh, I see. Okay, then, we can do that. I'll see you at your house at 11.
"Great," Simon said. "See you in a bit."
He hung up. Zachary put his phone in his pocket.
"Come on, Anton. We've got to go, now."
"Why? You just said see you at 11. That's almost 2 hours from now."
"The plan's changed. They're heading out to the woods now. He wants to show me a sampling of the gold, not let me see where the rest of it's buried. But I want to see where the whole stash is."
He hurried toward the front door.
"But you don't know where the gold is," Anton said.
I mean, what part of the woods it's buried in. The whole town's surrounded by woods." They walked down the hall toward the elevator. "That's why we're leaving now. His house is only 5 minutes from here. There's only one way out of his neighborhood. I confirmed that yesterday." "We're going to follow him?" Anton said. Zachary pushed the down button. "You got it." Chapter 49. Jack and Joe met out at Jack's property by the lake. They had already gotten out their gear and were suiting up. "So, how did your Friday night go?" Jack asked. "Do anything exciting?"
Exciting? At home? Nah. Friday night is family night at the Boyd place. We make an effort to have fun, but we rarely hit exciting. We'll usually get pizza, some kind of dessert, which is exciting for me, 'cause I never get it anymore. Then we'll either play a board game, or, if we can ever find one we all want to see, we rent a movie. The main thing is we spend the time together, and nobody gets on their phones." "That sounds like a good time to me," Jack said, "in an old-fashioned kind of way. I mean, you never hear of families doing stuff like that anymore." "It was Kate's idea. We started it when the kids were younger. Who knows if we'll be able to keep it going through the teen years. I don't know what happens with kids when they get older. All of a sudden we're the bad guys, you know? They want to connect with their friends more than they do with you. It hasn't happened yet. I guess this is our plan to see if we can beat the odds, keep things from going in that direction. We'll see. They still seem to have fun, so for now it's working. How about you and Rachel? What's Friday nights look like now that you're an old married couple?"
"Well, we don't have kids yet, but I still try to keep it fun."
"Speaking of kids," Joe said, "how's things going in that arena, if you don't mind me asking? I know a few months ago you said you guys were trying."
Jack forgot he'd shared this with Joe. "Well, we're still trying, and she's still not pregnant. I'm not too worried about it, but it definitely bugs Rachel. She's talking like if it doesn't happen soon, she wants us to see a doctor." Joe closed the lid of his trunk, came a little closer to Jack.
"Kate and I know a little bit about what you're going through. I don't know if you noticed the difference between my two, I mean their age. We started trying for Joey a year after my daughter was born, but nothing was happening. Wound up taking several years, but hey, it happened. Not every couple turns 'em out like a machine."
"You mind if I tell her about that? It might encourage her to hear it."
"Go right ahead, whatever helps."
The two men walked toward the woods, basically in the same direction as the last time out. Joe stopped a moment.
"Before we start, I was wondering this time if we couldn't go deeper into the woods. You said most of your property is wooded, right?"
Jack nodded. "All but the few acres near the lake."
"Last time we stayed in sight of the lake," Joe said. "Let's go deeper in this time, see what we can find."
"Sure. I just hope we find something. Anything."
"Did you download that tracking app I texted you about?"
"I did," Jack said, "last night."
"I got it mainly for Kate, so she would know there's no way I'd ever get lost in the woods. Anybody puts in my phone number, they can find out where I'm at. I figured it could work for you and me in case we ever get separated."
"I think it's a good idea," although Jack couldn't imagine them getting so far away from each other that they'd ever need such a thing. Chapter 50. Jonah Bolton pulled up into Simon's driveway. As expected, Simon was out there waiting for him. He got out of his car and hopped in Simon's pickup truck. "Well, let's get this done," Simon said. He backed out of the driveway. "Appreciate you coming to help."
"We're in this together. Figured I might as well."
Simon put the car in gear and drove forward. "I wonder how much more we'll get for the gold because of the Nazi markings."
"I don't know, but that brings up something I wanted to talk to you about."
"What's that?"
"Don't take this wrong, Simon, like I'm telling you what to do."
"Uh-oh, this doesn't sound good."
"No, it's no big deal," Jonah said.
It's just, let's be careful not to appear too eager with this art dealer." "Do you think I've been doing that?" "No, not necessarily. You do seem pretty eager when we're talking about it. First, we're chatting about it with this guy online. The next morning, he's flying down here checking out the painting. Now today, we're showing him the gold. I just don't want him to get the impression that we're a couple of bumpkins he can steamroll right over." Simon turned right at the end of the street. "I don't think we're giving that impression. I think he's moving so fast because this is such a big deal. He recognized this as a famous lost painting and wanted to get in on it before anyone else did." "I get that," Jonas said, "but just to be on the safe side, let's find a way to insert in our conversation this morning that we appreciate his zeal in helping us with this project, but we're going to get input from one or two other art dealers. He needs to know there will be competition, don't you think?" "I don't have a problem with that. I was planning on doing that anyway." "Good," Jonas said. "I'm glad to hear it." Zachary pulled his black caddy over to the curb about 5 houses in from the last intersection in Simon's neighborhood. "Hope I haven't missed him," he muttered. "I don't think we have," Anton said. "We got over here in like 2 minutes." He looked toward the intersection, where Simon's pickup truck should be showing up any second now. "What if he doesn't turn the way you think, and he goes left instead of right? He'll drive right past us." "That happens, and we both duck down ASAP and hope he doesn't recognize the car. But he should be turning the other way. That's the direction that heads toward the woods. He comes this way, and he's heading into town. I'm betting he's going for the woods. That's where the treasure's buried." "It's a shame we couldn't trade out this car," Anton said. "It's the worst possible car to tail somebody in. Who's not going to see a shiny black Cadillac following behind them?" "There wasn't time. We'll just have to make do. Here, take this." Zachary pulled a set of binoculars out of their crime bag, which he'd placed in the front seat between them. "Because of how distinctive this car looks, I'm going to stay further back than I would if we were tracking somebody back home. This will help you keep an eye on them if they get too far down the road." "You just brought up another problem we're going to have," Anton said. "There's hardly any cars on the road to hide behind. Even if we were driving downtown in a town this small, but we're not. We're heading out into the country roads. There won't be any cars out there except his pickup truck and our caddy." Zachary had thought about that too. He sighed. "I know. Look, I'll just have to stay as far back as I can, which means you really need to keep those binoculars locked onto his truck." "Okay, I will. Just don't stay too—" "Wait, isn't that them up ahead?" Zachary's eyes shot forward to the intersection. "Yep, that's them." They waited a moment. "Good. He's headed for the woods. This game is on." Chapter 51. Jack and Joe walked far enough into the woods to where no trace of the lake was visible. Then they started swinging their metal detectors back and forth, walking even further into the woods. Jack wasn't exactly sure what Joe had in mind. He figured it was pretty much all guesswork no matter where they detected. All they knew for sure was that at different times men from both sides had walked around the woods surrounding Culpeper and had even fought a handful of skirmishes. Jack's first time out with Joe a few weeks ago helped fuel a sense of anticipation he felt now, that this wand he was moving back and forth would eventually pass over something real. He looked up. Joe was already up ahead about 30 yards. Thankfully, the woods on Jack's property were fairly easy to hike through. Tons of trees, but not a lot of low-lying foliage covering the ground. It was pretty clear. There was no reason for anyone to be back here, except maybe hunters. That's why Joe thought it might be a great place to detect. The less people, the less junk in the ground, so less false alarms on the detector. And that, my friend, means less digging for us. Jack saw that Joe had stopped swinging his detector. He took off his headphones. It didn't seem like he'd hit a target because he hadn't pulled out his shovel, and he wasn't looking down at the ground. His head swiveled back and forth. "What's going on, Joe?" Joe made a hand gesture, signaling for Jack to come near. As Jack did, Joe pulled out his pistol. Instinctively, Jack reached for his.
"I heard something. Like something big moving in the woods over there,"
he was whispering. "How do you know it's something big?" Jack whispered back.
"Because it was loud enough to hear with these headphones on."
"Think it might be a bear?"
"Could be. Hope not."
Another loud rustling sound off to the right.
"Should we start backing up? Sounds pretty close."
"Maybe." He started to. Jack did the same. Then that rustling noise happened again. This time Jack saw some bushes move. Both men pointed their pistols in that direction.
"Maybe I should throw a rock over there,"
Jack said.
"See if that will scare it off."
"It might, but if you hit it, maybe it'll get mad and charge us."
"I'll aim low."
"Good thinking. Aim for its knees. I don't know about you. Someone throws a rock at my knees, I'd get pretty mad." Jack laughed.
"Okay, I'll toss it to the right of the noise."
He picked up a rock.
"Get ready. Here goes."
Jack tossed the rock, then instantly re-aimed his gun. The bushes moved again, and out popped a raccoon. It stopped a moment to notice the men, then quickly began running off toward the left. To their surprise, 2 baby raccoons popped out from the underbrush and hurried after their mother. Both men lowered their guns. Joe smiled. "Looks like we're in the clear." "Glad I didn't throw the rock where I was going to throw it. Might have hit that mama raccoon in the head."
"We're taking out one of those babies for good."
"Well, guess we can go back to detecting." "Had any hits yet?" Jack said.
"Nope."
"How about you?" "Same. I can safely say we've uncovered about 150 square yards completely free of all metallic objects." Joe laughed.
"You and your way with words."
Simon and Jonah had been driving in Simon's pickup truck through Culpeper for the last 10 minutes. The last few minutes saw a dramatic decrease in the number of homes per street and a dramatic increase in the size of the yards. Now they had just turned left onto the main country road that led out to the treasure. It was a thoroughly hilly and winding stretch. Simon remembered regularly tearing through it as a youth in his '69 Pontiac Trans Am, literally at
Al bu kalbi götür beni, gittiğin yer benim evim. Hiç sorun yok, hallederim ben her şeyi senin için. Zaten her şey senin için. Hiç zaman yok bizim için. Düşünme sen beni bu akşam, seni görünce yanar içim. Ateşimle kal, beni beline sar. Ateşimle kal, beni beline sar. Kaybettiğim her şey için beni geriye sar. Beni geriye sar. Beni geriye sar. Kaybettim her şey için beni geriye sar. Beni geriye sar. Geriye sar.
death-defying speeds. Now, such memories couldn't even tempt him to take either hand off his tight grip on the wheel, and he was only half paying attention to Jonah, preferring instead to keep both eyes on the treacherous road ahead. Jonah had just taken a breath after filling Simon in on some of his plans for spending his share of the money. Sounded like most of it was going to his kids and grandkids. Simon had neither of those, but lacked no shortage of things to buy, considering 90% of the items on his bucket list were still unchecked. After weaving through a perilous set of sharp S-turns, Simon said, "Read an article in the paper once, think it was last year, that said over 60 people had lost their lives on this stretch of road through the years. You believe that?" "Easily," Jonah said. "I hate S-curves like that. Scare me to death. Always have, even when I was young. So much so I even talked to Edith about moving to a town closer to the coast, where everything is flat. Never did, of course, since all our kids got married and stayed around these parts." The road finally leveled out to a nice straight section. "Speaking about our treasure, I was just thinking, you know that fella who buried it in the ground in the first place? He was probably from Culpeper. The area wasn't near as built up then as it is now. No other towns nearby for miles. He probably took this very same road when he drove that crate out to the woods. Probably driving a pickup truck, too, seeing as how heavy it was." "You're probably right," Jonah said. "Maybe there were even two of them. Considering, like you said, how heavy it was, would have taken quite a strong person to drag it from the road to where he buried it all by himself." "Maybe, but I don't think so. That dirt road we park on goes a ways back into the woods. He might have just kept backing up till he got to the edge of the trees. That would close the distance he'd have to drag the thing to about 20 yards. Strong young guy, just got done being a soldier in the war. He could have managed that, I think." "Yeah," Jonah said, "maybe so. Plus, if there were two of them, it makes less sense that neither one of them ever came back for it. I can't think of a reason why even one person would leave millions of dollars worth of treasure lying in the ground like that, unless something very serious kept them from it." "Serious like death," Simon said. "That's what it would have taken. Nothing else makes any sense." "Yep, probably right." Neither man said anything for a few minutes. The road meandered through a handful of fairly wide right-angle turns. Simon glanced at the rearview mirror on both of them, thought he saw a shiny black car after the first one, following well behind them. Didn't see it after the second curve. Probably nothing. Although he did think he'd seen a black car way behind them a couple times driving through town. He looked through the mirror again. Nobody there. Probably nothing. Chapter 52. When they got to the road leading to the big flat rock, Simon took one last look in the rearview mirror. The coast clear, he turned right and drove down the dirt road. "What do you keep looking at in the rearview mirror?" Jonah asked. "It's nothing. Just wanting to make sure we're alone out here. Like you said, gotta start being more careful." Simon pulled up to the usual spot beside a cluster of shady pines and turned the truck off. Both men got out, pulled their shovels from behind the front seat. Simon stood there a moment, focused his eyes down the dirt path toward the main road. No cars had gone by. That was a good thing. After they'd taken a few steps, Jonah pointed to the ground. "Look, our footprints from before. No one's been out here since." "You expected company?" "No, just glad to see it." As they walked the slight incline toward the flat rock, Jonah said, "Not looking forward to this digging chore again. How about after we're done with this art dealer fella, we move the rest of this treasure to those safe deposit boxes? They'll be more secure, and we won't have to dig this thing up anymore." "I'm with you there, pal," Simon said. Zachary was starting to get nervous. I think I lost them. Leaning forward toward the windshield, Anton said, Afraid you did. I don't see a soul up ahead. Crap, Zachary said. I was worried on all those sharp curves back there that I was getting too close. It was all downhill, and this car is so smooth I didn't even realize how much I'd speed it up. I was worried about that too, Anton said. Guess you slowed down too much. Think it should be safe to gun it, see if you can close the gap. My eyes are better than yours, so I'll let you know when I see their truck. They came off the curve to a long stretch of straight road. Forget about your eyes. Use the binoculars. Oh, right. Anton picked them up and started scanning the road ahead. After going almost 2 miles with no cars in sight in either direction, Zachary slowed the car, then pulled the caddy off to the side. Something's wrong here. No way I got that far back. They must have turned off somewhere, and we must have missed it. I didn't see any roads, Anton said. Course, I was looking through these the whole time. He set the binoculars in his lap. Zachary whipped the car around and started heading down the other direction, going about half the posted speed limit. Keep your eyes peeled for a dirt road leading off into the woods. You take the right side, I'll take the left. Got it. He put the binoculars back up to his eyes. Put those down. You don't need them for something like this. Zachary drove for just over a mile when he suddenly spotted a dirt road off to the left, next to a good-sized boulder. Glancing in the mirror, he had the country road all to himself, so he quickly put on the brakes and slowed to a crawl. Got one? Anton said. He looked over toward Zachary's side of the road. Yeah, I see it. Coming up on the left. That's probably it. But what if there's more than one dirt road between here and that last curve? Well, Anton said, set the mileage marker on the spot and keep driving. It'll only take a minute or so to reach that curve. We don't see any, we can rush back here. Zachary liked the idea but didn't want to say it, so he just did it. He picked up his speed to 45. In less than a minute, he was close enough to the curve to tell there weren't any more dirt roads. He whipped the car around again and made a beeline for that lone dirt road. Stopping short of it by 20 or 30 yards, he pulled the car onto the shoulder and turned off the engine. Okay, Anton, this is probably it. But just to be sure, since you're dressed in camo and I'd stand out like a sore thumb, I'm going to wait here while you sneak through the woods running parallel to that dirt road. Anton got a confused look. Zachary knew what it was. Parallel means to go beside it, but in the same direction. Oh, got it. What do I do when I get close to them? Just text me to confirm it, and I'll come join you. And what if I don't find them? How far back you want me to go? I don't know. I saw on Google Maps there's a big lake back there somewhere, so it can't be too far back. If you get to where you see that lake and you still haven't seen them, start heading back here. Better yet, call me and I'll come get you. What then? I don't know. That'll mean we're all messed up, that they're somewhere else, and we probably lost our chance to wrap this up now. But no matter. One way or another, that treasure's going to be mine. By the end of this day. Chapter 53. Jack and Joe continued detecting and continued moving in the direction that put them further into the woods and away from the lake. So far, the only excitement for either one of them had been the mama raccoon and her 2 little cubs. Jack stopped a minute for a breather and to take a look around. Nothing but woods in every direction. He wasn't even sure they were still on his property. Not that it mattered much. If they did wind up finding anything, he wasn't worried he'd have to locate his neighbor, so he could split the value of a few Civil War bullets. Then again, that could change if either he or Joe stumbled upon another World War II crate full of buried treasure. He smiled again, just thinking about it. That must have been a wild experience when Simon and Jonah first pried the lid off that wooden crate. He looked at Joe, who noticed Jack had stopped.
"Find anything?"
Joe yelled.
"Not yet. Just resting a sec." "You need a breather already? Young guy like you?" "I know, it's pathetic, isn't it? Have you had any hits yet?" "Not one. Maybe we should change direction, since neither one of us are getting anything going this way."
"I agree. Besides, I'm pretty sure we've wandered into my neighbor's property."
"Think he'll mind?"
"I doubt it. Of course, I have no idea who he is, or even if he is a she. We've never met. But like you said before, you never heard of anyone being arrested for metal detecting on someone else's property. Not in Culpeper, anyway."
"Well, either way, let's start moving south and start angling a little bit back toward the lake."
"Agreed."
Jack put on his headphones again and started swinging the wand back and forth.
Barely 5 minutes in this new direction, and the detector started pinging. A nice, strong one, too. Jack moved the wand back and forth, then forward and backward to isolate the spot. Then he pressed a button on the control panel, allowing him to zero right in on it.
"You got a hit?"
Joe yelled.
"Yep, and a nice one, too." "Let me see."
Joe leaned his detector against a tree and jogged over.
"Run it over the spot again."
Jack did. Joe glanced at the control panel.
"Jack, my friend, you found a keeper. When I get that number, it's almost always a 3-ringer bullet."
"Really?" Jack set his detector against the tree and pulled out his shovel. Joe had taught him the best way to carve around, then pop out a chunk of earth in one motion, which usually contained the target you were hunting for if it wasn't buried too deep. After lifting the plug of dirt and setting it to the side, he reached for his orange pointer.
"No need for that, Jack," Joe said. "Look."
Jack looked at where Joe was pointing. "Well, look at that." Embedded right there in the plug of dirt was a perfectly shaped 3-ring Civil War bullet.
"I vote we keep searching in this direction," Joe said.
Zachary was growing impatient, sitting in the black caddy, staring at his phone. It was only 5 minutes ago that he'd watched Anton disappear into the trees, but it felt like 20. He'd already restarted the car to get the AC running. Finally, his smartphone chimed. He glanced down and read the text from Anton. "Found the 2 old men. Digging up a storm back here. Come ASAP. Sounds like they got to the crate. Just come straight down that dirt road, leads to a huge flat rock. That's where they are. I'll wait here till you give the word." Zachary texted back, "On my way, stay put. When you hear me offering them a deal, don't freak out. It doesn't mean a thing." He knew Anton would have no idea what that meant, but he would understand very soon. Zachary turned off the car, grabbed his gun, and got out. Just before heading down the dirt path, he glanced up and down the road. Still no cars or traffic of any kind. At first, he started walking quietly, but then realized at this point it didn't matter. So instead, he walked quickly but normally down the center of the dirt road, his 9mm Glock leading the way. As he walked, he thought through and rehearsed the details of his plan. It was really quite simple. Of course, the main goal was to get all the treasure back to Gramps, not just part of it, and secondly, to leave no witnesses behind who could ID them. After a few minutes, he saw the big flat rock up ahead and, at the same time, saw Simon and Jonah squatting down beside it. They were talking, not digging, which meant they'd already uncovered the treasure. His timing was perfect. He continued walking until he was less than 20 feet away. They still didn't notice him.
"Good day, gentlemen," he yelled. "Mr. Morley, Mr. Bolton, so nice to see you."
The men were obviously startled to see him and rose to their feet. First they looked at his face, then they looked down at his gun. Chapter 54. Jonah couldn't believe his eyes. A wave of panic filled his insides. What was going on here? Where did Van Danken come from? Why was he holding a gun? "Mr. Van Danken," Simon said, "what's up with the gun?" Jonah glanced at Simon. Outwardly, he looked calm, but Jonah saw the same fear in his eyes. "Well, for starters, let's dispense with the phony names. The name's McMillan. Zachary McMillan." "Anton!" he yelled into the woods. "You can come out now!" Suddenly, there was sound and movement in the trees to the right. A young man appeared dressed in camo fatigues. He also held a gun pointed right at them, only his had a silencer attached. It became crystal clear. This art dealer was nothing but a con man, and he was here to rob them. "We were just here getting samples to show you," Simon said, still in that fake, calm voice. McMillan came closer. "Come now, Mr. Morley, you can't be that stupid. I'm not here to look at a few samples. I'm here to claim what's rightfully mine. So, the two of you take several steps back." Claim what is rightfully his? What did he mean by that? That's an odd way to describe an old-fashioned robbery. But Jonah instantly obeyed, stepping back several feet from the opening in the ground. Simon did too. "Anton, why don't you hop down there and fetch my family's treasure? I'm sure all that gold is pretty heavy. Let's give these elderly gentlemen a helping hand." "You want me to dig it out?" "The hole's already dug, stupid. I want you to pull the crate out, or at least what's in it." How did this young man know the treasure had been buried in a crate? They had never mentioned that fact, and he couldn't see the bottom of the hole from where he stood. Anton jumped into the hole and ripped off the last board. It came off easily, because Simon and Jonah had just tapped them back into place when they reburied the treasure. Anton gasped loudly and swore. "Boss, you gotta see this!" Still holding his gun on them, McMillan stood over the hole and looked down. My, would you look at that? Gramps wasn't kidding. I wish he could see this. "Okay, Anton, lay the boards on the ground. Set the gold on top of them." He stepped back a few feet. The picture was beginning to emerge in Jonah's mind. This young man was the grandson of one of the people responsible for this treasure in the ground. "Your Gramps?" Simon repeated. "You just said this is your family's treasure. Who is he, your grandfather? And if this is your treasure, why hasn't he dug it out before now?" "I guess there's no harm in you knowing the full story now," Zachary said. The way he said this struck a new chord of fear in Jonah. He realized this wasn't going to end well for them. They weren't hiding their faces. They were using their real names. And now he was going to divulge some big family secret. Did Simon not understand this? "We haven't dug the treasure out before now because we didn't know where it was," Zachary said. "Isn't that obvious? My grandfather and another GI, whose name doesn't matter now, were the original owners of the contents of this crate. Well, I guess if I'm being technical, the Nazis were the original owners. Then again, if you want to get really technical, they stole it from people they conquered and probably killed. So, let's just say it came into my grandfather's possession 70-something years ago. And if things had gone according to plan, Gramps was going to drive down here after he was discharged, and he and his partner were going to split the loot 50-50. But the other guy, the one who buried the crate, died before telling my grandfather where he hid it." "So he's been waiting, your grandfather," Simon said, "all these years for someone to find it." "Bingo," Zachary said, "and we do appreciate all your hard work. But as you can see, it doesn't really belong to you. It rightfully belongs to my grandfather, and that's why I'm here. But we both know this isn't the whole treasure. I promised my Gramps I'd be bringing all of it back, and that's what I intend to do. So, here's the plan. That's your truck, right, Simon?"
"It is."
"Then hand your keys to your friend Jonah."
"Why?"
"Why? Because I trust him more than you. He's got a nicer face and he's got a wife, so he has more to lose than you. Now, give him your keys." Simon obeyed. Jonah's hand was trembling as he took them and put them in his pocket. "Jonah, I know you know where your part of the treasure is. You're going to drive Simon's truck to your place and get it. Make up some kind of story for your wife that she'll believe. Maybe you could say you guys are in the middle of a negotiation with the art dealer, and he wants to give you an estimate for the rest of it. Then you drive over to Simon's place and get the rest of the treasure, including the painting."
"He can't," Simon said. "I'll have to go. It's locked in my gun safe."
"An easy fix," Zachary said. "Text him the combination to your safe right now." "But do it! Now!" He pointed the gun at Simon's face.
Simon believed he was serious and took out his phone. Seconds later, Jonah heard his phone chime in his pocket.
"See? An easy fix."
Zachary turned his attention back to Jonah.
"You're going to go to both places, get every last bit of my family treasure, and bring it all back here. Tell no one what's going on, especially the cops. You get the cops involved and Simon is a dead man. Then I come after you and your wife. Her name's Edith, right?"
"Yes, Edith." Jonah felt like he wasn't far away from passing out.
"Boss," Anton said, "don't you think I ought to go with him?"
"No, I don't. No one has seen you so far, and I want things to stay that way."
"But people have seen you," Anton said.
"Who has, Anton? Think about it."
Jonah understood. Only he and Simon had, and Zachary was planning on killing them after the rest of the treasure was back in his hands. He was certain of it.
"Besides," Zachary said, "Jonah's going to do exactly what he's been told, aren't you, Jonah? He doesn't want anything to happen to his friend Simon here, or to his wife. And Jonah, just to make sure you're clear on this, if the cops do show back up here, Simon will be dead before they get out of their cars, and Anton and I will take off into the woods. And to prove to you I know how to handle this gun, Anton, toss a few pine cones into the air."
Anton looked around, found 3, and threw them high overhead.
Bam, bam, bam!
Jonah was shocked to see all 3 pine cones explode into tiny pieces. It was like something out of a Western. Zachary glanced at his watch.
"I've calculated the distances and the time it should take for you to pull off this task, Jonah. You've got exactly 45 minutes to get back here, alone. You do that, and I'll not only let you live, I'll reward you, both of you. We're not some kind of Jersey crime family. You men deserve something for all your hard work. How about 10 Nazi gold coins apiece? We'll call it a finder's fee."
Jonah didn't believe a word of it. He took out Simon's keys and hurried toward his pickup. Chapter 55. Jack was startled by the sound of 3 loud gunshots. Came right through his headphones. He stopped swinging the detector and looked at Joe. He'd heard it too. His headphones were hanging around his neck, and he'd already pulled his gun out of its holster. Jack set his detector against a pine tree and headed toward Joe.
"What do you think that was?"
Joe looked around, trying to discern the direction.
I know what it was, and it wasn't a rifle, which doesn't matter anyway since it's not hunting season. That was a Glock, a 9mm Glock.
How can you be so sure?
A, I know my guns, and B, I already had my headphones off, so I heard it clearly. I was wiping sweat off the back of my neck, and then 3 shots loud as can be. Think they came from that direction.
He pointed in front of him and to the right. Why'd you get your gun out?
'Cause something ain't right.
Maybe it's just somebody doing target practice, Jack said, with a pistol.
Maybe. But then I waited, and I'm still waiting.
For what?
More shots. You ever heard anybody doing target practice who only fires 3 shots, then quits?
Good point. So what do you think it could be?
Don't know, but it ain't target practice. Could be someone out hunting when they shouldn't be, and they got spooked by a bear or some other wild animal. But then
why didn't they use their rifle? Jack said.
Exactly.
Maybe they're bow hunting, and they brought along a pistol as a backup.
Maybe, but then just maybe it's something nefarious, as Hank likes to say.
Hank Jensen was Joe's partner.
Either way, I think we should check it out. It may be just a hangover from my days in the Pittsburgh PD, but when I hear 3 quick shots from a 9mm Glock out in the woods, and then nothing else, I'm more inclined to think somebody's up to no good.
Okay then, Jack said. Let's go check it out. He took out his smartphone. I'll mark our coordinates on the GPS so we can come back to our detectors. They should be safe out here, right?
Should be, Joe said. Follow me. I'm pretty sure the shots came from this way.
He took his orange vest off, so Jack did too, then started moving quickly in one direction, his gun at the ready. Jack pulled his out and followed. A few quiet minutes later, they heard a new sound through the trees. A pickup truck starting, maybe a couple 100 yards away. Now the sound of it pulling away, driving fast down a dirt road. Jack remembered one of the country roads that weaved through the hills outside Culpeper wasn't far away. Hey, Joe, hold up. That truck's probably heading to a paved road not far from here. If we head this way, 100 yards through the woods, maybe we can catch a glimpse of that truck before it gets too far away.
Let's do it. You lead the way.
Jack jogged toward the road. The ground was pretty clear between the trees, so he made good time. Joe was right behind him. Jonah made it to the main road, though he didn't know how. His heart was beating so fast he was sure he'd blow a gasket any second. He was too afraid to pray something that made sense, so he just kept repeating, "Jesus, save me," over and over. He checked for traffic. As usual, no cars in either direction. After turning toward town, he'd barely made it 100 yards when he saw 2 men up ahead running out of the woods. As he got closer, they waved their arms frantically, trying to get his attention. He didn't recognize them at first. His eyes had filled with tears, though he didn't even register he was crying. He noticed they both had pistols, but they weren't pointing their guns at him. As he passed them, he got a glimpse of their faces. What in the world? One was Jack Turner, that young professor who'd given him such good advice about the treasure. The other was that police detective who started coming to the detector club meetings, Joe Boyd. He slowed the truck down. What were they doing here? Glancing in the rearview mirror, he could see they were running toward him, so he pulled the truck off to the shoulder and stopped. Should he tell them what was happening? The main gunman said he'd shoot Simon if Jonah got the cops involved. But what else could he do? He was desperate, and he'd just been crying out to God to save him. Maybe this was God's answer. Jack reached the pickup truck first. "Jonah, it's you.
Joe said this was Simon's truck." "It is. I'm borrowing it." Then Joe arrived. "It's Jonah," Jack said. "Jonah?" Joe repeated. He was panting. He looked up at Jonah. "You all right, buddy? Jack and I were doing some metal detecting not too far from here. He's got some property that connects to the lake. All of a sudden we hear 3 gunshots. I know guns pretty good. They came from a Glock, not a rifle. Know anything about that?" It was now or never, Jonah thought. "I do. God help me, but I do." Tears filled his eyes again. "Hey, Jonah," Joe said, "it's okay. Just tell us what happened. I notice Simon's not here, but I'm pretty sure this is his truck. Is he all right?" Jonah wiped the tears on his sleeve. "He is, but not for long. Neither one of us is. Something doesn't happen quick, we'll both be dead about an hour from now." "What?" Jack said. "What's going on, Jonah? You know I'm a cop. Let me help you, whatever it is." "He said I got the cops involved. He'd shoot Simon dead, and I believe him. Then he said he'd come after me and Edith." "Who said he'd shoot Simon?" Joe said. Jonah tried to regain his composure. "His name's Zachary, I think. McMillan. Pretty sure that's his last name, but he's not alone. He's got another guy with him, but he's clearly in charge. The other guy's got a gun too, with a silencer. Both these guys are killers. I can tell they're totally serious." "What were the 3 gunshots about?" Joe said. "It was the main guy, showing us how good a shot he is. He shot 3 pine cones to smithereens. A second after his friend tossed them in the air, like some Wild West gunslinger." "Is this about the treasure?" Jack asked. "That's exactly what it's about. This guy's the grandson of one of the 2 GIs who buried the treasure we found. How we got connected is a long story, and I don't have time to tell it. I shouldn't even be talking to you now. He gave me 45 minutes to get to my place, then over to Simon's to get the rest of the treasure. I'm not back by then. He'll kill Simon. I really have to go." "But you can't just leave, Jonah," Joe said. "You know guys like this. You do things his way and he'll shoot you in the end just the same. Have you seen their faces?" Jonah nodded. "And we know their names. They're not even trying to hide them." "There's only one reason for that," Joe said. "They're gonna kill us anyway. But what can I do?" Joe didn't answer for a moment. "I got an idea." "Tell me it doesn't involve calling this in," Jonah said. "We do that, I know Simon's a dead man for sure." "No, I won't call it in. Not yet." He looked at Jack. "I'm going to need your help on this." "I'm in," Jack said. "Whatever you need me to do." Chapter 56. "Okay," Joe said. "Here's the plan. Jack, you hop in the pickup truck with Jonah. The 2 of you working together, maybe you can shave off 10 minutes of the 45 he gave you." "Down to almost 40 now," Jonah said. "Then do this. Drive to Simon's place first. He lives alone, right?" "Yeah, we get to his place before mine." "Good. You drop Jack off at Simon's. He can gather up the treasure at his house while you head over to your place. Tell him how to find it on your drive there. Then go back to your place and get your stuff. Jack, you wait out by the street for Jonah to come back and get you. That should knock off 10 minutes. "What then?" Jonah said. "Then use the time saved to head back here. Only before you show up where Simon and the gunmen are, drop Jack off where our cars are parked on his property. It's just a couple minutes from here. Then head back to where you're supposed to be. But look at your watch. Don't show up a minute before the 45 he gave you. Just park out by the road or something. We can use every extra minute you could spare." "So, what am I getting at our cars?" Jack said. "I'm guessing there's something you want me to fetch?" "My scoped hunting rifle. It's in my trunk."
Should be some ammo in the bag with it." He handed Jack his keys. "And where are you going to be?" "I'm going to sneak back through the woods and find the perfect spot to take out these gunmen." "How will I find you in the woods?" Jack said. Joe held up his smartphone. "Remember the locator app?" "Yeah, I do." "Okay, then. You guys take off, and I'll head into the woods. Let's all say a prayer the good guys win this one." Jack ran around the front of the pickup and got in. He couldn't believe this was happening. He'd barely closed the door when Jonah took off down the road. "I better get my seatbelt on." "Sorry, but that already ate several minutes off my 45. But I'm glad I ran into you guys. This is just so horrible. Look, my hands are shaking. I can't make them stop." "I'm sorry you guys are going through this. How did it happen? How'd you connect with these gunmen?" "I guess we just got taken in by a con man. It all happened so fast. That should have been a clue." "Was it somebody off the internet?" "How did you know?" Jonas slowed down to take in a banked curve. "Just a guess. I wouldn't imagine there'd be anybody you could contact in Culpeper about something like this." "Well, it was Simon's idea. We were at his place, dividing up the jewelry, when he suggested we go online, see if we could check the price on a few things. Then we're logging on to some art website trying to get a ballpark idea about the value of this painting. One thing leads to another, and we're chatting back and forth on this forum with an art dealer. That's what he said he was. He played the whole thing and us like a fiddle. Tried to warn us about the dangers of talking about these kinds of things on the internet when he's the real danger. Turns out he's not even an art dealer. But we checked out his website. Sure looked like the real thing. Oh, something else I forgot to tell you. Not that it matters now." "What?" Jack said. "I talked to Simon about what you and I discussed, and he agreed we shouldn't sell the painting, but try to find the original owners or their heirs. That's what this fake art dealer was supposed to help us with, but he said he needed to see it in person to make sure it wasn't a fake. He needed a way to get you guys to trust him. His goal all along was to get near the loot." "Right," Jonah said. "Well, he got there. And now we find out about him being the grandson of one of the GIs who buried the treasure in the first place. And based on what he said, his grandfather is still alive and waiting to get this treasure back." "Wonder if the other GI is dead, and why the treasure sat there in the ground so long." "He said the other guy died a long time ago, but before this guy's grandfather could find out where he hid the crate. But none of that matters anymore. He's dead serious about getting this treasure back, today. And unless you and Joe can stop him somehow, he's not planning on leaving any witnesses who can identify him." Jonah slowed way down as he entered a series of sharp S-turns that climbed a steep hill. "What did he say to get you to come back just now?" Jack said. "He didn't just say he was going to kill you no matter what." "He offered to give us both 10 gold coins apiece as a finder's fee for all our hard work, but I know he's bluffing. His plan is to shoot us the minute I'm back with the rest of the treasure. Then he'll go after Edith. He knows she knows what's going on." Chapter 57. By the time they reached Simon's house, Jonah seemed a little calmer. Jack had prayed with him. Then Jonah had given him Simon's house key and the combination numbers for his safe, and he described what parts of the treasure he should find. Jack opened the car door. "Don't worry, Jonah. Joe knows what he's doing." "What am I going to tell my wife?" he said. "My advice? For now, don't say a thing. Just try to be as calm and matter-of-fact as possible. Otherwise, she'll totally lose it. Hopefully, this whole thing will be over very soon. Look, you better go." He closed the door. "Be back as soon as you can." "Right." Jonah backed out of the driveway and headed down the road. Jack wished he'd warned him not to speed. The last thing they needed was for him to get pulled over right now. He took a quick glance at Simon's modest home. Looked fairly well maintained from the outside. He walked to the front door, unlocked the deadbolt, and went in. He thought about what Jonah just said, about figuring out what to say to his wife. Jack wondered the same thing about Rachel. She thought he was back on their property right now having fun with his new metal detector. She'd totally freak out if she knew what he was up to. He hated not calling her, but he didn't for the same reason he'd given Jonah. There wasn't anything she could do except be worried sick. Besides, she wasn't teaching today. She was out shopping at the farmer's market with a friend. Why should he ruin her time? And it wasn't as if Jack was in any real danger. Not like the other times. He hurried to the back bedroom and found Simon's gun safe right where Jonah said it would be. It was a small room outfitted to look more like a garage workshop. Turning on a nearby lamp, he keyed the numbers into the digital pad. He heard a loud clunk, indicating success. The vault door opened. There was the bag and the brass artillery shell beside it. Jack held the bag under the lamp and opened it. Oh my gosh! It looked like a bag of pirates' treasure. It was filled with glistening gold and silver, diamonds and gems attached to a whole assortment of bracelets and rings, necklaces and earrings. Off to one side, a small pile of very pricey watches in a variety of styles. What he saw was easily worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, at least. He closed the bag, set it on the workbench, then double-checked that the painting was still rolled up inside the artillery shell. It was. Closing over the safe, he made sure it locked tight, turned out the lamp, grabbed the things he was there for, and left the room. He hurried through the house and out the front door, relocking the deadbolt. Then he stood by the end of the driveway, waiting for Jonah to return. Joe was certainly no woodsman. In fact, his buddies from his 16 years in the Pittsburgh PD would be in hysterics at the sight of Joe all done up in his metal detecting outfit. As a kid, Joe not only wasn't a Boy Scout, he didn't even know anyone who was. But after all these times he'd been out detecting, he was finally starting to feel comfortable out here. After Jack and Jonah left, Joe backtracked into the woods as best he could, trying to find where they'd left their metal detectors. But it was no use. It was all hills and trees and hills. He texted Jack, asking for the GPS coordinates. Once they arrived, it was no problem. After reconnecting to the point where they'd first heard the shots, and considering the dirt road Jonah had driven out from, Joe was able to pinpoint the direction he should go, looking for the gunmen and Simon. In a few minutes he was there. Who'd have thunk it? Joe Boyd, wilderness tracker. Actually, he discovered he'd gotten close enough to hear them talking, so he backed away a bit. Then he sat there for 10 minutes, glancing down at his phone, even though he knew Jack and Jonah wouldn't be back for at least 20 more. He used the time to come up with an action scenario, then rehearsed in his head from different angles to make sure he'd considered every contingency. Unfortunately, in several of the imaginary simulations, somebody got shot who shouldn't get shot before he was able to take out both gunmen. He didn't want to do it, but he might have to get Jack to help him. Then he thought about Hank. He really should be calling this in. Regardless of what he'd told Jonah, it was protocol. But his gut was telling him otherwise. He trusted Hank, but most of the guys in the department had very little experience with guys this bad or with situations that might involve a firefight. If anyone got jumpy, some of them could get hurt or even killed, and most likely one or both men, Simon and Jonah, would get killed too. All of that just to say he followed protocol. Not gonna happen. He was 99% sure he and Jack could do this right. He smiled as he thought about it. Truth was, he trusted Jack's instincts and skills as much as Hank's, or more. For a history professor, he wasn't too shabby. But still, he should call Hank. He got up and backed up in a straight line till he was sure he could speak without being overheard. Hank picked up after a couple of rings.
"Joe, what are you doing, calling me on your day off? It's bad enough one of us has to work on a Saturday. Aren't you supposed to be out there with Jack waving your little detectors around?"
"Your little detectors. Hey, listen, Hank," he said quietly. "I got a situation here." Joe took about 3 minutes to fill him in. He began and ended with the phrase, "I'm not officially calling this in."
"Joe, that sounds pretty serious. If you're not calling it in, what are you doing?"
"I guess I'm telling my partner something so he won't be furious with me after, when he finds out I didn't tell him up front. But really, you know how bad this could go down. We get too many guys out here."
"Yeah, I know. You and Jack can handle it. Want me to get some guys ready, like on standby, in case this thing goes south? Maybe one or more of these guys escapes through the woods or in a car, and we got a major chase situation unfolding."
"Yeah, that'd be smart," Joe said. "Might also be smart to get some ambulances on standby and stir up the CSI guys. We're definitely gonna have a crime scene out here very soon." Chapter 58. Jonah had already stopped by to pick up Jack, and they made their way back through the roads, heading out of town. Jack could see how nervous Jonah was, but he seemed to be keeping it together. Not much was said until they reached an intersection where Jonah had to turn right instead of left to get to Jack's property by the lake. Jack glanced down at his watch. They were making good time.
"Jonah, we're less than 5 minutes from my property. All you have to do is drop me off and come back the way you came. You should easily make it back in time to where Simon is."
"You sure?"
"Totally. You might even have a few minutes to spare. But remember what Joe said. If that happens, stay parked out by the entrance to the dirt road to buy us more time to get into position."
"All right, that's what I'll do."
"How did things go with your wife?"
"Fine, I guess. She was laying on the couch watching Hallmark movies, still getting over being sick, so she wasn't in a talkative mood. So I didn't have to lie very much. This goes well, and I'll tell her everything when it's all over."
"It's going to go well, Jonah. You'll see. Okay, the dirt road leading to my property is right here. I'd say drop me off here, but it's quite a ways back, and you'll make much better time in this truck than I will running. But it's a smooth road, and once you drop me off, like I said, just backtrack the way we came, and you'll be there in no time."
Jonah didn't reply. He just turned left onto the dirt road and drove as fast as he dared. He came to a section with hard-packed gravel, then into a clearing, saw Jack and Joe's cars parked side by side.
"Right here is fine," Jack said.
They shook hands, and Jack got out. Jonah sped off back toward the main road. As Jack hurried toward Joe's car, he pulled out his keys, clicked the button to open the trunk. He saw the canvas rifle bag bearing the familiar Remington name. Unzipping it, he saw a new-looking scoped rifle with a matte black finish and a box of ammo beside it. He grabbed both, closed the trunk, and started off in the general direction where they'd been detecting earlier. As he neared the spot, he stopped and took out his phone, clicked on the map app, and went to the exact coordinates where they'd left their detectors. A minute later, he was there. He then tapped on the tracking app and keyed in Joe's phone number. A little dot marked his position. He sent Joe a quick text. "Got the rifle and ammo. At the spot where we left the detectors. I see your position. Don't move. Be there in 3 to 4 minutes." As he hurried through the woods toward Joe, something dawned on him about Joe's rifle. It was a single-fire bolt-action gun. Joe was an excellent shooter, but there were 2 gunmen holding Simon. There was no way he could shoot both men before one of them turned their gun on Simon and Jonah. Chapter 59. Jack found Joe crouched behind some bushes, looking his way. He waved Jack over. When Jack reached him, he whispered,
"This isn't my shot spot. We need to get closer, but I knew we'd need to talk first."
After handing Joe the rifle and ammo, Jack whispered back the part about it being a one-shot gun and the implications.
"I know. I figured that out. You know what that means, right?"
Jack pulled his Remington .45 caliber 1911 out from his holster.
"I do." "Okay, let's get in position. Follow me."
They didn't run, but walked swiftly and quietly toward Simon and the gunmen. When they reached the spot Joe had picked, he held up his right fist, signaling them to stop. Jack couldn't see the men, but could hear them talking, too far away to understand the words. Joe held the rifle in place, looked through the scope.
"Perfect."
He handed it to Jack.
"Take a look."
Jack did. Simon was sitting on a large, flat rock, his face full of fear. On one side was a dark-haired young guy dressed in full camo fatigues. On the other, a taller, lighter-haired guy about the same age, dressed in a suit. The camo guy had the pistol with the silencer. Jack handed the rifle back to Joe and whispered,
"This is too far away for me to get a good shot. I'm good, but not that good. I'm going to circle around to the left, find a hidden spot that's close enough." "All right, do it, but wait for my shot. My plan is to take out the main guy as soon as Jonah delivers the rest of the treasure. I'm saying as soon as he sets it down. I figure once they get what they came for, it's only a matter of seconds before they take out Jonah and Simon."
"Got it," Jack said. "I'll aim for the camo guy, but wait for your shot." Jack started making his way to a better position. Simon wished this whole thing would just be over. This waiting was driving him insane. These two punks had spent the entire time talking to each other as if he wasn't there, going on and on about their plans for the future, especially the kid in the suit, Zachary, the fake art dealer. How could Simon have been so stupid? It felt too easy because it was too easy. He didn't even have a clue. When was Jonah going to return? He glanced at his watch, almost 45 minutes on the nose. Felt like 3 hours. He knew these two guys were going to kill both of them soon as the treasure was all together. That was a fact. There would be no finder's fee. Simon would have one chance to save himself and maybe Jonah. He had a pistol in a holster underneath the driver's seat of his pickup. He'd wished there was some way to have alerted Jonah before he left, but that probably wouldn't have worked anyway. Jonah wasn't an action hero kind of guy. It was up to Simon. Maybe in the confusion after Jonah returned, he could make a mad dash to his pickup, grab the pistol, and at least make a fight of it, instead of just being shot down like a couple of dogs. The two young men stopped talking, turned their attention to the dirt road. Simon heard a familiar sound. His pickup truck. Jonah had arrived. Chapter 60. There they were, up ahead. Jonah took a deep breath and continued driving forward.
"God, let Jack and Joe be there. Please let them be there."
He glanced at the treasure sitting on the seat beside him. How could something potentially so wonderful become something so horrible? When he had gone as far as he could go, he stopped the truck.
"Jonah, my man," Zachary said, "look at you, right on time. Do you have the rest of my treasure?"
Jonah opened the truck door and got out.
"It's all here."
He grabbed the 2 bags of jewelry and the artillery shell and slid them across the seat, then closed the door.
"Well, bring them here. Let's have a look."
Jonah sighed and started walking.
He wondered how long Joe would wait before putting his plan into action, whatever it was. Please, God, let it work, he prayed silently. When he reached the flat rock, Simon got off, and Jonah set the rest of the treasure on top of it. Simon stepped away as Zachary and Anton came closer to inspect the loot. Not wanting to be anywhere near the two young men right then, Jonah stepped out of the way too. Suddenly, Simon started running past the three men toward his pickup truck. "Oh, no, you don't, old man!" the camo guy yelled. He raised his pistol and fired 3 times. The bullets coming through the silencer sounded just like the movies. Jonah winced and turned as all 3 shots connected with Simon's back. Simon released a loud groan and fell forward on the ground. In the next moment, Jonah heard the loudest sound he'd ever heard, followed by a hammering thump into the camo guy's back. His chest erupted in a burst of red, and he flew through the air, landing several feet beyond the flat rock. Jonah squatted behind the rock, covered his head, and cried, "Jesus, save me!" As the scene unfolded, Jack instantly knew the plan had changed. Simon was down, so Joe had to shoot his killer, leaving the main guy for Jack. He reset his aim, saw confusion all over the guy's face. Jack was just about to shoot when the guy started running for the nearest tree. Jack's aim followed, but other trees were in the way. He fired 3 shots from his .45. 2 missed. 1 caught him on the left shoulder, spinning him around. He fell. He screamed out in pain, picked himself up, and dashed behind a thick tree. Jack could see him looking around, trying to find his shooters as he ducked his head back and forth behind the tree. Then he did something else. He raised his pistol, pointed it toward Jonah, and fired. Twice. Both bullets struck the flat rock inches above Jonah's head. Jonah screamed and dropped flat on the ground. The gunman's next shots wouldn't miss. Jack still didn't have a clear shot, but fired twice into the tree by the gunman's head. It worked. His arm pulled back behind the tree. Then Jack did something a little crazy. He had to draw the shooter's attention off Jonah. Jack yelled at him, then started running from his safe position to a nearby tree. The gunman stepped away from the tree, took aim at Jack, but just before he pulled the trigger, a loud gunshot exploded from another direction. The bullet from Joe's rifle slammed into the gunman's upper torso, sending him flying back against another tree. Jack stopped and watched. The shooter's eyes stared straight ahead as his lifeless body slid to the ground. For a few moments, there was silence. Finally, "Everybody okay?" Joe's distinctive voice. "Jack? Jonah, you guys okay?" "I'm fine, Joe," Jack said. Jonah didn't reply. Jack saw his head lift slowly above the rock. "Is it over?" "It's okay, Jonah," Joe said. "The bad guys are dead. You can stand up." Jonah did, slowly. Jack put his gun back in its holster and walked toward him. He saw Joe off to his right, further away, heading through the trees in the same direction. Jonah glanced down at his friend, lying still on the dirt road. "Oh, dear God. Simon." He hurried over to him and bent down. "Simon?" He shook his shoulder gently and repeated his name. As Jack neared, Jonah took his pulse, first his neck, then his wrist. He looked up at Jack, shook his head no. Joe came onto the scene, set his rifle down on the flat rock, took out his cell phone. A moment later, "Hank, yeah, it's me. It's over. Jack and I are fine. But one of the 2 guys I told you about got shot. Doesn't look good. Need 1 ambulance ASAP. The gunmen? They're gone.
Downed 'em both with my rifle. Send the CSI guys out like we planned. We'll all wait here for you."
Joe walked up to Jack, held out his hand.
"You did good, my friend. But that was nuts, that thing you did there at the end. But it worked like a charm. The guy stepped right into my sights."
"I wouldn't have tried it, but I knew you were there." Joe smiled.
"Still, you took quite a chance."
Jack wondered if he should ask, could they leave that part out of the report, for Rachel's sake? But he knew that wouldn't work. Jack and Joe walked over to Jonah.
"So sorry about Simon," Joe said. "I know he was a good friend."
"Why did he do that?"
Jonah said, a tear rolling down his cheek.
"Why did he run away like that? It was foolish."
He looked down, shook his head.
"I wish there was some way he could have known the two of you were there."
He stood up, looked into the eyes of his two rescuers.
"You men saved my life. No doubt about it. When I drove out of here an hour ago, I knew. Today I was going to die. Maybe Edith, too. But you men changed that."
He walked toward them.
"Okay if I give you both a hug?"
Chapter 61. 30 minutes later, the crime scene was a beehive of activity. Not one, but 3 ambulances showed up, lights flashing, sirens blaring. Both CSI vans were there with their crew. Hank was there in an unmarked car, wearing a suit now that he was a detective too. 3 regular patrol cars had come. The guys came out dressed in full riot gear.
"Geez,"
Joe had said under his breath.
"Check these guys out."
He got them all together, including Hank and the CSI guys, and said,
"As you can see, the bad guys are both dead. I took the kill shots for both of them, so here's my rifle for ballistics."
He handed it to one of the CSI guys.
"Jack here winged the guy in the suit with his .45. Jack, he'll need your gun for a little while."
"Right." Jack handed the same guy his pistol.
"I'll be making out my full report. Hank, maybe you can escort Jonah here back to the station for an interview. You up for that, Jonah?"
"Sure, I guess. If you don't mind, I'd like to stop by the house first and talk to my wife."
"That would be fine," Hank said. "We're in no big hurry."
"I'm guessing," Joe said, "that black caddy belongs to the perps?"
"Yes," Jonah said, "but I think it's a rental. They said they drove in from Atlanta after flying down here."
Joe talked to the CSI techs.
"Well, you guys can take over the scene from this point. The coroner's on his way. Should be here any minute. I'm sure besides the scene itself and the black caddy, they were probably staying in one of the better hotels downtown. We'll have to figure out which one and then check that place out too."
To the ambulance drivers, he said,
"As you guys can see, we got nobody to take to the emergency room. All 3 of these men are deceased. I know the coroner's going to need them to be transported to the morgue when he's done. You can work out what you need to do with him."
"You want to get Jack's statement, Joe, or want me to?" Hank said. "I mean, it's still technically your day off."
Joe laughed. "Yeah, some day off. But I'll take care of Jack."
Hank started to lead Jonah back toward his car.
"Hey, wait just a sec," Joe said. "Can I speak to you a moment, Jonah?"
Jack knew what this was likely about. Before anyone had arrived, for security reasons, Joe had suggested they shouldn't leave the treasure out in the open for everyone to see. He'd asked Jack to head back through the woods to get Joe's car and drive it here. When he did, the 3 of them loaded the treasure into Joe's trunk.
"I'm guessing this stuff's all going to be yours now, Jonah," he'd said. "But I'll have to talk to the chief and see how we process this. The most I've ever handled was a suitcase full of drug money. I got no idea what to do with this."
Jonah smiled and nodded, patted Joe on the shoulder, then rejoined Hank. Then the two men headed to Hank's car. The CSI guys got to work. Joe came over to Jack.
Want me to drive you back to your car?
Aren't you forgetting something?
Maybe. What?
Our metal detectors in the woods?
Oh yeah, don't want to leave those.
How about I go back and get them, and you drive to where my car is? I'll meet you there. Then I can follow you back to the station, assuming you want to get my statement there. Joe nodded.
Yeah, guess that's what we better do. I might be a couple of minutes before I meet you at the car. Think I better give Kate a call about all this. I'll do it in the car with the air running, but think I'll stay put till we're off the phone.
That's fine. I'm going to need to call Rachel, too. Jack thought about it. She's not going to believe this. Chapter 62. Jack waited to call Rachel until he'd collected the metal detectors and orange vests and made it back to his car. He liked Joe's idea about talking on the phone with the air conditioning running. He sat there a few minutes, just cooling off, replaying the events that had just transpired. He wanted to be able to give Rachel an honest account of the story, but the funny thing was, he'd never really felt like he was in danger. She probably wouldn't feel that way, but really, what could he have done differently? Before overthinking things too much, he just clicked on her beautiful picture, and the phone started ringing. "Hey, Jack, I was thinking you might be calling about now. So how did things go with your new detector? Find anything interesting?" Jack remembered, just before the shooting, he had found a perfectly shaped 3-ring bullet. "Actually, I did. Got my first Civil War relic." "I'm so happy for you. I was hoping you didn't get skunked. Isn't that what you call it?" "Yeah. No, I didn't get skunked." "Well, I didn't get skunked at the farmer's market either. We are going to be eating some really good food this week. Some incredible salads. Got a big round stack of those thin asparagus spears you love for next to nothing. And watermelon, cantaloupe, and the lady said they're perfectly ripe and ready to eat. And the ears of corn, it's like they were giving them away compared to the price in the stores, and they look perfect." "That's great, Rach. Hey, listen, there's something I need to tell you." "Uh-oh, something bad?" "Well, in a way." Jack thought about Simon being killed. "No, it's definitely something bad. Just not something bad for me." "Did something happen to Joe?" "No, Joe's fine. Just give me a few minutes to explain what happened. It's a pretty crazy story." "But you're fine and Joe's fine, right?" "Right." "And nobody got shot?" Jack didn't respond. "Jack, nobody got shot, right? Tell me nobody got shot. I mean, I was only joking." "Neither Joe or I got shot, I can say that." "Jack, what are you saying? Did either one of you get shot at?" Jack thought a moment. Technically, neither of them did. The guy in the suit was just about to shoot at Jack, but Joe got him first. "Jack, tell me you didn't get shot at." "Rachel, how about you just give me a few minutes to tell you what happened? When I'm done, you'll see there really wasn't any way to avoid what happened, and, more importantly, God protected us, and we're both fine." "Oh, Jack." "Rachel, it's okay. We're okay. So here's what happened. We were out metal detecting on the property by the lake. Everything was going great. I had just gotten the Civil War bullet." He spent the next 10 minutes telling her the whole story and answering any remaining questions she had. She gasped several times at the end. She was crying. Jack tried to comfort her. "I'm sorry you're so upset. I really didn't mean for this to happen. But what else could I do? We had to get involved." I know. I'm not mad at you. It's just, you could have been shot. Again. I'm glad it didn't happen. I guess I'm crying because it could have." "We really are okay. Poor Jonah felt so bad for him. He and Simon were good friends, and Jonah knows how close things got for him. He really could have died today." Could have, she said. Would have if it weren't for the two of you.
Jack was glad to hear her talk this way. He could tell she was calming down.
I almost feel like saying you're not allowed to go out and play with that Joe Boyd anymore.
Jack laughed. She did too. Shifting subjects for a second. Rachel, Joe and I saw the Nazi treasure that Jonah and Simon dug up. My gosh, you wouldn't believe it. 3 solid gold bricks, 2 bags filled with solid gold coins. I only saw one of the bags of jewelry, but it looked like something out of Pirates of the Caribbean. He and his wife are going to be ridiculously rich, even giving the painting back to its owners. Well, look, I've got to go. Joe just pulled up. I've got to follow him back to the station and give a statement. Maybe we'll get some lunch first. I'm starving.
Okay, I'm glad you called, she said, and I'm glad you're okay. And I'm glad you at least got your first Civil War bullet before all this craziness happened. See you in a couple of hours.
They both said, "Love you," and hung up. Chapter 63. 1 month later. Jack was on his way home to see Rachel. He had actually left the office 2 hours ago to meet Jonah Bolton for coffee at Jonah's invitation and at his house. Jack was on his way home from there. Being with Jonah got Jack thinking about the events that had unfolded over the past month since the shooting. Things had moved pretty fast during the first 2 weeks, but since then had mostly returned to normal. So far, there had been no media frenzy or breaking international story generated by the situation, although that would change tomorrow, based upon Jack's conversation with Jonah just now. If so, it shouldn't involve Jack. Jonah had assured him he would leave Jack's name out of any interviews that might take place when the story broke. What happened did make the local news the first few days after the shooting. That was unavoidable. But the way Joe had handled the case and the press kept the more sensational aspects of it hidden. Basically, the public was told of a robbery in the woods foiled by a Culpeper police sergeant who just happened to be at the right place at the right time. 2 New Jersey men in town that week for an unspecified reason had learned about a significant find made by 2 local men who'd been out metal detecting in the woods north of town. The would-be robbers had followed the 2 older men out into the woods, intending to steal their recently discovered find, then kill them. Simon and Jonah's names were listed in the story. Joe's name was too, as the police sergeant who'd stopped the crime in process, shooting and killing the armed robbers. Sadly, not before they had taken the life of Simon Morley. Jonah was said to be shaken up, but otherwise unhurt. Joe had to include Jack's contribution to the situation in his police report, but had kindly listened to Jack's pleading and left him out of the information shared with the media. A week after the shooting, Joe had emailed a link to Jack of an obituary from a Princeton, New Jersey newspaper. It told of a World War II veteran who had recently died after a lengthy illness, named Zachary McMillan, 93 years old. Apparently, the old man had no surviving relatives. He had been found in his bed, deceased, by a man who had served as his caretaker for many years. Joe had written in the subject line, "The other GI." He went on to explain that their investigation of the grandson led them back to his aging grandfather in Princeton, but there had been no real evidence linking the grandfather to the crime. Joe had simply informed the old man of his grandson's death and the circumstances surrounding it. One of the main reasons Jonah had asked Jack to meet him today was that they had found the heirs to the Raphael painting, a formerly wealthy Jewish family from Poland who had lost almost everything during the war. The story about Jonah finding the masterpiece and its rightful owners was breaking in the news tomorrow. Jonah wanted to make sure Jack still didn't want any recognition for his part of the story when Jonah started giving interviews. Jack told him, thanks for asking, but please leave him completely out of it. The other reason Jonah had asked Jack to meet was to thank Jack again profusely for saving Jonah's life and to insist that Jack allow him to thank him properly. By that he meant financially, because, as expected, Jonah Bolton had become a very wealthy man. It was confirmed shortly after his death that Simon had no next of kin or even any known relatives. So all the Nazi loot had been given to Jonah. The very next day, Jonah had deposited all the treasure, except for a few personal items, in several safe deposit boxes, and he'd retained an attorney who specialized in property and estate planning, someone recommended by his pastor. At their get-together just now, Jonah told Jack that his attorney had recently secured a wealthy buyer for the Nazi gold bars and both bags of gold coins. Jonah's cut from the deal, after taxes and attorney fees, was over $2 million, and he hadn't even begun to try selling any of the jewelry. Jonah shared with Jack, tearfully, that he'd already given his 2 married children a significant amount of money, enough for a substantial down payment on a house. Both of them were living in rental apartments and previously had no hope of ever getting into a home. His son-in-law had actually been out of work for 2 months, so Jonah had hired him and gave him a special assignment. He was to go through all the jewelry, both bags, and separate out any items that bore any kind of special engraving or other distinguishing characteristics that might lead him to find its original owner or their heirs, then do everything he could to reunite them. But Jonah said even after subtracting out the items his son-in-law had selected, he and Edith were left with a substantial pile that couldn't trace back to anyone. A bag and a half, as Jonah put it. Jonah then proceeded to take out one of the bags and spread its contents out on their dining room table. "Take your pick," he'd said. "Anything you want, for you and Rachel." "I can't do that," Jack had said. "You don't have to repay me." "Of course I do. None of this stuff would be here on this table if it weren't for you, because I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have had the money to help my kids get a house, or take Edith on an Alaskan cruise for our anniversary, or anything else for that matter, if it weren't for you. I already tried to give Joe a reward, but he said he couldn't take it, because he was a cop just doing his duty. But you can't claim that as an excuse." Jack looked down at the absurd display of wealth and treasure. He would have had to save 5 years to buy Rachel anything he saw on that table. Finally, he found a beautiful blue sapphire necklace that he knew she'd love and might actually wear. "Okay, I'll take that one for Rachel." He handed it to Jack, then pointed out the pile of antique watches. "Now you pick one of these. I tried 'em all out. Believe it or not, they all still work." Jack found a very old-looking but very classy Rolex watch. He looked up at Jonah. "Go ahead, take it," Jonah said. "I insist. You don't, you're shooting down a chance for me to do something nice for somebody." Jack picked it up and put it on. Jack could tell Jonah had something else to say. "I just don't feel right about Joe not getting anything. I owe the man my life. Well, maybe I can't give him anything because he's a police officer, and I'm the guy he helped. But there's nothing saying you can't give him a gift. How about you pick out something nice for him and for his wife, then wait a few days or a week, then you give it to them as a gift from you and Rachel." Jack looked down at the watch now as he held the steering wheel. It was really nice, and he couldn't wait for Rachel to see the blue sapphire necklace. After winding through the streets of their neighborhood, Jack pulled up into his driveway and got out of the car. She was probably in the kitchen, putting the finishing touches on dinner. He opened the door, announcing, "Rachel, come here. I've got a wonderful surprise for you." She didn't immediately answer. Then she came out from a doorway that led to the kitchen, her hands behind her back. "I've got a wonderful surprise for you, too. I've been waiting to show you all day." "Okay, but let me show you your surprise first. It'll only take a sec." He held out his fancy antique watch.
Wow, Jack, it's beautiful. Is that a Rolex?
Yes, but that's not the surprise. He took the sapphire necklace out of his pocket and held it up. It's this, a gift from Jonah and Edith. She gasped.
My gosh, are you kidding?
She took one hand from behind her back and held it up.
Look at this. It's exquisite.
Isn't it nice? I didn't think it was too fancy for you to wear. A lot of the stuff he had was.
No, I will definitely wear this. At least when we go someplace nice.
Want me to put it on now?
No, not just yet.
She took her other hand from behind her back and held out something. He looked down. It was a pregnancy test. 2 solid red lines were prominently displayed in a little window. Jack looked at the words beside it. Pregnant and not pregnant. Pregnant showed a symbol with 2 solid red lines.
Wait, does this mean?
She threw her arms around his neck.
Yes, we're going to have a baby.
A week later, Joe and Jack drove together to the next meeting of the metal detecting club. Because of all the publicity, it was a packed house, with over 40 first-time guests in attendance, including a reporter from the local newspaper. Word had gotten out that Jonah was bringing one of the gold bricks and a sampling of the Nazi gold coins to show to the group. He'd also hired an armed security guard. At one point, Jonah got up and, once again, thanked Joe and Jack for saving his life. Then he shared an emotional tribute to his friend, the late Simon Morley. After this, the club president got up and made a motion to declare Simon and Jonah's find in the woods the undisputed find of the month. The motion was unanimously approved. This concludes Perilous Treasure by Dan Walsh, narrated by Kirby Hayborn. Copyright 2018 by Dan Walsh. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Dan Walsh and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.